everybody. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. Tonight, I am your host, and I am Rua, and I have came today because I have been invited on this show, and I'm truly grateful. Uh, this is my first time here as a co-host, and in a little while, my other co-host will be in. But tonight, I want to bring you a conversation that is long overdue, in my opinion, and I want to get into it. But first, I want to premise the conversation with why we're having this conversation. So, as people come in, they may not be privy to this introduction, but I will always gladly reiterate it. But I want to get into this because it's important that we understand why we're talking. Sometimes when we get into online discussions, it can essentially be mind masturbation, and we don't have any clear direction as to where we're going, where we're coming from. So I want to be clear in these conversations, so we can, have some direction and know where we're going, so we can trust one another. So I will get into it. Again, welcome to Knowledge and Relationships, and I am your host, Lola. So the question is, why Black fathers don't trust Black men in 2022. Now, the reason this topic was chosen has a lot to do with the main topics discussed in YouTube, which is, well, what's wrong with the Black community? What's wrong with women with children? What's wrong with baby mothers? Why are there so many baby mothers in the world? These sorts of conversations are swirling, and it's gotten to the point where now we have to ask the question of, well, what about fathers? Where are they? What are their opinions in this whole mess that we seem to have found ourselves in? So the reason why I asked this question of myself is because a few months ago, I was listening to a podcast from Women's Sphere, and shout out to her, where she was discussing Black men, of course, but she had made a statement that was very interesting to me, and it wasn't part of the show, but I caught it and I resonated with it so much that, I just put a pin in it. And she had spoke about her father, which is around the same age as my father, somewhere between 70 and 80, right now. And she had mentioned that, and I can't quote her directly, but she had mentioned that her father didn't raise her privately to be what he publicly supported in terms of what a woman should be and how women should act or how they should interact within the community. There was a stark difference between how he raised her and what he promoted. And I found that really interesting because as a child, I had the same feelings growing up with my own dad, with my uncles, with my cousins, with my brother. And I never really understood why there was such a difference because it was so subtle, but it was noticeable. A few weeks ago, there was a video that surfaced from the basketball player Shaq, where he was discussing his daughters versus his sons. Now, a lot of people had a lot to say about his comments, which I won't totally quote here, but his comment was that when it comes to his daughters, they can stay living with him as long as they want to. They do not have to move, nothing. But his sons have to get themselves together fairly young and have to move out. And he premised that by saying, essentially, he doesn't want his daughters beholden to a man and having to depend on a man. He wants them to depend on him and him alone because he has their best interests. And what I found was there were certain content creators that are geared towards feminism, womanism, and things like that. and they all had a problem with what he said. Some people felt it was upsetting that he would want to keep a woman home. Other ones felt that it was just unfair that he wasn't treating his children equally. And then there were some people that felt that he was ruining his daughters to not be able to trust the very men that he is a part of. And this is where my inspiration came from when I watched that clip and I realized that the reason he was saying these things, according to him, was the same reason my father said that he said the things he said when I was growing up. And what I concluded from all of this, and there was many other things that, brought me to this conclusion, but what brought me to this point is there has to be something connecting all of these issues between women and between men when it comes to Black fathers and their opinion of other Black men. And I won't go too detailed on my life because obviously this is social media, but I will say that when I was little, I used to learn this little thing, and maybe some of you may know if you're old enough. It was this little saying that went something like, girls are made of sugar and spice, and everything nice. And boys are made of snakes, snails, and puppy dog tails. And because of that, I really thought growing up that girls were just innately better than boys. And I didn't learn that from a woman. I learned that from men. And that was really interesting because I never thought about that. I didn't grow up with women telling me that men were dogs. I grew up with men telling me that men were dogs. I never heard a woman say, when I was growing up, don't trust a man. Like, it was always men saying, don't trust these other men. And I'm interpolating words on here. And when I got older, I seen the effects of that. I did in my life, in my sister's life. And now that I'm this age and I'm looking online and I'm seeing the conversations, the question I have is, what role did Black fathers play in how we got here? Because there's a reason why women are the way they are as it pertains to what they experienced of the first men in their life. So I think this conversation is important to talk about right now because we've overexhausted the fact that women drop the ball in many respects as far as their choices in men, maybe the difference in culture, working too much. Nowadays, abortion, as you all know, that changed today, this morning. Okay, so that's another issue we'll probably see the end of in the next 10 years. But that's oversaturated. So now let's talk about where are the men? Because I don't talk about, let's say, Pookie and Ray Rays. I don't get into that. I don't get into the women that people say nobody wants. I would rather, in this conversation, at least focus on the fathers, the ones that were there in their children's lives, and the girls or the women now that grew up in a two-parent household. And what that was like and why we are the way we are now based on how our fathers raised us. Because as I always say, we are our father's daughter. No matter what we are a reflection of our father. So I want to get into this conversation. I don't want to say too much right now because it's just my intro. But I'm going to let everyone get in and kind of give their initial thoughts of just that conversation and just those comments because everyone doesn't agree and it's okay, but that's what we're here for, to give some discussion on this. So let's do really quickly if someone wants to come up. Hey, Queen.
Hey, how are you?
Good. So I know you heard that, and you had a little bit of an extra introduction. So let me say this, right? And because I like I told you before, I don't mean to trigger people. However, I know people are triggered. Some people may say, well, you're a woman, right? So how can you question Black men's opinion about other Black men? How are you having this conversation as a woman? What authority do you have to start this conversation or even engage in this conversation, right? And so my thing is this, as a female, right? The influence of men, my father, men around the world, has a lot to do with my experience of men. And sometimes men don't see themselves. And it takes a woman to reflect that on them, what they really look like. Because again, men aren't telling other men, look out for men. They're telling their daughters, they're telling girls, they're telling women, look out for dogs, look out for, they're equating men to the most lowest type of animals typically that we have in society. Not that dogs are lowly, type of animals. I get that, but for all the, animal lovers. But essentially, this is what we grow up and we're conditioned to seeing men as dogs, but not because of women per se, at least when we're children and we have a father in the home. Our fathers tend to be the gatekeepers, but the gatekeepers are from other men that look like him. And so that poured over top of a woman as a child, as she grows up. The question is, well, what is she supposed to do with Black men as a Black woman? After a Black man has had that kind of influence over her, telling her year after year that Black men are dogs, don't trust nobody but me. You don't have nothing to pick from. Snakes and snails. All these different things that men tend to they tend to throw on women to protect them. However, that protection looks very different when it's not a child listening to it, and when it's a woman actually employing these ideas. And I feel that as a woman, I do have the authority to speak on that topic because that topic directly affects men via my gender or my sex, whatever. And this is where I'm at. But where are you? Do you feel that we have authority?
Well, I think we do because we're talking about the effects. It's part of it is the effects it had on as a daughter being told this by a man. So technically, I mean, I'm not speaking on the impact it made on a Black man. I can speak on it as far as how it affected the Black men that I've encountered. So yeah. I mean, I'm not saying, why did the man do that? I don't know.
Right. We're just observing.
Yeah.
What this
I don't know why. You know, and I think that's a good conversation to have, like the difference between men in the, in our fathers and grandfathers and even our uncles' generation versus men today. And what kind of conversations are these men having with their sons, or how are they training them, or what are they showing them versus what they're telling them, even their daughters or even women. I mean, that could be another seg point into this, like as women, like what are you telling your daughters and what are you showing them?
Correct.
You can tell them anything.
Correct. Yeah, you can tell them anything, but
exactly.
Show them is something different. Now let me touch on that first, because like you said, we talking about what we see versus what we hear.
Mm-hmm.
When I was young, my father, he was traditional guy, went to work, paid all the bills. My mother was a stay-at-home mom. And this was like almost 20 years of my life early. My father was the type that he took care of all the bills, right? And he liked being the man of the house, and he liked where as though, my mother had to come to him, for money. He gave her a credit card, he gave her cash, He took her to the hairdresser. What she wanted, he went and bought. Like, he was in control of everything, even though she pretty much had all the nice stuff. However, I noticed that when they would get into arguments, right, when I was young, and I might not have understood this in totality, but when I was young, I noticed that my father was the type that would do stuff like to my mom, like pull his money back and let's say buy me and my sisters something really expensive with money that he was gonna, buy something for my mother, right? And that really hurt my mother. I realized when I was growing up. However, I seen this periodically growing up, right? This is like regular relationship stuff that's not good. Yeah. It does go on. However, when I became like an adolescent or teenager, my father, he made sure he drilled it into my head that I should never be in a position to have to ask a man for money. And if I do, it should only be kind of like, symbolic. Like he's always expressed to me, if I'm on a date, never order anything I don't have the money to pay for in my pocket right then and there. Like, don't even do it. And so he was very starch about not depending on a man to the point where you have to ask him for money, and if he don't give it to you, you're just, as they say, assed out. And so, greetings, Princess K. How are you? So, so I grew up feeling like, okay, it's not good to have to depend on a man like for cash money, right? It's good that he pays the bills, but it's not good for me to really depend on him or ask him for money, because now that I've seen what my father did versus what my father said, I'm like, a guy is liable to renege, and then I'll get it out. So therefore, for the relationship to work, I have to come to the table kind of like not really needing him, right? And this, I'm not saying that this is correct. I'm just saying that this is what I grew up under, like seeing and then having said to me as a way to protect me from Black men. Now, in addition to stuff like that, right? There was always, and there's always things said that make it have an impact on you. Like, I know Black men usually say, "Don't trust these niggas," right? These niggas ain't shit. They say, Negroes always chasing a skirt and whatever, and like it stuff like Papa was a Rolling Stone. Just it's always these little sayings that usually come from men that it seems innocent enough. However, the impact on women that have those men in their lives is just as detrimental as if there was no man there at all. Yep. And so, when I look at conversations about, women being independent, right? The scary, independent, real women, right? I don't always get that it's because they've had women in their lives that have told them, oh, you got to be independent. I feel that a good number of them, at least for the women that the men want, the ones raised within a two-parent home with a father, they've been bred to be independent by the men that feel that the younger generation of men they have access to ain't shit. So this is literally like, it's like they don't. I remember being told by my uncle once that as a woman, he said, "Peace out, Sean." My uncle told me once, he said, I feel bad for you girls now because you don't have nothing to pick from, and I don't know what to tell you. Literally, he's like, I don't know what to tell you about how to move in this world because you have nothing to pick from. And my father has said things to me like that, and my brother has, interpolated stuff like that to say, listen, you got to deal with what you got to deal with, and it's just a dog-eat-dog world, and we're talking about dating. And so, again, the importance of the conversation of, well, where is the men in this conversation as far as their influence on these women that they say right now today that are not useful in a relationship? Because I think far too much we're looking at women that are completely, utterly damaged, right? And we're talking about them. Yeah. But a lot of the women that most men would say, okay, she's ideal for a relationship, these women are also damaged too, and mistrusting of men too, and having psychological issues from childhood too. But it's not coming from the same place as, let's say, a woman raised in a single parent household. Um, you know, that's a different set of mistrust that she may experience of men versus a woman like myself who had men around all the time. But these men were like my cousins and my brother, they ran women all the time. But if they ever thought that their sister or mother or daughter or cousin was like that was happening to them, they would probably pull a trigger on someone. And so the question is, well, how does that affect the women psychologically? It's like we're being told one thing, that we should want a black man, right? We should trust a black man. We should come under the leadership of a black man. However, the first leaders that we follow are telling us, don't do that. I literally heard two black men say the exact opposite thing to the same age women in terms of readiness for a relationship when it comes to a black man. One man said you shouldn't be looking at his money, you should be looking at him. Another black man said if you're not looking at his money and his readiness to provide, then he's going to cheat on you and you're being stupid basically. And we're talking, and it's the same community to the same group of women. And so now the question is, again, what we're hearing from men and what we see from men are two different things. And we're not really getting to the root of the issue because, and I'll let you respond because I think it goes deeper than just right now in 2022 where we're at. Yeah. Like there's a history to this that I'll get into, but I mean, I can hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I will say that growing up, I have 3 sisters and 2 brothers. And I call us the sandwich effect, meaning that I have an older brother who's the first, and I have a younger brother who's the last. So it's 4 girls in between. I'm the last girl. So, I have 3 older sisters. So I do remember both my parents worked. We were I have people who call my family the ghetto Brady Bunch. Like we had the picket fence, we traveled, my mom worked at the hospital. She was, in the medical field. My dad worked for the airlines. So we traveled, we went to camp, we went to Catholic school, blah, 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 whatever.
Private school.
So, I do remember my dad always putting money in my pockets, meaning that if he knew I was going out with a group of people or, if it was, he knew there was guys involved, he met a few of my boyfriends, but half the time I was scared to show, because he'd probably run them off and they'll probably never talk to me again. But anyway, I remember him saying, you never want to be in a position where you have to depend on someone. I don't remember him necessarily saying a dude, but he pretty much said, if you go out with your friends and something happens, you always have money to get home. So I don't ever remember him saying necessarily watch the dudes or watch men. I don't ever remember my sisters. They had their issues with guys, but I don't ever remember them saying, it was just more so be careful. Like, make sure you know the person. Don't be alone if, you don't really know them because it was more so trying to protect you from being assaulted more than, always go in the crowd, never leave the crowd. Don't, blah, blah, blah. Always go with your group. Stay with your group, don't leave one behind.
Yeah. Don't leave your drink unattended.
Exactly. And if you do, get another one and you go get it. Don't let them go get it.
Right. Stuff like stuff like
Yeah. So I don't ever remember him saying, um, men are going to do this. I just remember him saying, be safe, be careful,
Mhm.
and know where you at, and know that you always have money in your pocket to get home.
Mhm.
So that was, and don't, I do remember him saying, like, be careful of a dude that feel like he gotta buy you. He's
Mhm.
always gonna throw his money at you, because
Yeah,
that means he's gonna want something in
that's what
return.
my dad told me too.
Yeah. So
Whenever,
that's why I used to, I had guys go, hey, where you going? Oh, I'm going with my friend, we're going shopping. I can come with you, I just got paid. No, I'm good. You can come if you're going shopping, but my daddy gave me, I'm cool. I got money. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like, you know, I
yeah,
didn't want no one to, I never wanted someone to feel like I was using them.
me
So I
too.
was always cautious. Like, okay, if
Right.
you did it, yeah, okay, be nice. Okay, take me out to dinner, blah, blah, blah. But all that extravagant,
Mhm.
because when you come, I always say, when a debt collector come to collect, you going to come up with some nubs.
Correct.
So you ain't
Correct.
coming over here. So, yeah. So, and then I feel like my mom was more so the one who was like, not necessarily men are dogs, but
Mhm.
again, be careful. Don't be too trusting. Don't everybody deserve that. Like,
Mhm.
give them something to chase.
Yeah.
Don't put it all out there on the first date.
Mhm.
So yeah, but I don't ever remember my dad saying men are dogs.
Yeah. And I'll tell
So
you, it was my father was he had a hate, in my opinion, for black men, and I don't think he understood that he had a hate because, like, not every black father I've come in contact with had such an overt opinion about other black men in terms of like how they treat women. But like my father was the type where, if a woman back in the 70s got out of pocket, there was domestic situations that went on. Okay. However, and he wasn't really upset about that the way he should have been, right? And I've seen some other men growing up that felt that, yeah, if a woman get in your face, get out of pocket and slap her, okay, fine. But the men in my family, they were very much against that. Like if you put your hands on, my daughter or whatever, then you can, meet your maker. But it's like again, well, what if your daughter is being disrespectful to that man? Like, do you still hold that same opinion that she should be treated the way you treat women in your life? And a lot of times that is not the case. It really isn't the case. And so, like you said, my mother, she's always told me, okay, you have to act a certain way as a woman. You can't trust that someone's going to, be there because you give them everything up front, like you said. However, my father was more so on the protective side, but I always got the sense from him that he just didn't have a high opinion of black men. And a lot of them, he would say, will use you. Like literally use you for money, use you for your body, waste your time. And so I struggled trying to grow up, and people would say I grew up a middle class life. I didn't grow up like poor. Like my father had a house paid for, apartment buildings, like 3 cars paid for, and he was making equivalent of $80 to $100,000 with no real bills. Like he came into inheritance from my great grandparents' estate, so he was well off. But he had issues with women in terms of loyalty, in terms of just a lot, and he raised me to be, and I said this before on panel, that he hated disloyal women so much that he raised me to be extra loyal to a fault. And so within that context, I feel that black men are trying to raise their daughters correctly, right? But
mm,
at the same time, they're 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 having issues with the ultimate effect on those women and how what they're going to be growing up. And I'll just say this lastly before I get into the background of this. Right now, as a father, right? Your daughter might be 12, 13 years old, like today in 2022. Given the state of things, right? Would you say that she has much of a shot at finding love, at finding a stable relationship with 50% of men not being, of, marriage quality and the other 50% being cut up between all sorts of things? It's like, what would you tell your daughter today in terms of, well, her chances and how she should be moving in a world like this? Like, and it's worse now. I grew up in the 80s. It's worse.
I got a question for you, Sister Lola. I got a question for you. Before my question, I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. All right, everybody in the chat land. Let me show some love. Princess K, what's up, family? Marcus, what's up, family? Big Rig Slaps, what up, man? What's going on, Big Rig? You know what I mean? Quantum Blood Metaphysician, how you doing, sister? Good to see you. You know what I mean? Salute to everybody in the panel, Queen forever. M3, what up, baby? You know what I mean? And definitely Miss Oshun, Lola, good to see you. This is my question. You said loyal to a fault, right? What does that mean? For you, what does that mean?
Okay. So loyal to a fault means that you will, because you have loyalty.
Because I know what it means, but what does it mean for you though? Yeah.
What it did for me was that loyalty means just that, meaning you don't waver, period. It doesn't matter what happens. You do not waver. You stand strong, you stay, you don't run, you don't move, you don't leave, period. There is no condition, right? So I've stayed in relationships through things that my father, if he knew about, he would probably like want to put hands on me because he's like, "Are you serious?" No, but it was like I felt in the relationship. Well, this is what I have to do because this is what loyalty is. I can't have a bunch of conditions and then say, you know what? One time that's it, I'm gone. Because my father hated women that were disloyal like that, women that used him for money, women that were quick to get up and just fly by and do. And so I just had that air about me, and when I encountered people that didn't know how to be equally loyal, I got used a lot, and so that turned into abuse after a while, and I had to kind of walk back through my life to understand, well, what am I not understanding? And to your point of, well, what is loyalty to me? I had to redefine loyalty at some point. Even though I had a father, even though he raised me to be a very moral person, even though loyalty was a part of his whole repertoire, I still had to redefine it because of the toxicity that came from how I was raised. And so, it was like an imbalance there, but that imbalance had everything to do with his opinion of men, of Black men specifically. And I know in his generation, who I would say somewhere between late 30s and early 50s, that the baby boomer generation, the people I blame for everything. Those people, okay, like they've had the longest stretch of history in terms of they were here before phones had more than one number. Like now they're here, so they've seen a lot. But at the same time, it's like what they saw as loyalty back in the late 40s and the early 50s, right? Given that situation, it's not the same. Wasn't the same in the early 90s, and it's definitely not the same now. So, I ended up having to redefine those things, despite the fact that, okay, I had an ideal life. I had a father, and people were like, well, where was your father? My father was there every day. Like, he's still here. But I still fell into the same trap that a woman raised without a father fell into, even though I had a father, just for a different reason. You see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Like, even though we have our fathers here, the way we were raised by our fathers plays just as much a role inside of, as far as where we're at right now, as these women. It's just for a different reason. And I don't think we talk about it enough because I don't really think we really focus on it. Because we say, well, the dad was there, that was enough. But it's not. Just to be there isn't enough. And when we're talking about specifically here, a Black man's opinion of other Black men and how that translates over on how he raises his daughter, it's like, if in, the whole situation with black men and Stockholm syndrome, right? If you have a bad opinion of black people, and I'm starting to see a lot of that now, how the children is going, that's going to affect the children and their psyche growing up when they can even though if you never say, I hate black people, it's still going to translate over onto your children. So for this conversation, which isn't that far, for black men that are raising daughters or have raised daughters up into, let's say, 1995, which are the women that are around my age now, between 30 and 40 now, it's an issue because that time where we were coming out of the 60s and the 70s and we were merging into a different like state of being, and there was a lot of racism and racism went underground at that time, and we still had the old folk from the early 1900s that were just dying off. It's like all of that plays into why black men have the opinion they have of each other and how. Go ahead.
Let me ask this. So let me throw a cliffhanger. Let me throw a cliffhanger, right? All right. So listen. So do you think it's possible that all men of all races think this, that they look down on the men of today, right? Could that be a possibility?
I would say theoretically, yes, it is a possibility that all men.
But why though? But why do you feel that way? Why do you think that?
Okay. Theoretically, yes, right? Because opinions are opinions, right? Someone from India knows Indian men more than Chinese men know Indian men, for instance, right? However, when we talk about other races of men, within themselves, they know their place in society, which to them is in a higher echelon than any black man, period. So they know they're above someone. Typically, right? White men do not hold black men, generally speaking, in higher regard than their own. Like, I have never seen that. Now, I've seen a sector of black men hold white men in general higher than black men in general. Like, I've seen that. I've never seen it the opposite way around. I've never seen, let's say, Chinese men feel that, you know what, I trust my daughter with black men. Like, I've never seen it. Now, I've seen a black man say, I've seen a black man say, I trust my daughter with a white guy or a Chinese guy, you know, or Scandinavian guy. You know, I've seen that. I've never seen it the opposite way, you know, around. So
do you think, and let me give also a shout out to, I see a lot of people coming in to check in. Salute to everybody. Salute to Truth, my brother. Yes, definitely. Blood in, definitely. And I gotta give a shout out to, you know what I mean, the most respectable woman in YouTube. And hopefully she could come up. OG, I'm sending you the link. Please, OG, come up. Please. Okay? And before I say anything else, let me be respectable. M3 ain't even saying that yet. M3 chilling in the cut. He's just Friday. M3 chilling right now. Let me bring up Lady Shaida. So at this point in the conversation, I'm just going to update her real quick because I know everybody else has been listening. At this point in the conversation, Lady Shaida, what we're talking about is, do like your father and fathers of the older generation, do they look down on us younger men? You know what I'm saying? Do they look down on us? Do they feel like we not the man nowadays? I feel like I am the man. I feel like I'm more of a man. I'm gonna really go in on this one. But you know what I'm saying? But that's just me. M3 will have his take as well. But yeah, that's where we're at in the conversation. Sister Lola, go ahead and build, and then Lady Saidi, you can give your opinion, and M3, me and M3 will chime in after that.
Yeah, so essentially, you have men, right? And we were speaking relative to black men, that their opinion of the state of men today, or malehood today, is so low that they're not raising their daughters to have any high regard for black men. What they're raising their daughters to do is have high regard for them individually, like their fathers. Like, I have a high regard for my father, right? And I trust my father. But outside of that, for instance, like with Shaq and his daughter, he's not raising his daughters to trust anybody outside of him in terms of a man. Because like he said, these men ain't SHIT. And he went on to say that these men basically are like him, and he kind of iterated in a way that he know how these dudes are. Okay, so without saying what he really was talking about there, essentially how he's raising his daughters and the influence over his grandchildren now, is that you can depend on me as an individual guy because of my position in your life, but you cannot depend on a black man. You cannot depend on any man other than me because they're just not out here for you. So you might as well be independent. You might as well not focus on men until you're, 99. You might as well go ahead and buy your own house and figure out how you'll live with a guy later on, but get your own right now. Like all of these different things that we say, wait a minute, how is that supposed to cultivate a community? But we have individual men that feel like the only one my daughter can trust is me.
So in truth, check your email. Check your email. Check your email in about 5-10 minutes. Check your email about like a minute because I'm about to send it. But before that, so my thing is this, right? And then 3, you can chime in too, bro. And before we're gonna go Lady Saida first because ladies first. I just want to say this. I just feel that at times the older men can have unfair expectations on us younger men, right? Y'all say we got to do this and a third, but a lot of y'all wasn't even there. Like mine wasn't there. Okay, he was not around. So for him to have any type of expectation to tell me what it is or tell me what I need to do as a man, like he's way off base. I'll let him have his say. You know what I mean? And it goes, and sometimes it go on one ear and out the other. Because I'm like, dude, like you ain't laid a foundation to this. Like it's mostly moms, grandparents, and like cousins and aunties and all that. It wasn't you and me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Especially when I became a man, it was really me. So, like for him to say like I'm not a man or whatever, or I'm not living up to certain expectations, it would just be whack because he wasn't there. But Lady Saida, I definitely want you to chime in. What do you think about how the older men see us younger men?
I kind of agree with Lola, and I'm not going to involve women in this right now for a moment because I want you to think that not even a man can trust another man, a younger version of him, like in a younger generation. So I can see the difference because I was raised, you guys know that I lived my entire life with my dad, but mainly raised by my grandpa. So I can see the difference in the 3 generations, my grandfather, my dad, and my brother. I can actually see that, with my eyes. And the way that my grandpa used to do things, the way that he used to speak, the way that he used to do things, manage things. My dad has some of those things, but he's more like, he's not detail oriented like my grandpa was. He's more like, to the point. And then my brother doesn't even know.
So is your grandpa? Is this your dad's father?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And don't get me wrong. If I am a granddaughter and I was able to enjoy my grandfather and learn from him, why my brother didn't do the same? He's my brother. Yeah, he's my younger brother. He's the youngest and the only boy. But he met my grandpa. My grandpa passed away in 2020. Not too long ago. But my brother is 27 actually. He's 27. So he's a man. He's grown. He could have learned a lot from my grandpa, but he didn't. Ask him to do something in the house. He don't know. Nothing.
Oh wow! I got a question for you, Lady Saida, if you don't mind, because I don't want you to get mad at my questions. And I'm not trying to question you, but before I do that, I got to bring in my guest. Let me bring in, man. This is family right here. You know what I'm saying? Lady Saida, she just came in. She already got the key to the door, but with him, he has to ring the doorbell. But he's still family. Got a lot of love for his brother. Let me bring in Bolo TV. Bolo, what's up, bro? Bolo?
What's going on, brothers?
What's up, G? What's up, Bolo? What up? What's going on? We can hear you well. Yes. So my only question to you. Okay, real quick. I'm sorry, Bolo. I'm just asking Lady Saida a quick question. I'm asking a quick question. I'm sorry. We're gonna get to you in 1 minute, Bola. Hold on. Lady Side, this is my question, right? My question is this: so, why do you feel like your dad and your brother are not walking in the same paths, completely identical? Salute to Wally, as your grandpa. Like, why are they doing things differently? You're muted, Saida.
Yeah, thank you. So my dad had to work since he was like very, very young. He started when he was 12, I think. Like he was already working. And here in El Salvador, we call it working, but probably kids nowadays they're playing on the computer, whatever. Here you kind of put your kids to learn what we call chores, pretty much. He was working in a car shop, and he was kind of like cleaning stuff. Like he was the kid, like, hey, go do this, little kid, or he was doing that. But here, like, that's very normal. You don't let the kids go on the street and just get lost. So my dad was part of that generation. But once my brother, got into this world, that was kind of like, now a lot of people kept going with it. So he was the type of kid. And also I have to say another thing that definitely makes a difference is that my brother didn't grow up with my dad fully. Like he was partially here and there because his mom decided to take him with him. So he will come, over to the house, or, just over the weekend, because my dad was always like, nope, you coming with me, you're coming with me, you're coming with me. So my dad was always a responsible man looking for his kids. No, you're coming to visit me. Even though you don't want to come, I'm taking you, and for us, it was like mandatory to go to my grandpa's house every weekend. So for us, like, that's why we are like this. Because it's my grandpa is like, oh, you didn't come to see me on the weekend. To him, it's like you throw dirt on me already, like that.
Yeah.
He will literally say it. You're throwing me dirt, like you burying me. That's what he's saying. And but that man kept it going like that. And now is that's his legacy, and we try to do the same. Yeah, my sisters are coming to visit my dad. I live here, but the rest had to come here to the house to visit. And then sometimes we gather together and we go to my grandma's house. But we keep going and doing the same thing. But I really doubt that my brother will teach his kids to do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you're kind of losing those things.
And do you want to go next, bro? You want to go next, or you want to let Bolo go next? What you want to do?
I'll go next because I want to kind of reply to that, because I like to kind of understand like tradition, cultures, and all that. So if you don't mind, Syra. So it makes sense because you guys followed a tradition. That tradition was instilled into you, and I'm assuming with your sisters, because you mentioned your sisters, they come. Salute, OG Patrice. Because your sisters, they come and then they visit, like, your grandfather, and rest in peace to his soul. But
yes, definitely.
They come in, and your brother. I'm assuming like your brother, because you say your brother's mother, so that's not your mother's, right? Okay, so I don't want to use the hopefully I'm not using the wrong term, like coddling, or because maybe it's something different. So excuse me if I'm using the wrong word, but coddling is like the first thing that comes to my mind, is because mothers are very nurturing, but they also, it's like they want to, like, at least if it was like a mother's world or a mother's say so, the mother would probably want to keep full custody over the child. But the detriment is that like a mother can't fully teach a boy how to become a man. You know what I mean? Do like manly like responsibilities and values. The father, and I think the same thing with daughters, but I mean, the father does provide structure, and I could see that your father has structure to you and your grandfather as well. But, they can't teach you, like, we can't teach a woman how to be feminine, how to be like nurturing and soft. That's why, like, it's important to have two functional male and female parents. And I make sure I say functional, because sometimes even you have two parents, if there's dysfunction, that could also destroy a child too, though. So let's keep that in mind. So unfortunately, maybe in your brother's generation, like if you start having kids and stuff, like it may skip over the values that your father taught you guys because it wasn't taught in him. And that makes sense as you explain it. That's all I was going to say.
No, it does make sense. And what I wanted to say, give me 1 second. Hurry up. What I wanted to say is that the part that you don't trust, that men not trusting another man, is that I remember my grandpa doing things like constructions. Like his main profession was carpenter. You know, that's what he used to do for a living. Like he would build furniture, you know, the living room sets, the couches and all that, like neat. And they were like really beautiful. He was getting paid a lot of money for it, like handmade stuff. And that was what he used to do for a living. But if you ask him to build a wall, he would do it because he knows how to mix the sand, the cement, the water, and everything. I know the materials. I know how to do it because I saw him, because I used to sit next to him and watch him do it. I will know the tools that he used because I was looking at him. He will be like, pass me this, pass me that. I know how to do those things, but I don't want to do it. Of course I don't. That's a big difference. However, what I want to say is that you cannot ask my brother to do something like that. You can't. He wouldn't even know how to start. And I'm telling him, like I told him one time, hey, can you change this light bulb? It required 2 brothers. And they were not, and I was like, not even if I put you both of you in a blender, I won't get one complete out of you. I said, I was so mad that I was like, if I blend both of you together, I don't get one complete. I was so mad and frustrated, and then I had to apologize. Yes.
Well, you know what, Saida? Here's the thing, though. Your grandfather's generation, which is probably like the same as my grandfather's generation, society was different back then, meaning that society needed muscle. Like it was very muscle generated. So a real man, was a man that put his muscle in, meaning he went to work. He established things physically, like he lift physical things and stuff. Now in 2022, society has very, very little need for a man's muscle, meaning even our heaviest jobs that we do in terms of cranes and mining are done by machines, and we really only need men in terms of their mental capability to run the machines. So a lot of the work that was needed back then that was associated with masculinity and males have changed today. So your grandfather's generation, if manhood equates to a man that goes out and work, that does hard work, they wouldn't realistically respect the men of today's generation in 2022 that stay at home and make money online, or they might, make money in some way that doesn't require them to go anywhere or do any money. So at the end of the day, when we talk about, well, why the different generations of men or men in general don't trust one another, this is another dimension of that issue, because we're talking about a certain generation of men, like my father's generation, that feels that, men, let's say 40 to under right now, let's say 45 and under, they're not real men because they don't want to pay on dates. They don't want to open doors. They don't want to take their hat off when they come in the house. Just like little stuff like that
things like that they don't want,
that they don't respect, and they feel that, listen, if a man can't be a man, he's not a man at all. And what that says to me as a daughter is, I might as well be alone. I just might as well stay by myself because I will never find a man like my father. And essentially, that's what I'm looking for naturally, is my father. If he was a good father, or even if he was a bad father, I'm looking for my father in every man that I approach. So if my father doesn't like these men, there's a conflict of interest. So the question now becomes, if black men don't trust black men, or men in general don't trust men, okay, why should there be trust between women and men if there's no trust between men?
And you know what, it came to my head right now, I'm sorry for interrupting, but like they want women to be traditional as 2 generations ago, but they don't want to be those men that existed 2 generations ago. They want to be the modern men that they are right now, but they want a traditional woman from 2 decades ago.
And that causes the conviction that that certain men have, because they'll see that, okay, you want my daughter to do this and do this and do this and do this, but you won't do what I would do for my daughter. So when Shaq says, listen, my daughters can stay in my house and live and be straight for the rest of their lives. F these men. They do what they want to do. They can go to live in the trash can if they want to. We can see where it's coming from without even going through the history. We can kind of see where it's coming from. Like you said, I put two generations now together. I don't get my grandfather's generation not even by a little bit. That has a lot to do with how men are correlating with other men. And my question is, why is this issue is here?
Okay. Yeah, let's yeah, Bolo TV. Go ahead, brother. Go on and share. Go on and build, brother. And then we go to OG.
I won't be on. I won't be too long.
You good, Bolo?
I think the dysfunction that we're can you hear me now? I think
we
the
can hear you. Good. Go ahead.
that we're having right now is the dysfunction. The dysfunction that we're having right now is the disconnection, right? When we're talking about the trust of men and women, first we have to understand that we have to look in the mirror, right? Because there's a lot of finger pointing, right? So we hear women always blaming men and men always blaming women. So, women made some good points about the men. So let's make some good points about the women, right? Women, you guys want the authority of a man and the privileges of a woman and the accountability of a child. You have to pick one. You can't have all three. You have to know what your position is and what you're going to play, right? So you can't say, I'm equal to you, and then say, I want you to treat me like a traditional woman when you move like a modern woman. So when we look at, chivalry, and we say, why is chivalry dead? Because you guys killed it. Because of that feminist movement and everyone wanting to be equal. Okay, so now we don't have a position. So the generation of all our grandfathers, our great grandfathers, everyone had a position. Life was simpler. Everyone had a position, right? The women knew what their position was. Didn't mean that they were just in the home, pregnant and barefooted. I don't know where people get that from, but cool. But everyone had a position, right? Even when we talk about traditional women, being a traditional woman doesn't mean that you can't have a career. Doesn't mean that you can't have 10 doctorates. It just means that you know what your position is. Doesn't mean that you can't go out there and handle your business, right? But this modern day woman says that, you know what? I don't need a man. So when you consistently and constantly hear this being browbeat into you, especially this younger generation coming up, how do you expect them to react? So we can't, it's a conundrum, right? The men that you guys are complaining about are the men that you guys are raising. So we both have to look in the mirror and say, what dysfunction do we bring to this situation? Right. And I think that's when this problem will get fixed, because you guys had some great points about the men. Absolutely. I don't disagree with you, but it's easy to point the finger at the person when you're hiding, when you're hiding your hand behind your back. So we need to look at what dysfunction as men that we bring to the relationship and what dysfunction women bring to the relationship. And once we can clean the eyes or the beam out of our eye, then we can start to deal with each other in that aspect of knowing what dysfunction you bring towards me.
Thank you, Lolo, for that. What I'll say is, I think that's a really I think what you said goes across the board in terms of making sure that although we're checking the other side of the aisle, we're checking ourselves too at the same time. Like, that we're being fair to ourselves first and then to others. I think that goes across the board, right? But I think in this conversation, and I wanted to keep it on the ideal women, right? That come from the two-parent household, that has the father in their life, like actively as a child and as an adult. The women that were raised traditional, like they were physically raised traditional. These women, like the issue that's going on in this sector of the community, because we can talk all day about the women on the other side, right, that have adopted ideologies based on other things, right? Like other things. But I wanted to keep it here because there's a strong issue going on this side of the aisle that when we look at it, right, it's kind of pigeon-toeing women into a corner that they kind of can't get out of. Like by no means can they get out of. Realistically, you mentioned about the modern women of today. That those women would be adult women, right? Which are, let's say my age, I'm 40, 45 to 30. Let's just say that, right? Because I don't want to get into early 20s. Let's just say at very minimum 30 years old, 45 years old. The fathers and mothers who raised us were born in the 40s. If they had children around 30 years old, they were born in the late 40s, early 50s. These are the people that you were just speaking about that raised the men of today. Like those, the baby boomers. They are the ones that raised the men of today. So when we talk about equality, you mentioned about equality. Women that
the pushback I would give you on that is this. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The pushback I would give you on this is this, right? Your vibe attracts your tribe, right? So if I'm not into trash, I'm not into trash. It just is what it is. So if I raise my daughter, I have two daughters, I have two sons. If I raise my two daughters, they come from a two-parent household. My sons come from a two-parent household. At the end of the day, they're going to go out there and look for what they've been raised around. Now, if they choose to go outside of what they've seen the example of, that's on them. But typically, they will, measure, my daughters are going to measure me up against men they deal with, and my sons are going to measure women up against their mother, subconsciously and subliminally. So when we're talking, it's the conversation is lopsided because a woman that knows her worth is going to search out for her value. So that means she's going to search out for a man that matches her fly. So when that so-called, air quotes, Pookie and Ray Ray comes down the aisle, she's going to sidestep him and move to the next dude that matches a fly. This is what we're assuming. So if we have that young lady that is being raised out of a two-parent household, if she's going to match her fly, she's looking for that man that has the same. So that would only make sense to me.
Well, and I'll give you that. However, I think that there's some nuances that are affecting people on a deeper level than what we're giving proper credit for. And I want to go back to what you said about equality. I was raised in a black city. Okay, mostly black people, mostly black men. Growing up in the 80s, okay, as a child, not as an adult, as a child, I was inundated with conversations from men that I am not beneath a man, right? I didn't have people saying that I was equal to a man, but I had people saying a lot of times, you are never beneath a man, right? So ideally, that gives off the idea that, well, I'm not beneath him, I'm not above him, I'm equal to him, right? I didn't hear the word equal, but I did hear something else as a child, okay? And I'm not responsible for raising myself at that time. And I'm the average woman that grew up under the average influences of America.
But you didn't hear equal, did you? Did you hear equal?
No, that's what I'm saying. I didn't hear the word equal so much.
Did you hear equal?
I heard men saying a lot of times,
right. You
are not beneath a man, right? I heard that. So in my mind, it's like, well, as a child,
I agree.
So when we talk about, well, these women think that they're equal, we're talking about the women of today, which is my generation or slightly younger, and why we think we're equal. There's some small things that affected us when we were children, growing up, the influence from the men that were actually in our lives, not the other men that were not there. We're talking about men that was in the house that influenced us to be the people we are today with this definition of equality. It didn't all come from feminism. It didn't all come from outside influences. Sometimes, like you mentioned, it came from inside that two-parent stable household. Like some of that, not all of it, but some of it.
That's the point that I'm trying to make, Lola. The point that I'm trying to make to you, Lola, is this. The point that I'm trying to make to you is you're talking to me about how it affected you as a woman. I can tell you how it affected me as a man. So we're still back to square one. I can tell you how it affected man, right? So we're back to square one when it comes to how it affected you and how it affected me, right? So we're still back to square one, to the point where I have to deal with the dysfunction that I bring, the trauma that I have. I have to deal with that. So if Mr. Best in the world is my brother, okay, if he's my brother and see him moving a certain way, I'm going to check him and be like, yo, that's not how we move, right? So the point that I'm trying to make to you is that us as adults or young adults or going to be adults, we need to start taking our time to understand who we are as women and who we are as men. So let me just be clear on something. When I don't know what you're religious. I'm not a religious man, but I'll just use that word for the topic. I don't know what your religious affiliation is. Are you a Christian? Are you a Muslim? What are you, if you don't mind me asking?
No, I have leanings in Christianity and Islam, but I'm not Christian or Muslim.
Bolo, before you continue to build,
okay.
I don't want to be rude to OG Patrice. I want y'all to come back to that, because this is going to be a lengthy exchange between y'all. I already feel it, and it's great, and I want it to be. All right.
I gotta go in 3 minutes. I gotta go.
Oh, you got 3 minutes? Okay, go.
Can I just finish this? I gotta go in 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Be quick. We have to. We're talking about God, right? And again, I'm not a religious man either, so I think we can both rock on this example. When we're talking about God, when it comes to creation, we are both created equal. Creation, we're both equal. God loves you just as much as he loves me, right? But when we talk about purpose, we are not equal in purpose at all. So God loves the eagle as much as he loves the mouse, but he created the eagle to eat the mouse. They are not equal in purpose. So it doesn't mean that you're less than. It doesn't mean that you're not important. It just means that your purpose is different than my purpose. Period. That's all it means. Doesn't mean that you're less than a man or more than a man. It just means that the purpose of you being here is different than the purpose of us being here. That's all that means. Mr. Best in the World, I gotta bounce, man. Thank you so much for having me, Lola. Gary,
I wish you could stay longer, Bolo.
Huh?
Man, Bolo, thank you. I wish you could stay longer, brother, for real.
I'm sorry, brother, because my show pops up in 1 minute.
Salute, Bolo, salute.
I wish I could stay too, brother. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate you and everything. Thank you so much. I love it.
Definitely. OG Patrice says salute to you too. Okay, he just dropped off. He got to go. OG Patrice, what's going on? What do you think about this conversation, OG? Chime in. Let us know.
It's very interesting. I love listening to the young minds. I am a boomer, right? And the young lady Lola, hi, how are you? That's on the panel. She is a Gen Xer, the same as my son, right? So I'm a boomer that raised a Gen Xer. So I know the difference in the generation gaps of the difference. But and my parents were, what was the ones called before the boomers? I forget, the older ones. Because my mom and dad was born in the 40s. So being from the South, they were raised traditionally. They raised me traditionally. I raised my son traditionally. But as my son got older, the world turned more modern, so he is a traditional young man with a modern mindset, meaning as far as in the work environment, he has to be, because that's what the world is. It's all about innovation and technology and so forth. But I am so glad he still carries the traditional values, because he's actually raising his children more traditional. And I think that it's based off of what you see, right? So, and what you pass down traditionally, those values and things of that, and those morals and those standards and those scruples, basically those are the root of what makes you who you are, right? So you can still, I like the fact that my son still lives in a modern world, and he's all into modern technology and all of that. But traditionally, he is a traditional man. He was married once, he's engaged again. and he believes in the institution of marriage. He loves family and things of that nature, right? So I know me growing up traditionally in a two-parent household until I got in high school is when my mom and dad separated and divorced, right? So I know the difference that during that time having my dad in my life made for me, because I always looked and dated guys that reminded me of my father, that had those same values, watching that manly man be a man, just, that step up, I got this, take responsibility, solve a problem solver, can fix anything type of personality. It was brain and brawn, right? And my father only had a 6th grade education, but the job he had back then, you didn't have to have a degree to get it. Now you have to be degreed as a chemist. My father was a chemical mixer with only a 6th grade education, because him and my mom were actually sharecroppers that migrated from Mississippi into the North. So just seeing and being instilled in those things, I think it's such a difference of generationally when it comes to the men of then and the men of now. And you hear a lot of the older men say that a lot of the younger men, that they're softer, they're more beta, they're not as, the alpha men as were back then, where they had to use more brawn than brain necessarily. Not saying that they were ignorant or stupid, but they actually used more muscle. And then when you look at by the time my son graduated out of high school, they took all of the trades out of school that helped those men become builders and fixers and things of that. And so now you got a whole new world of modern technology coming in, and basically you can sit at a desk, sit on your phone, and just type and get things done. So it's a difference at how those men look at the younger generation now. And they say, man, you couldn't even fix. Listen, one time I went over to a girlfriend's daughter's, her and her husband's house. Her husband could not even stop the VCR. And this is back when VCRs was popular. He didn't even know how to stop the VCR from blinking off of 12 o'clock. She said, girl, my husband don't know how to fix nothing. So it was one of them things where, we would crack jokes about, like, you can't fix, you can't even program the VCR. So you hear men, and I don't think it's so much of a lack of respect. I think they just looking at it as saying that, you should also learn how to use your brawn along with your brain, because back then, coming up for us, we used our imagination for everything. And that is something that the younger generation use less of, because everything is so available to them. They can Google everything. They can YouTube everything. They can go to their phone. Everything is just so readily. It doesn't leave anything to the imagination to try to figure out. And I think that's the gap of communication that's so different between the older generation of men and the younger generation of men, if I have to say so myself. So I see that power struggle.
Right. Now, well, to your point, would you say that the breakdown between men in general, older men usually, because that's what this is kind of paneling up to be, but the breakdown between a relationship between men and men, right? Do you feel that breakdown has anything to do with how men are raising their daughters? Because essentially this stream tonight is not to really focus on what women do, to Bolo's point about keeping the other side, honest. It's really to understand, how did some women get to the same point of these other women people complain about that were raised by these traditional men of yesteryear? Would you say that breakdown does have a lot to do with why women can say that, they didn't really learn some of these ideas, these dangerous ideas now today from women? Like, from a good portion of them was raised that way by traditional men, to be independent, because of, like what you said, the men now don't have to do what the other men did. And so that has other effects on them psychologically And so the older men are saying, well, you know, how can you trust a man that won't get up and go to work and won't do this? How can you trust a man that won't marry you straight off the bat like we did when we were young at 18 and 17 years old, getting married? He wants to wait till, you know, you're 40 and after, you know, you see what I'm saying? It's like these men have no respect for these other men. And in doing so, it's like, because of their generational concepts of life and what's respectable, you can't tell me, at least, and you might feel differently, but you can't tell me that my father, who was born in 1948, should teach me to trust a man that's my age, that don't see manhood in the same way he does. Because like Bolo said, I'm looking for my father in these men. I'm not looking for these men in these men. I'm looking for that traditional man that raised me in these men, and I'm not finding that.
Yeah. And there's validity in that. Absolutely. I would agree with that. Absolutely. That there's validity there. I think that if there is a power struggle between an older man raised a son or is raising a son traditionally, but I think the biggest thing too is such a big communication gap, right? Like, because even our men back in my times communicated more effectively than I see the men now. They really have a problem communicating.
Yeah.
You know, there is a lack of that even in the household, and I don't know what it is with younger men where they don't feel like they can trust anyone enough to talk to them. I don't know if that comes from a family dynamic or what, but I've noticed that in my own family, some of my younger nephews, my younger cousins, and they were raised pretty traditionally because they were raised, their parents were raised with me. So, but I'm finding that for some reason, Black men especially have a very hard time communicating their feelings. And I think a lot of it has to do with their voices not being heard for so long, because we did have a lot, women were catered to a lot, you know, with the talk shows and the different things. Men were kind of silenced in a way, right? Unfairly so, I would say. So I think now that's a big problem that we have on our hand with our Black men, is the communication. So they having problems communicating with their parents. They're having problems communicating with their spouses or fiancés or significant others. They're having problems communicating with their children because they're thinking, I've been silenced for the most part for so long. Nobody's even ever asked me my opinion or what I thought about nothing. I think that Black men feel that way in a lot of sense, and it's been to our detriment in the Black community. The feminist movement did have something to do with it, and all of these talk shows that came up, and it was girl power this, girl power that. We see a lot of that right now, and not to lower that or say that is a bad thing, but there needs to be more of a bigger male empowerment movement, especially for Black men, because they're last on the totem pole in society as a whole, even as, for the most part, how they looked at in society, in the workplace, in the home. Sometimes, you know, they're not even, they're just looked at as to bring the paycheck, period. You know, they're not looked at as a part of society. When you think of it, it's white men first, white women, LGBTQ community, Black women, and then all other men of color, and then Black men. They just last, and it's been to their detriment and the detriment of the Black community, and something needs to be done about that. But to your point, yes, you're correct on that. But it's so many different aspects as to how we need to come to resolutions and making.
OG, can I speak to that?
Yeah, bringing them more to the forefront so that they can have a voice. And honestly, the only people that can start that revolution for them is us, because we are the ones that kind of silence them, right? So we need to get behind more Black men in their in there and pour into them more in the things to bring them back to the forefront as the leaders that as they should be, were it once in the household. I know when I was coming up, my dad was a leader, period, in the household. He was, it was just that way generationally, and I think it needs to be that way again.
OG, can I speak to that, OG?
Sure.
I think that's coming from why the men will talk about the emotions and why we more guarded. I think because in our generation, a lot of the men, most of my friends that I know, a lot of them ain't really have their fathers in their family. You know what I'm saying? There's only like a few of my friends, a few of my brothers that really, really had their dads there. A lot of them didn't have their dads there. So since we populate the generation, we influence everything that goes on. So we're gonna influence the way we communicate. We're gonna influence the way that we dress. We're gonna influence everything because we're the majority of the group. So with men, we're gonna go with a lot of times who's the most dominant within that generation gap. And in our gap, the most dominant men are the men who don't have fathers. You know what I'm saying? Are the men who are lacking fathers. Their voices are the ones that's going to be that's heard the most or that's most impactful, and we are the most influential within the men within my age range. The men with fathers, you know what I'm saying? I think they kind of, you know what I'm saying? I think they are able to function a little bit more better as far as just them being more organized, more structured, and they are more logical than men who don't have fathers within my generation. You know what I'm saying? But within my generation, it's just the reason why it's like that is because most of the guys just ain't grow up with dads.
And
like
that's true,
myself.
because even when my son's father wasn't around most of the time because he was in the service at the time, but I had to make sure that I kept my son around my brothers, some of my male cousins, male-oriented social clubs, recreational centers where he can let off that steam and do things that boys needed to do, because I raised my son. Yes, I raised him virtually as a single mother, but I could never teach him how to be a man. So I had to have men around him for that, because there needed to be man to boy conversations about growing up, what it is to be a man, responsibility, etc., etc. And I could have that conversation to a certain extent, but when it came to like really needing to have that boy to man talk, about girls and sex, I could only go so far with him. I needed my brothers, so my brothers was there, and some other male role models. It's like I even remember, because there's always going to be a time, for the most part, when a young man is going to test his mother, that just feeling himself, that testosterone, and that happened for me with my son. And you know what I did? I got on the phone and I called my brothers. I did not try to handle that myself. Like I got this. I'm a woman. I'm his mother. No, I was like, okay, you wanna act like that? Okay. I got on the phone and I called my brothers, and my brothers came over, and they had that talk, and they never had to have it again. And my son never act up again. And it's just things like that is when younger boys or young men don't have that. You're right, 84, that lack thereof, they're silenced so much. And then there's these mothers that were single mothers that were, basically raising their sons more to be their boyfriends or husbands than to sending them to other men in the family to say, hey, I need help with this. Can you talk to him about this? Can you help me out with this? We wanted to protect them and coddle them. And then they became these type of soft, silent type of male, beta male men in the family. And then you don't understand why when you do get a man, he feel away, and it's like, oh no, you don't, you ain't coming between me and my mom, because you damn near the major son, your man for most of the time. I've seen Black women do that too. And you can't coddle Black boys like that. You have to have some type of male role models around them, so they don't end up coming out being those type of boys that I've seen happen in the Black community a lot, because a lot of Black single mothers did that to their sons to their detriment. So, but I agree with what you said, 84.
Most definitely, OG. Lady Saeed, I see you had your hand up. Go ahead and chime in. Then we just go from wherever Lola wants to take us after that. I know Lola has some things she wants to rock out with.
After
Lady
Saida,
Saeed,
you mind if I chime in afterwards?
it's up to
Yeah.
Lola. I mean, yeah.
No, I was going to agree with OG Patrice when she said like it requires someone to come and stand up, because yes, a lot of movements have been out there like supporting women, but just as you are saying a woman cannot teach a man how to be a man, then a man has to come and try to do those things, because women are showing themselves how to be better, and the better versions of us. Like I've been saying it since day one, women have developed their maximum potential to the point to do. I'm not saying every woman that does, but we have shown that we can do things just as much as a man can do. And that means that her mentality developed her maximum potential. But men got stuck in the cave thinking that this is my comfort zone and this is what I'm gonna do. And then I created the machine and the machine is doing it for me now. But have you seen how sexy a man doing math without a calculator looks like? It's fucking
Yes,
sexy.
it's very sexy. I get it. I get it.
Sexy.
I understand.
Looking at a man resolve something without a machine is freaking good. Like I'm telling you, you have no idea. Like it could be moving something, like getting the furniture out of the freaking truck and put it in the house.
Yes,
Just
you're right. You're
something
right.
simple like that. But seeing you using your strength, your brain, okay, this didn't work. I'm gonna use this wood. I'm gonna use this piece of brick or whatever. You figure it out and you put the furniture in the house. Just something little like that. But it was like you didn't need, something to do it. It was you're creative.
If I may interject right quick, because you said something earlier about the women, empowerment and coming up and reinventing themselves and all that good stuff, and that's great. But I just need, and I say this to my nieces, them too, because they're very headstrong, right? They're Miss Independent. I got this. I could do this. I'm educated. I make a lot of money. Whoop off the bam, right? And I say to them, that's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, success without having someone to share it with is nothing. And if you still can't know your place as a woman, just because you that type of woman and you have a man in your life, you think that you can uprule and be the male role in that place. No, don't do that, because that that's a form of diminishing that man. And that's a form of saying, hey, because I'm maybe more educated, make more money, I'm better than you, so I get to call the shots. And you're diminishing that male's place. You can still be a leader behind him, being the leader up front, as a man should be leading. And that's only if he's leading by example and he's a good guy. I don't mean any man now. You have to qualify for that. It's a qualification for that. But if you have that type of man in your life, it's okay. You can still be a leader behind the male being a leader. Don't think because, women are so empowered and we, so educated and make so much money and got our own business and run bills. That's fine and dandy. It's good. It's great that you can do that. But don't misconstrue that with the power of taking the place of the male role. And that's where I see a lot of young Black ladies is failing, and that is a breakdown and a dysfunction in the Black community, as another reason why it's hard to continue to contain the Black nuclear family. It's a lot of times, a lot of young women with that mindset. I see, and I'm telling you, I got nieces and younger cousins, and they good. You can pay your own bills and can you pay my telephone bill and all that, how the song go, and I'm Miss Independent and all of that. All of that's great and fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, do you want to grow old alone and be in that bed at night and share that success with nobody but yourself? Is it going to make you so self-centered and self-serving that you're not going to want to share success with someone else and build with someone else and allow that man in your life to lead you? and you can know when, where he's weak, you be strong. Where he's
you
and
want to call
vice
Destiny
versa.
Child? You
No,
want to call it Destiny Child?
I'm just saying. Listen. I be having a conversation with my nieces and my younger cousins, and they all very successful. But at the end of the day, I still have to tell them, I don't need no man to do this. I don't need. Okay, it's great you don't need him, but you should want him to. You should want to. Do you want to have all of that and be alone and be by yourself and not share success without sharing the success with someone you love and care about and want to build with? And you may make more money than him. Doesn't make you the boss because you make more money than him. And you may be the boss at your job, but do you know how to cut that off when you walk through your door? See, that's what I'm seeing where a lot of younger Black women are getting it wrong. And that's where they need to rethink this thing and attract the right man that's going to be the leader and come in that role, and you guys move together. And then when you need to fall back and let that man lead that household as a man should, and you could still fall back behind him and still be a leader. It doesn't diminish your role. Actually, it uplifts your role as a woman because you're allowing that man to be in his role, rightfully so. Because he's not going to come in your role and try to play your role, because he know where he's weak at, and that's where you uplift him, Black woman, and vice versa. And if we could do that again and get the Black nuclear family back, man, I'm telling you, the Black community can be great. It really could. But we have to change the mindset and the conditioning that we've had about modernization. And what does that really mean for us when it comes to our happiness in our household, in our self? It's great to accomplish all those things.
Yeah. Hold on. Before I even chime into this one, because those are some really good points. Sire, were you finished speaking, or were you still talking? I just want to make sure.
No, I'm good. You can keep going.
Okay. And Lola, you're okay with me just sharing a couple of things?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
It's okay. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it.
No.
So like mute. Anyways, so what I'm learning is this. Okay, well this kind of goes back, right, to what Cyrus says as far as women has already reached their maximum potential. Okay, which I mean in some cases is good for them, but it's bad for us because we have not took the time as men to do some like the most simplest things, to do the things that what our fathers and grandfathers was doing back then. And yes, I understand that, when you take the trades, this is why trade school is so important. I understand about technology. I understand as far as getting those type of tech jobs because they land you the most money and it seems convenient and easy. But when it comes to building your infrastructure, building your home, critical thinking, those come from taking multiple trade classes that can help you to do like some of the simplest things. You guys mentioned carpentry, install like a light bulb, math, critical thinking when it comes to younger men. I think the men who have their fathers should also take a role to help guide some of the ones who do not have fathers as maybe like a little mentor, if possible. Because unfortunately, some males, right, who grew up without fathers are more likely to inherit emotions like the negative emotions like from their mothers, because going back, mothers, they do coddle the sons. They place restrictions. They're like, oh, if you fall, oh, let me pick you up. Let me hold you tight. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Whereas like the fathers would just be like, in some cases, hey, you're cool, pick yourself up. Everything is going to be okay. There's a lack of reinsurance and a lack of character growth and building without the growth from the fathers, without the fathers that's present. And it also develops insecurity in those men too, because now you're seeing your counterpart, the woman who's supposed to like follow like your lead, who's supposed to look up to you for protection, not just monetary gains, but protection and security to make her feel safe. Now she has taken that role that most men are unable to take that role, especially black men. So then the inflated ego kind of comes in, because now it's like, man, I'm doing all these things as a woman, like I'm working, I'm cleaning, I'm taking care of the kids. Now I'm taking care of this man. Why? What do I really need him for besides sex and children, basically? And because of that, that's where it's like, I feel like women, they set their standards super, super high, because they're tired of looking down on other men who are not highly successful in their own manhood. Okay, let's take money out of the equation. The manhood, the character. Okay, the character of a man is definitely important. If you don't have that as a man, you are not a true man. Period.
I got some. And Sister Lola, remember we talked about this week, right? What about them other cultures where they actually do what we say coddling is, right? We look at Asian culture, right? They treat their son like princes, man. Like, like they treat them like royalty, right? What about those societies where the men are treated, in high esteem, where they actually are what we call coddle? Is this coddle thing just an American terminology that we have here in America? Because in other cultures, right, it's different. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at that. Like, we got to look at it at a world view. Like, it's not just America. In El Salvador, where Saeed is from, they do something different. In Asia, they do something different. In Europe, they do something different. You go to Africa, Middle East, everybody does something different as far as how they raise their children, the men and the women in particular, right? So I think, for me, when you come from a different culture, they have more traditions that's passed on. I think here in America, we don't have no more traditions. The only traditions we got is Christmas, Easter, and Thanksgiving. And that's about it.
And
holidays.
To be honest, and those traditions, which is more holidays, doesn't give you anything, doesn't teach you anything. They're just to consume, to make you spend money, because that's what you have created in your head. But you know what? It's not your fault. It's not. And I was researching right before this, joining the panel. For some reason, I was having a conversation with a friend, and I was like, I'm not saying Americans, like in a specific race, like in general, I'm saying they think that they are the only people that exist in this world and they are the best. And since they haven't get out of the US, because I had to do the research, what's the percentage of people that has passports in the US? And it's less than 50%. So less than half of the people have left the country. So you have no idea what other countries think about your country. But in your head, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best. And my dogs are fighting. Sorry for that. In your head, you're the best because the government makes you think that.
Oh, God.
And I'm not saying you're nothing. That's not what I'm saying. The country makes a big impact.
Relax, Queen. Relax.
Wrong. Don't concentrate on the things that you don't like about what I say. I'm not saying that you don't mean anything. That's not what I'm saying. You are a huge impact in the world. Like, you are a potential country, but you should see what other people also think about. And just like Mr. Best said right now, other societies have other things that you should adopt or try to maintain, because there's so many cultures in your own country that you don't have traditions, because people have their own things. What are your traditions as Americans?
Ooh, Sister Lola, please.
Hold
on, OG. OG, hold on one second. OG, hold on one second. Because I do want Sister Lola to kind of direct this, because I know she got something to build with. OG, I definitely want you to build. Shout out to Mr. Glucose. And no disrespect, OG, but I do want Lola to rock this, because this is her thing, and I do want her to talk. So Lola, once you set the groundwork, we definitely go to OG. OG, we definitely going to you after this. But go ahead, Lola.
Let me write it down so I won't forget.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I definitely like what OG is saying, because she's definitely giving you a real world perspective, which is what I think a lot of times in conversation we don't have, because we're talking about a generation that maybe we didn't live in, stuff like that. This is why I usually ask like that generation about what went on in that time frame, like when I want to know something. But that's why I appreciate that. But I want to go back to something that Bolo mentioned, and I'm gonna hit it and keep going. And I hope he listens, because I'm not trying to tell him that he's not here, but he had to run, so I couldn't go back and forth with him. But
I think he's streaming right now at the moment.
Yeah, he is streaming.
So he mentioned about the issue of women, okay, with the whole equality thing and where that comes from. And when he left off, we were talking about, well, I was trying to reiterate that a good portion of that ideology came from the men onto the women, right, as children, and thus it took flight to how we are today as women, thinking that we're equal to men. I know it's hard to believe that men are at fault for something like that, but understand something. Coming out of the 70s, there was a high, and when I say high, I mean really high amount of DV, okay? Y'all know DV means domestic, other words.
Okay, yeah, we got you.
There was a lot of DV coming out of the 70s. And so when you have a culture like that, and you have men trying to raise daughters in a culture like that, it's kind of natural for a man to say, you don't have to put up with that to his daughter, and say you are not beneath him, and that translates to you are equal to him. Thus, it doesn't matter what you do, he shouldn't be doing that, period. And if he is, you leave him immediately. That was a big thing coming out of the 70s into the 80s, which affected most of the grown women that are here today, which is 30 to 45. And so when he talks about, well, women are, they think they're equal, understand something, that we didn't wake up thinking that we were equal. There was something that led to that. And when you have a man that has a little girl in a world where men openly commit DV and it's just accepted, the only choice you have as a man, and I'm not a man, so I can be corrected on this, the only choice you have is to teach your daughter to see that a certain way and see herself a certain way, so that she won't be a victim of said thing, okay? And so when you look at, the idea of equality, I am not of the opinion that comes strictly from feminism and all these other isms that we have had in the last 10 years. I think that's been building since the 60s and the 50s, and you didn't really see it in its full glory until the 80s. And when that happened, you have a small group of children coming up that now is indoctrinated with that. So in the 2000s, now we're grown and we're saying we're equal. The same thing goes to the issue of I don't need a man. Like M3 was saying, when you have a woman who can equally earn just as much as a man, she can equally attain just as much as a man, she can equally go where a man goes. And honestly, most of the jobs that a man could get, she probably is more qualified for psychologically. The next question, the natural question, if we need men
for Sister Lola?
if we need men for their muscle power, if we need men for their resources, but then at the same time, we don't need their muscle and we don't need their resources, it's only natural for a woman to question, why does she need a man? That's not an idea that feminism came up with. That's something that's natural. If you don't need your job, right? And you good without your job, you're gonna come to a point where you're gonna say, why am I going to work? Like, if I don't need it, why am I going to work? You're gonna have to redefine why you're going to work. So for a woman to come and say, listen, I don't know if I even need a man, that's not something that men should run with and think in 2022 to say, oh, well, you're a modern woman. No, you're a biological woman. That's what that is. That's not, oh, you choose a modern woman. When we get to the point where a woman says, listen, I don't need you. I want you. I don't need you. The problem with back to what I said earlier, that men say one thing and they do something else. Men don't desire to be accepted for their resources only. They don't want that. So the only person that can kind of have a man without worrying about his resources is a woman that don't need his resources. So therefore, she only wants him. She don't need him. But if a woman says, I don't need you, I want you, now she's a modern woman, and that's a bad thing. It's like, listen, we can't have our cake and eat it too at the same time. Like, we have to take our time with it and do something. But this is the problem. And this is how a lot of us grew up, coming out of the hood, coming out of the 80s and the 90s specifically. We grew up seeing our fathers do one thing, say one thing, and then expect something different from us. And then we go into the world looking for this man that we just got raised by. We don't find him. And then we have to survive on our own. And then when we come to the men that are not equal to, or are not ahead of us in terms of their readiness to meet the world, we're now left to, as OG said, still respect him as if naturally he's in a position that he's not. Now, I personally feel that puts an extreme strain on the femininity of a woman to have to overlook what's actually there and act in a way that isn't there. For instance, white women, for about the last 6,000 years, they have naturally respected their men. Why? Because, well, I don't have to tell y'all what white men have done in the last 6,000 years that have put them where they're at. Women have naturally had to respect them because of what they have done and achieved. That wasn't something white women were doing because they were just trying to keep their families together. No, that was the reality. That wasn't them trying to say, well, let's still do it even though, you know, we're doing this and they're not having it. Wasn't the case. So it's like, it's hard for a woman to respect a man that can't provide for her or can only provide for her what she can provide for herself. It's really hard to do that. And that's not a modern issue. That's a biological issue. A woman needs a man for certain things biologically. If society gets to a point where women do not need men biologically to have children, to physically take care of the children, for resources, you're going to come to a question of why are we even here? And that's not a blame thing. That's not men being wrong, right? It's not women being wrong. That's just a regular conversation that we do need to have, which brings us to the point of defining what the role of a man is. But like, we have to do that, because if my father is telling me that I don't have a choice in men anymore because there's no real men left, right? But these men out here that's around my age, especially on YouTube, are saying, listen, there's plenty of, traditional, 50% of men don't have children and they're traditional and they get married more, but I don't see that, right? We have to come to a point where we say, hold on, what are we talking about here? Because you have some men that feel that 50-50 thing is manhood. And you have some men that feel that, listen, there is no 50-50, it's either all or nothing. And some people believe in 80-20. Each one has its own issues psychologically, how it affects a relationship. So we don't have a culture that agrees with any specific definition of anything. So what do you think that does to the psyche of the women? Because the culture is the men's culture that we disseminate. We're disseminating in a culture that has not really clearly defined, at least today. It used to be defined, but it's not defined today in terms of whose role is what. Honestly, I get confused, and I have to tell myself, no matter what I hear, like, I have to stick with a definition, because I can't be all over the place with what everybody's saying, because then my life starts to become affected by not having clear definitions for things. And
Lola,
go ahead.
I just want to say, because honestly, as someone that is a boomer, honestly, the feminist movement is with the first place where I start hearing all the equality. Equal this, equal that, I can do this, I'm independent. And it actually started from white women. Mm-hmm. It started from white women and black women and other cultures of women bought into it. And that's just facts. I remember coming up as a little girl, hearing all of those things, seeing the protesting and the marching with the feminist movement, talking about the equal this, equal that, they equal to the man, they can do this just like the man can. Honestly, that's where that came from. It was it, but and black women and the black community bought into it to our detriment. Now I'm telling you what I saw things happen with my aunties and the other older women as I was coming up that bought, and so many other black women that bought into that, and then they raised their daughters like that, and so on and so forth. And then so when you, and yes, DV was high back then. That is true, but it's higher now, which should tell us as a community that that's a problem, because it's higher now. You got specials on YouTube channels specifically regarding DV that leads to the deletions of a lot of black women, like real talk. So we bought into the power structure of that movement to our detriment. But that's where it started, sweetie. It started with that movement where white women were mad. And these were white women that were mad at their white husband and started saying, we want equal this, we want equal that, and we bought into that.
Yep.
And then we start raising our children that way. So that is where it came from, honestly. I just want to say that. And then the other thing with what's her name on the other end? What's her name?
Saida.
What she said about certain things, culture, taking things from other cultures. I don't necessarily agree with the part where it about the coddling, where certain cultures coddle their male men. That has never, ever, ever been a thing for black people. Our ancestors came from the continent of Africa, where they were born leaders. They were born like they hunted their own food. They made everything. This is what made them the men that they were. So I don't buy into that culture, especially for our men. Our men are not born and bred to be that way. They were naturally in the very fiber of our DNA as a black race of people. Culturally, we're born leaders. So I don't want our black men to be coddled, to be kumbaya on this kumbaya thing, and we're treating them soft. Like, no way. They hunted, they went out, they made the homes, they made the clothes, the women made the clothes. We are the number one leader and breeders of that from our African ancestors. So the buying into how some other cultures coddle their men, oh hell no, I don't want to see that for black men. No, that'll be absolutely to our detriment. I just want to say that.
So just to understand this, Aztecs and Mayans, Aztecs
everybody,
and
hold on. Hold on, everybody. Everybody, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Just hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Lady Saida, just hold on 1 second. Just hold on 1 second. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I want to get into this, but hold on. Matter of fact, man, I'll save my questions for later. Lady Saida, go ahead, man.
I was trying to say something.
I'm just saying that city didn't just appear on this side of the world. Aztecs, Mayans, there was no buildings here, there was no bricks. Like we're coming from the same. So I don't see where, there were leaders here. It's just,
Lola, man, we talked about this. We talked about this, Lola.
You see where my point is? That there's always that someone has to be better. Like we're all humans, and we came to this world naked with just this. We came here naked with just this, and we have to build us, like our culture, our country. We have to build it. This is what we come with, and this is what we are providing to our society. Not what we're wearing, not what we're not just my words. So you're saying right now, like African Americans, I respect it. I respect all of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. My intention was never, ever to disrespect any of you.
No. I'm not saying that happened. I'm not saying you did that. I just want to know
what you're saying is that, like, if you're saying that Aztecs, Mayans, and all the ancestors from this part of the world didn't exist.
And no, I'm not. I didn't say that.
That's not what she said.
Let me have the conversation.
That's the way I'm understanding it. So,
No. If you misunderstood what I said, no, I didn't mean that. I just, because you were talking culturally about what other cultures, how we may need to take from other cultures when it came to how some cultures coddle their men and treat their men. When it comes to being born leaders, I know culturally our ancestors from the continent of Africa were born leaders in the sense of they were the builders, they were the hunters, they were the leaders in their household, and they led as kings led. And when we as a culture, and I see every day what a lot of the coddling of some black women have done to their sons. It has been to the detriment of the black community and of the black family. When you coddle them too much, with some women that have did that to their sons, and their sons become a softer vessel, they become a weaker vessel, and they're not respected. They don't have a voice and all of those things, and they're made to be docile and watered down. I see it happening, and that has overall been how black men has been kind of put to the back. We've done it as black women, the black society. So many things have led to that happening. I'm just saying, I want to see it get back to the times of where the black men are the born leaders that they were meant to be. The very fiber and DNA of our culture and our ancestors are just that, born leaders. That's what I want to see our black men take up and take that mantle and lead in that sense, the way it once was before it was destroyed by things like the feminist movement and all these lady TV shows and magazines that start telling us that we can be better than our men and take the place of our men and all of those things. Like, hell to the no. I didn't buy into it then, and I don't buy into it now. And I pray to God. I talk to my nieces and my younger cousins every day. Like, don't buy into that bullshit, because it's been to the detriment of the black community for us as a people. That's all I'm saying. So no, I wasn't saying what you thought I was saying. I was just speaking in general, because I don't want to see that happen.
I would like to say something, Mr. Glucose. I wish you would come up, because I don't believe that black people are in a victim mentality. The world we live in, we are victims every day, and I think that's very disrespectful for you to say. But anyway, and actually closed-minded. But I'm gonna say the feminist movement was the plight of the white women to destroy the black families, because as they were protesting, burning their bras, they were the ones who went home and submitted to their husbands.
Sure did.
We started fighting our men. Our men started going to jail. Our families were destroyed. So therefore, the feminist movement actually was a detriment, like OG Patrice said, to the black community. Because we bought into the BS. They needed a scapegoat. So they was like, oh yeah, you too. Let's include you the whole while they had that Confederate flags calling us N-words and having lynch mobs. So don't play yourself. And I find it very disrespectful to say that the holidays is all about money. There are a lot of people who celebrate Thanksgiving. I don't believe in it. Celebrate Christmas as a way to celebrate family. To say that we're selfish or we're arrogant over here. Every country has its own arrogance. So let's be careful with that. Every country thinks they're better than the next country. So let's not go there. Because at the end of the day, I'm in a land that I was never supposed to be in. So first of all, I was taken from my home. So my heritage, my culture was stripped from me. And I applaud everyone who has the ability to live in their culture, to be a part of their families. So to say that and be judgmental, and then to say, oh, watch yourself, because everybody beats on their chest a little bit more in their own country. But at the end of the day, if America wasn't all that, why the fuck everybody trying to come over here to get the American dream and get the education? Stay the fuck in your country then. And I'm gonna say that.
All right, let me say this, right? All right. One, everybody who has an opinion, their opinion is always welcome. All right? If you don't agree with their opinions, look, some people, okay, when they talk about black folks, with that victim mentality. Some people, they do play into that victim role, but it depends on why are you having that type of mindset. Yes, there are disadvantages for blacks, but there are also disadvantages for other cultures and other countries as well too. Yes, I do agree the United States is arrogant because we are spoiled. That part, I don't take that away. I can't speak for other countries like third world countries because we haven't really traveled long enough to actually live in that type of country to really see, okay, who has the arrogance and who's not. I believe worldwide, every country has their own arrogance and they play into that. And some probably do play into that victim. And maybe some do focus on a visa, but who knows and who cares or whatever. But at the same time, hey, we gotta take, people's opinions as face value because they're learning about us as much as we're trying to learn about them as well too. So we can't be like, disrespectful, on both ends. We just have to have.
Like she said how she felt.
Hold on, Queen. Hold on, Queen. Hold on.
Did you?
So,
Everybody, hold on.
Let me make a point.
Hold on. Wait.
on.
Wait. Just wait, y'all. Wait.
You guys will be able to make your point.
Y'all gonna make your point.
Finished.
Hold on. Number one. Let's not take anything that anybody's saying personally. We're just sharing perspective, okay? Number two, shout out to Mr. Glucose and Von Eric. Good to see you brothers up in here. You know what I mean? Good to see you. C. Easyville. I didn't shout you out earlier. I know you're Saida's friend. Shout out to you. Let me say this. I think this, right? This is what we have to be careful in doing, okay? Because everybody has their own struggle, okay? So it could be a third world country, it could be here. Everybody has their own country, has their own struggle. And the thing is that we have to understand, we cannot take away the plight that we went through as a people here, okay? We went through slavery, we went through segregation, we went through the civil rights era, crack era. We went through different things that were traumatic to our people, okay? And we cannot take that away from what we've been through. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that we don't need to change. We do need to change, okay? We do need to change, and we do need to change a lot.
Universally, okay? Yes, there needs to be a change, of course.
There needs to be change. We know that. There ain't nobody disagreeing with that. You know what I'm saying? But we know, yes, Big Rick, it's just a conversation. But we know that in that, you know what I'm saying, we have to recognize the traumas and the things that we deal with. Okay, we got to recognize it because that's why the suicide rate is really high with us. That's why the divorce rate is really high with us. That's why the mental and emotional health rate is really high with us when it comes to those issues. Because we're not addressing it. We're not having this conversation, and because we're not having the conversations, all these things are going to keep happening. All these problems are going to keep happening. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, my last point is this, right? My last point is this. I think a big thing is what Lady Saida was saying, and me and Lola built on this the other day too. We were building on this on our network meeting call. This is a thing, right? I think, and Lady Saida don't even know she kind of walked into this, but she did. You know what I'm saying? Now, a lot of people don't understand that a lot of us are really traditionally from Africa. You know what I'm saying? If you look on this panel, look at everybody on the panel that you can actually see, right? We don't really look that much different from each other. We ain't white. We know that for a fact, right? Ain't no white up in us at all. We know that we come from probably traditional African culture. You know what I'm saying? If we study our ancestry, we really study and we redo our research, we will find that most of our ancestors come from Africa. Where in Africa, we don't know. Okay, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I know that we probably have that within our culture, all of us. You know what I'm saying? So I think that us kind of seeing that and us being united and us seeing that we need to actually get away from all these labels, all these titles, all these other things and build a community. You know what I'm saying? Like Lady Saida was talking about, like me and Lola was talking about, build a community. You know what I'm saying? Build a community. We build a community, things can be better. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to say this about OG. Yes, I don't know if I'll say this. I understand your point about maybe the Colin thing won't work for us, right? Maybe it won't work. And shout out to Lady Sophia. Good to see you. Maybe the Colin thing won't work for us, right? But what we're doing now ain't working. What we doing now is not working, right? So I'm willing to try some of the stuff the other cultures are doing. I'm not saying that it will work for us. I'm not saying that, but I want to try whatever, because what we doing right now ain't working. I want to try anything, because what we doing right now ain't working. This drill rap and everything else is not working for us. It ain't working. You know what I'm saying? We gotta try something different.
Yeah, we're losing, and this is what the mindset.
Wait, hold on, Miss Patrice. Hold on, because I wasn't really finished yet, but I wanted to let Sebastian rock for a second. I gotta talk about this though. Okay, you gotta understand, even way back from generations and generations. Okay, whether it be the Egyptians or whatever people of our own descent, our own people enslaved us. Don't forget about that. Our own people has also sold us to other nationalities. The other thing, I want to go back to these pagan holidays, because I will break it down with no mercy at all. Thanksgiving, okay, is a genocide holiday, all right, where the Indians was like pretty much damn near extinct, okay, by the colonizers. And we celebrate that blindly with a big fat turkey, and we get all our families together. That's a pagan money-making holiday. Christmas, okay? The Bible even said itself, really, okay? Be careful, like when you celebrate, worship the little tree or whatever. They say in their own words, and you put the decorations and all that. Those are pagan holidays. And if you do the research, right, it's really what do you call those people, right? It's tied into like devil worshiping, idolizing, or something, right? But that's how Christmas was formed up. You know what I mean? And
talking about atheists.
You know what? We could probably say atheists or whatever for that point, right? But the fact is, fuck Christmas and fuck Thanksgiving, okay? Like those fucking holidays, right, are pagan holidays, and I stand my word on that shit. And people who do celebrate that shit, right? I mean, look, kudos to y'all. I don't really care what y'all do. I mean, hell, my wife will celebrate that. I don't really care, you know? But I do know for a fact that those holidays that America celebrates is really to get money out of your own pockets and worship like the other type of gods. I don't want to get too deep into
capitalism and commercialism.
Exactly. You know, those fucking holidays, right, don't really bring people together. They bring consumers in together. And Americans are the biggest consumers. And that's how they get played into and get suckered into these worship all these holidays. And leave it to the church, right? The wonderful church, right, to preach about the Thanksgiving and say that Jesus Christ was born. Wait, where's my little sound effects? They say Jesus Christ was born on Christmas Day, so we gotta go ahead and celebrate the Lord Jesus Christ. Yay! You know, knowing damn well you don't even know when the hell he was really born.
He was born in the fall or the spring. That's what they say.
Okay,
if you do your
but
research.
still, leave it to the lying preachers, right? Because they want you to get your donations up, and they target African American women the most. Because y'all the ones who's most, well, you know what? I'll just say most women, church women, okay? The most, because, hold on. They target most church women the most, right? I'm not going to say African Americans because it's all different nationalities. Because they want to play into the emotions. And y'all know y'all get sucked into that. So there, I said that.
Yes. Can I please piggyback off? Because that was so much to unpack, right? So starting with the conditioning, right? We know that we are the most conditioned race of people that there is, and we fell into every single mode of capitalism, commercialism, and that our colonizers have brought before us. We have bought, sold, stick a fork in us, we done. It has to start. The solutions is having to start with the change of mind. If we don't change our way of thinking and change our ways that we acknowledge and celebrate these things, we will continue to fall behind, because we will be the first ones in the line. Like Mr. Glucose is saying, Black Friday, we get up 5 o'clock in the morning to be in that line so we can be there to get that TV for Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, and all these different things, right? So we have to start doing better as adults and teach our children to do better, not fall into it. And let's not let's not forget that the Black church is a big part of the failure of the Black community and Black men having relations with Black men, because it's more Black women, especially single Black women in Black churches right now, because they damn near ran Black men out of the church, because the women catered more to their pastors and deacons than they did their own husbands and boyfriends when they got home at the end of the day. They was always, I got to do this for pastor. Pastor said this, pastor this, got to go to church, got to do that. And no shade to Christianity or anything like that, but we have to be real about things that has also been a detriment to our community too, because they put these churches on damn near every single corner. These prosperity preachers have gained more revenue and gotten more wealthy off the Black community than any other race of people. Let's be real about that, right? So when you look at the very things that we fall into and have been sold, bought, stock, and barrel into, we have to change the mindset. That's where it starts. And I have a problem with the fact that the elders don't want to have a different mindset to start raising their children and their children's children differently. And that is the only way it's going to change. We have to be the change that we want to see. And if we're not doing that, we're going to continue to be behind the 8 ball and continue to lose. And that's why we are doing just that. Because we sit up here in these YouTube streets and have these conversations all the time. But does it really change? At the end of the day, is it really affecting you in your home? Is it affecting you in your community? Are you going out and being the change that you're up here talking about? Are you changing it at home first? Because that's where it starts. And are you saying, this is a new day, that I'm no longer going to buy into the capitalism and commercialism of these god doggone holidays that got me keeping up with the Joneses when I really can't afford to? Let's be real, because we are the number ones of the fake it till we make it.
And then y'all get a Christmas present from me.
Trying to keep up with the Joneses. Who got the best car? Who can buy the best house? Who can floss the most? Who can wear the best designer clothes? We are guilty of that as a people in our culture. Trying to impress. Let's be living above our means. All of the above. We are guilty of that. And that's been to our detriment, and we don't understand that. That's why we're losing. It has to be a change of mindset, and stop drinking the goddamn Kool-Aid. We've drunk the Kool-Aid and asking for another pitcher of Kool-Aid to drink. That's what we keep doing to our own detriment. But we have these conversations all the time. But are we implementing them in our lives? Are we changing the mindset first? Everything starts with the change of the mindset first, and it starts with self. We can't move out into our communities until we change it at home first.
All we gonna do,
and I digress.
I want to say that the victim mentality, I think, is bullshit. If they could, they would lynch us today. They killing us. They doing whatever they need to do. I sit with execs and all kind of stuff, right? So if I'm sitting in a room with a bunch of Caucasian executives and they're like, how can we improve? It's called diversity, inclusion, and equality, right? They got it at every corporate job. You sit in that office with that boardroom and they ask, what can we do? What are you going to do? We hired you for this job. Okay, cool. So when you do that job, you have to help everyone. You have to help every race, every gender, no matter what. They are willing to give everything to every other race, every other gender. But when you mention Black, they start squiggling in their seats. Well, what do your research show about? You get questioned every single time. So don't sit here and play with me and say that we have a victim mentality. It still goes on today in 22. With all the technology we have, with all the research, with all of the advancements we've made, with all of the help or contribution to society that Black people have made, we are still last on the totem pole.
Yeah,
it's just more. I'm
It's more covert than
yes.
It's
Wait,
more
so wait, hold on for a second. So I'm gonna play with this though, right? Just for entertainment purposes, right? And,
of course.
kind of pick this. Yep, it is. So let me ask you this though, right? If that's the case, all right, then why are we not doing things to build our own people, to build our communities, so we don't have to rely on other people to give us the opportunity? If you already know, though, I'm still continuing. So if you already know that those people will never give you any freaking opportunity because of the color of this skin, right? Then why don't we, as people, right, get up our asses, stop fighting against each other, and start building ourselves up? But we don't do that.
That's not true.
That's the problem. That is true. That is absolutely true.
Black business has increased.
You disagree, but I'm telling you right now, it is true. All right?
It is not true.
Because black people,
are you doing?
All right, Queen.
What the fuck are you doing?
Hold on
for a second. Hold on. Let me. No, this is in general. What the fuck are we doing as people for black and for hold on. Time out. Hold on. I understand everybody got their perspectives or whatever, but we can't be cursing at each other, y'all. Come on. We gotta be better than that. This is not what this is about. All right, this is not what this is about. All right, so
that's not the name playing game. That's not the name playing game.
Yeah. But in general, right? You know, I'm telling anybody, right? You know, what the fuck are we doing as people? Okay, we're talking about we are doing something, but we're really not, because the results is not showing at all. Period. You got all these people, and look, I hate using celebrities or whatever, right? Because I feel like celebrities ain't really shit, but then we're not really shit ourselves anyway, because we focus on what the other person could do, but what are we doing our own selves? Okay, with the little money we have, or with the greater amount that they have. Okay, why can't we as people put our money in together to build our communities up? I know we're going to have these struggles because unfortunately, and this is the truth, our ancestors were too afraid, you know, they was not educated, because our ancestors were moved to a different land, a different society, a different type of culture, and they didn't really have their own native language, and they didn't have any weapons to really stand up for themselves, and they used religion to mind control us as well too, though. So we could be utterly submissive to the masters back then. So we build not just us, but you know, just if I'm focused on black people, we mostly build America for them to get rich, you know. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So now, since they have the money, the power, and we know these things that's happening, why are we still continuing to patronize outside of our own people? And why have our own people keep disrespecting us? Even when you have these small businesses that's trying to grow, why are you, as a black person, not taking your business seriously? So it does come down into what Mr. Glucose is saying, unfortunately. But we're not saying all black people are victim blaming. We're just saying that there could be half and half of it. Just to be fair, half of it are going to victim blame, because they're going to say, well, you know what? The white man didn't cut me this. The white man didn't give me that. The white man blocked our opportunities. And I get that. Okay. But what you're going to do about that? How can you figure out a way to kind of get around with that? Or are you going to just keep on complaining?
Okay. So, okay. Well, I think everyone made some really good points, and I've been writing things down. I don't want to exhaust an explanation or my response to everyone. But I guess just to respond back to what Ingrid just said, since that's so fresh. And hi, Mr. OG. And hi, Simon. He just came up. So just to go back to what you just said, M3. Okay, and let me keep this to the subject, okay? If men are responsible for the culture, and we have Black men, as you say, that are not doing SHIT, right? To put themselves in a position of power, because the only thing that we have is power, and power respects power. Power does not respect weakness. Period. It will never happen. That's against nature. God don't like it. Okay. What position is that putting Black women in by default? And I mean, you can. And I mean, I'm asking that question kind of like in reverse, but this is what I'm saying. That, and I think it goes back to the point that if men like yourself can say, listen, when I look out into the world, well, let's say into the United States, and I see other men, and I look at the condition of our community, and I ask, well, what are you guys doing? What are we doing as men? And y'all are either dragging, talking, or whatever the case may be. And this is a man's conversation. And you're saying that, listen, we ain't doing SHIT. Women are not, like, women by default are put underneath of the men in terms of, if our men succeed, then we go up. If our men fail, then we fail by default too, just worse because we're women. So, you know, I feel that as men, when it comes to their influence over women, there's a lot that has played into who we are right now as women because of, like you said, things like that translate over to women in a different way than what it translates over to men. Now, I don't want to stick on that because Mr. Best said something I really have to get to, because we did talk about this offline before, and I want to get to what he said, but I want to mention what Miss OG had mentioned about feminism right now. I am not taking up for white women, okay? And by no means, please do not take anything I'm saying as taking up for white women or anything of that such, okay? But let me tell you something about feminism, all right? Suppose you a white woman, okay? And you live in a world where, because you're a woman, white men feel that you don't have the mental capacity to inherit land and know what to do. You don't have the mental capacity to have a bank account. You don't have the mental capacity to contribute to society more than making clothes for men to wear. You don't have the mental capability of doing such things. And the only job you can do is staying in the house. That's it. Or laying on your back. That's the only job they will allow you to have, because your mental capacity is what they have set you at. This is white men now with white women. Now, keep in mind, white women were the first slaves. They were. Like, I don't think it got any worse than white women. They were the first slaves. They were up underneath them white men quite long. Longer than us Black people was underneath of them, or has been underneath of them. Now, given everything white women went through in terms of that section of history where white men preferred other men and they used women for children, not for pleasure. We all know the saying, okay? When we look at feminism from a white woman standpoint, coming from that kind of history, was to say, listen, something has to give. Women are more than just their vaginas and knitting clothes and cooking. They can do more than that. They can contribute to society in more ways than that. They're not dumb. That's what feminism, the history that feminism is riding in on. Now, like everything else, anything done in excess becomes toxic. Because I give white women credit. They needed feminism, because that right there was some bullshit. We didn't have any problems coming out of Africa. None of that applied to us because it was so ridiculous. Like, we didn't have them problems coming out of Africa into anything. And, like, don't get me wrong, we had problems. Okay, trust me, we can look at Africa now and see that we had problems, but we didn't have white people problems. So my thing is, as feminism coming out of that history, not ours, but theirs, it served a greater purpose for those women. And honestly, as much as we may hate feminism today, we wouldn't even be on this path if not for a certain point in feminism that made that possible. Now, again, I don't support it as it is today, but I do understand that at a certain point it was necessary. Now, going forward though, going back to Mr. Best. Now, he made a comment about coddling in other cultures and how the women protect those men up until the age of 50 and 55, living at home, not working, and no matter what they do, they, you know, they're the best. Okay, they're the best, right? Okay. So, okay, let me say this, right? Coming from a Islamic background, or Orthodox Islamic background, I've been around, let's say, Arabs, okay, a lot. And I used to be what's called a niqabi. And a niqabi is a woman that wears a niqab. Now, a lot of times people couldn't tell what my ethnic background was when I wore the niqab. And I would sit around Arabs a lot. Like, they would come to the houses. I shared holidays, cultural things with them. We were always in the same vicinity. So I heard a lot of conversation between women about Arab men. And what I can tell you based on what I know about Arabs here in the States and what I've seen and studied in other cultures, right? There is a big gap between the women that get married to the men and the mothers. And as much as we complain about divorces here, about the stuff, there's plenty of divorce that happens over there in those third world countries, but it's not on record. And it has a lot to do with the fact that mothers will coddle the men so to the point that it's so toxic that the mothers will be responsible for the DV that happens in different, you know, in their children's relationships. The mothers will be the reason why the women are suffering from depression and a whole bunch of other things. It will be the mothers, because that's how much they have made their sons their boy husbands, even though that's not the case. And they have husbands in the house. And here's the thing, you don't get more toxic and DV'd if you follow than in the Arab countries, okay? Like, it's still a thing over there. Like, they haven't really moved past history. They just haven't. And I'm not putting them down, but that is a fact. So I, as an African American, I would never sit and say, well, what the Arabs are doing, we should do, because it's not working for them. When you look at like why it's not working for them. Like, nobody wants to be over there. Nobody wants to be in those types of relationships. The second that anybody can get out of a relationship over there or get out of there, they take that first trip. It doesn't matter. So it's like, no, they're not the example of what we should be, despite the fact that they're known for family and stuff like that. They're only really understood to be for family when they get in the West. And the reason why is because when they get here, they are all they have. And that money that they're making right there is going back to their people. And they, again, are we here in African Americans, we are all we have here, but we don't have nobody to send money back to in another country that's building for us while we're working hard here. We don't have that. They do have that. So it's like their mothers can afford to keep those men at home to their 50 and 45 years old, because at the end of the day, when he goes into a relationship, as a boy with hand problems, usually. And they stick together. Why? Because they all they got. We don't have that kind of, we're not working on that kind of echelon over here in the African American side of the world. Like, we just not. And I'm telling you, those Arab women do not think highly of their own men. They'll never say it publicly. They will never say it publicly. But privately, they know their men are SHIT, and I am quoting. Okay? Quoting. So I would not, I wouldn't look at what they do over here in the US and say, well, they coddle, because I know over there in their home country, they not coddling no man till he damn near 60 years old, because that means extra resources on the husband that has to take care of all these women because they not married, or they lost their virginity, or they got divorced and had to come home and then had to bring the kids back because the man couldn't take them, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, that's too much on the first man of the house. So they don't do that. They get out the house early and get married. Now, granted, they don't have good marriages, but they get out early. So this whole thing of coddling, that only happens when you're talking about America And honestly, they've taken full advantage. So no, they are not the people I'm looking to for good answers. Don't get me wrong. I think there are
I'm not saying just them. There are also other nations where the men are treated certain ways. I want us to build, but I know Marcus. I know he's here. Marcus, good to see you, bro. If there's anything you want to say, is there anything you want to say, build, and then Lola, you take it wherever you want to take it, and then we go from there.
No, well, first of all, how's everybody doing? Shout out to all of you.
Chilling, brother, chilling.
Hey, Marcus.
Shout out to OG Patrice. Nice to meet you, Miss Ashun Possible. Did I say it right? Ocean. Okay, my apologies. Saida, mucho gusto verte otra vez. Mr. Best, obviously, man. What was the topic? I'm sorry, because I came in from somewhere else and it was kind of heated over there, so I came over here. Y'all can fill me in.
The topic was why do black men distrust other black men? But it can be extended to men in general. In the beginning of the conversation.
Well, that's all the time I have today, folks. I'm out. Bye. I'm just playing. No.
It was about men's influence over women, essentially based on their distrust of other men. And we started off with talking about like why Shaq, for instance, he made the statement that because of how he know men are, he wants his daughters to stay home longer and be basically independent because he knows how men are. And my question was, if black men or men in general have such a disdain and distrust for one another, are they also the problem in terms of raising their daughters to be independent, modern women that men are complaining about today, simply because of that mistrust that they have for one another, that it translates generation to generation? And usually it's generation to generation because I see a little bit of distrust between like same age men, but mostly it's coming from men that raise the women of today that don't trust the men of today that say, listen, you better off by yourself than with these men. Like, so that was the beginning of it, but we kind of morphed over here. But yeah, that's the topic, why men distrust other men, and what that means and what translates to women.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for bringing me up to speed. I think the reason why men distrust other men is because us guys, we know each other to a certain extent. Right? Just like women, as much as sometimes y'all don't want to literally say the truth about yourselves, you know the instincts and nature of women themselves. So we can be genuine and not be disingenuous about holding both sides accountable, right? Now, I think this is my opinion, but I think sometimes we raise certain people based sometimes on a scarcity mindset sometimes, whether economically, whether it's culturally. A lot of times as people, we want to find somewhere we belong, we fit in, right? We try to find a tribe, whether it's a group of friends, peer pressure, high school, middle school. You grew up in the job market. You try to find yourself. They're called the lost years, right? Because you're trying to find yourself. You feel like you're incomplete. I was just going through this with my little sister. She's deaf and mute, but she's in her early 20s. She was feeling very having dark thoughts of self-deletion, right? And she was thinking, hey, like, I don't have the job that I'm at. I don't have the economic balance, the savings, the money, the lifestyle, the house, the car yet. She just totaled her car because she got in a car accident not too long ago. Thank God she's okay. And, I was at a very similar state where she was at 8 years back. And at that time, I was in the military. But I was still being strong, telling my parents I'm okay, everything's good. Being stoic. You know what I'm saying? But and within that means, we try to say, hey, well, do we trust this? Do I trust myself? Do I trust so-and-so? And sometimes we may not trust somebody else because we don't trust ourselves. So that's what I'm saying. I know I'm going like a little bit here and there, but I want to make sure I bring a whole gray area perspective.
No,
because some of these things.
I get what you're saying, and I follow what you're saying, and to a large degree, I'm not a man, but I can say I've somewhat got that same energy off of the men that I was raised under. That they, like you said, they knew themselves. They knew how they operated behind closed doors with women, and based on that, that's how they raised us. And they made these little statements throughout our childhood that contributed to some of the thoughts that we have today as women, like, you know, men are dogs, right? It's like, I've really never heard that from women. That I grew up hearing that from men over and over and over and over and over again. And it's like, so at what point should I realistically, as a woman, view a man as anything more than something that will harm me when I turn my back, or lie to me just to get something out of me because he's in survival mode for sex or something like that? Like, why should I see men differently than just their resources given how we were raised by men that didn't trust other men? Like, that's the main point. It's like, I feel that conversations online have been strictly about the women that were raised under single mothers. But today, I thought that it was better that we had a discussion about the women that were raised under men that was actually in their lives, like two-parent households, and what that was like coming up, hearing those men impart their fears on us as women based on what they knew they were as men coming out of the 70s and maybe 60s for some of us, but 70s and 80s for most of us today. That's between the age of 30 and 45. And that's my major point. And honestly, I know some men may disagree with me, but I feel that, you know, yeah, everybody has blame in the game, right? But I feel that if we're going to say that men are the natural biological leaders of society, then most of the blame has to come from the leaders. Like when I leave my son in charge of him and his cousins, right? If I come back and anything's wrong, don't get me wrong, his cousins, you know, they made the mess or whatever the case may be. But most of the blame is coming down on my son because I left him in charge. And this is something that I teach him, and he's 12 now. Okay, like this was before he was 12, and so he understood that if you're the leader, right, you're responsible for how this turns out, and turns out. And if it turns out bad, sure, people did bad things, but you weren't a good leader. And so, you know, that just kind of goes back to the point that, you know, when you like, what is it? I think Miss OG mentioned it about how white women did the whole feminism thing and then went back and submitted to the white men. I don't believe that they went back and consciously submitted to white men. I believe that they never left their white men, and there was no choice in the matter because white men had established themselves in the world that everybody, including them, were under their control. White women can't say they submitted to white men consciously or by choice when you essentially a slave of your man. He gives you away. He does what he does with you. He makes laws like arbitrarily based on what he thinks of you as the human species, and you are his counterpart. So you can't come and say, I submitted to my man while being like white. I don't understand that. Like, if I'm in control of you, it's a matter of getting down before you get laid down. You are not constantly asking me for permission. That's not how it is. So I feel like those men are kind of out of the sphere of this conversation because it's like, I mean, to a degree they are, right? But to another degree they're not. But I think that as women, if we're consciously saying, well, we're going to respect men, right? The truth is we're coming from a place where we've been consciously told these men ain't SHIT. And who did that to the women of today? Is it the women of yesterday that were born in the 50s? The wives of yesterday that raised women like myself into
May I interject real quick, respectfully? I apologize for interrupting you.
Go ahead.
I do apologize. Is it okay to say that maybe you can tell your son that it's okay that you're going to mess up from time to time? Leaders, sometimes they learn through trial and error. Sometimes these leaders, they will lose battles. Just like you said, wars aren't always just one straight off the riff.
Right.
divorce, have losses of battles and wins of battles.
Correct.
I think maybe that'll help put some pressure off them to maybe relax and breathe, because at the end of the day, the same comparison that my sister was going through, I went through. And it's a human thing, right? Now, I get it. Men are supposed to be the leaders. They're supposed to be rock, strong. But, I only saw my father cry once in my life, maybe twice. And it was because my mother had gone through an aneurysm and a stroke. They were literally about to divorce, and they decided to stay together. The other time was, some things that just, catches up to you, builds you up. The whole time that you're taking some things that are going through your mind, and you're constantly going through it day in, day out. Whether it's toxicity, life, it catches up to you. That, and it was a buildup of things that, whether he did good, bad, wrong, indifferent, whatever, but that made me not look at him less like a man.
Right.
That only made me respect him because of the fact of what he went through. Part of the reason why is because my mom was a horrible, shitty wife to my father. That is true. God himself knows. Mother was a horrible wife to my father for the most part, but she was a good mother. Did she have her moments where she said, absolutely. My dad, he did the best he could with what he could manage, and my father didn't have a high level of education. I had to teach him when I was in elementary school, because all he had was an elementary level education from another country. And even though I was an American born citizen, I had to help him run the business. I had to even teach my mom some things, whether it was English, math, grammar, whatever it was. And then after, when I went to go work with him, I managed to appreciate all the stuff that he did. Blood, sweat, tears in his back. All right? These things I made sure I noticed. So I never asked my father for a damn thing, unless it was maybe even his birthday. And even then, I didn't really go for the expensive stuff, because I knew how to cherish every dollar. Even those, I don't give a damn if they were like those little dollar, like, what are those called? The little, chanclas? I don't give a damn what it was. I used to, appreciate those, the little freaking sandals, whatever. Even all that stuff that my dad did for me. My dad now, he has another family. They obviously split up. It didn't work out. I used to always wonder, like, Dad, go find your peace. Be free. Don't feel bad because it's just us. And I knew he stood because of it. He stayed because of us. He stayed. He did his part. I gave him his medal. I gave him his ribbon, his badges. You did your thing. But he went on. He left. I haven't physically been able to see him because of stuff that's going on in Michoacan over there. A lot of dangerous stuff. Especially my job. I'm on another side. So, and, border affairs and stuff. But I think it's okay to say, hey, son, pick your head up. I'm always going to care about you. I'm always going to respect you and love you. I teach you these things to pass you some wisdom. Correct. Because I give a damn about you, because I want you to do better. If you don't want to do better than me, do it a little different than me, but be able to learn and listen.
Well, see, to that point, right, from a communal standpoint, if women are telling men that, hey, you dropped the ball, period, like, we're not going to discuss this. The reason why we're in this circumstance is because you dropped the ball. Whether we want to go all the way back in history or whether we want to talk about what happened 40 years ago. If women are communally saying what you're saying to men, that, hey, you dropped the ball. I want to submit to you. I want to respect you. However, you have to gain that authority back. No one can give it to you. No woman can give you enough respect to give you back your power as a man, as men, I'm sorry. And like as a community, like the women can't give you power. The women can't give you authority. You have to actually seize that. If the women are saying that, hey, naturally power, like we respect power. We respect a man that lives in his authority, not a man that lives in weakness and like docileness to another man, right? If the women are saying, hey, we need you to be better, right? Because we want to respect you. And right now we don't because of such and such and such and such and such and such. Based on where we're at, right? What is the issue that men really have with saying, you know what? Yeah, we're the leaders and we didn't manage this shit. This is why we're here. Because we didn't manage it. Because things that are managed don't become unmanaged. is when you stop managing that things become unmanageable. So it's like, okay, this is where we at. You failed as a man, as a community of men. You failed. Now what? Now you have to actually go win, but you can't. The war and the battle isn't with the women; it's with other men. And like I used to say to certain people, I used to say, look, the cost might be high, but what are you willing to pay to get to that point? Because if you keep asking for submission, if you keep asking for respect, if you keep asking for someone to see you as an authority figure, despite the fact that you have not earned that as a community, you might have lost the race war, you might have lost a lot of wars, but if you have not re-earned that or took back your throne, as they say in that, then everything any woman gives you at this point is just arbitrary and really symbolic. And the second she doesn't like you, that's the second she will let you know that you are no authority over her, which is something that white men don't have a problem with, because they sit in authority in every country, every corner of the world that they go. Why? Because they were willing to do a lot of ugly things to get to that point. Now, granted, I'm not judging that right now, but this is where they're at. So the question to other men, other racist men, especially black men, what are you willing to do to be the authority in your community? Like, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to kill? Are you willing to pillage? Are you willing to cut your resources off and build your own? Like, what are you willing to do? If most of the community is like, listen, I'm comfortable. Okay, I got my little house, I got my little car, my little job, I'm okay. Okay, I just need a chick to just, give me some head every now and then we good. Like, I'm good. Like, I don't need to fight no war to get no respect and stuff. I'm okay. I got my little stuff. Like, at the end of the day, from a communal standpoint, like you said, what do we you fail, and now something's being asked of you and you're not responding. So therefore problems come. It just comes. You know what I'm saying? It's natural. Almost.
What I see, because I even see it in the YouTube streets, where a lot of trust isn't with men, and I'm gonna say specifically black men, is I think again it goes back to how they were taught to be at war against each other. You see it every day in our community, and so I see it a lot in these YouTube streets where they're very competitive towards each other. They're very petty towards each other. They get into a lot of beefs and things of that nature. Is because of them. Again, it's everything is always the mindset and what they've been conditioned to believe. And then there's a lot of individualism that is going on in our community as well. It's like we can get it, we can make it, we can pull ourselves up by the bootstrap and get ours. But what we don't do is pull the next fellow man up. That's where our problem lies. And it's because we live in a lot of individualism that has been to our detriment as well. You got some people in our community that are coming together and building up black communities in certain areas of Georgia, certain areas of I believe it's Arkansas. They build in like certain black communities where you see a bunch of black business owners getting together and they creating a quote unquote black community or black area. But it's a conditioning and a mindset of individualism and being taught to being pet against each other for so long. And everything, black people for the most part act like everything has to be a competition amongst each other, and that's just the truth. We are more competitive amongst each other than we are saying like we need to try to be as competitive as any other race of people when it comes to education, technology, things like STEM, math, trade, engineering. We compete more with each other, and that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't compete with each other. We should compete with the other races that are excelling above us, right? And if we can come out of the conditioning and mindset of we got to outdo each other, I got to outshine, my brother. Oh, he got some Reeboks, I got to go get some Jordans or some whatever. That's that whole thing. That's been to our detriment too. And that's another reason why it's hard for them to trust each other. It's because and another thing is they think that one person is going to make $1 more than the other person. They can't stand that. They can't stand for I can't stand for you to have more subscribers than me. I got to lead you in my clicks and views. I got to lead you in my content. I got to lead. It's everything is a competition in the Black community with each other. And that's where we're failing. They said, I know that we don't have to compete with each other.
Would you say that let's say the Oriental community, right, East Asian community in their country, okay, would you say that they're less competitive amongst themselves in their country than African Americans are here in this country?
I think that they are. I think they are competing with other races of people. When you look at like China, when you look at United States, when you look at Europe, it's an overall competitive against each other races or countries or what have you. It's not a thing of they're more so competing against each other. We're the only ones that do that. That's why we're behind and they're leading us in a lot of other things, right? It's because they're looking at the overall, while we are only looking at how we can beat each other right now. They made one more dollar than I do in revenue. Oh, I gotta beat them. We can't stand to see each other make $1 more than the next person. That's our problem.
Do you think that that's an issue that women are leading the charge in, or women are failing at, or do you think it's the men's responsibility to deal with that, given where we're at now with women and the fact that they own mostly businesses made up of one individual?
I'm sorry, repeat that. You said, do I think it's women's what?
Do you think it's really black women's issue when you just spoke about the issue of competing, right, within ourselves versus with other groups? Do you think that it's Black women that are failing at doing that, given where they are in the enterprise of owning businesses, or do you think that that's a failure of Black men, given that they're men, and or where they are at in terms of competing with other men in these enterprises?
When it comes to the competition, the onus lays on us all, right? But because Black women are more business owners, more leaders in the business owners, and we compete with each other more than any other race of women. We compete as far as, listen, we're going to get our bodies done to compete with each other, because we're not doing that to impress men. We're doing that to outbeat our girlfriend who just had a boob job. So now we want a bigger boob job, or we want bigger booty, or we want our cheeks or our lips done. Like we do that, or we want our weave to be longer, about 3 or 4 inches. We do that to compete with each other. And that, again, I said that as a community, that's our problem, right? And the Black men have been put on the last end of the totem pole when it comes to competitiveness, but they still compete against each other too. The trust is not there with them, but the trust is not there with us when it comes business wise, because we lead. We are the leaders in being the most business owners. It's Black women for the most part, right? So yeah, the onus is on us as a community in general. So women have to allow the men to step in that leadership role. Men have to be strong enough to do that, though. They have to be ready and prepared to do that. They just can't say, because I'm a Black man, I'm a born leader. No, you have to prove it's earned. Leadership, trust, all of that is earned. And that has to be built back with Black men and Black women. And then with Black women and Black women and Black men and Black men. But because nobody trusts nobody, that's the problem. And we're always competing with each other, that's the problem.
Can y'all hear me? I know Saida put her hand up. Lola, I don't want to take away from what you're doing, but I know she put her hand up, so I want to be respectful for everybody. So, Saida, go ahead. Welcome back, Queen. Whatever you want to share, you can share as well, and then everybody else can share. But go ahead, Saida.
I'm thinking, forgot, but I wanted to say that one of those things, and this is something that OG mentioned, that, like, earlier, about the traditions and all those things. Like, I even asked, what are some of the traditions? Because she's like, oh, black men should be the leaders that they used to be. Yes, okay, but there are some traditions that you as a culture needs to, like, bring back and recognize what are your traditions, what are your customs, so you can trespass that and start, like, putting it together so you can rescue that. Because at this point, what I was trying to say, that a holiday is not a tradition, and at this point you don't even know what your identity is, and it's understandable based on your history, which is respected and understandable. But right now, that's what you have to do: rescue what is in you, what is in your roots, and then bring it back, and then trespass that to your younger generations. And that's what you're going to start. But it starts with the little things. As if you go to other countries, what is what they do, what is the things that they eat, what is that identify them, and then transmit that. It's not Christmas as a holiday, it's what are the traditions that you do as a family, or with your nucleus, or whatever group. What is those things that preserve, like, for years or generations, and it's only in you, like, with you, for your group. So that's what you have, the things that you have to keep and trespass to others. I think that's very important. You as a culture, you need to do that in order to start doing and finding your own identity. I just wanted to say that from a long time ago.
Well, let me interject. Say that when it comes to African Americans, right? African Americans are in a very precarious situation because we are a rather new thing in the world. Like, I don't think there's any group newer than African Americans. There was no such thing, as this group that we see today 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years ago is fairly new. Right? Like, it just is. Our history as African Americans is rooted in terrorism.
Hmm.
Honestly, it's rooted in terrorism. You cannot watch a movie about African American history without walking away feeling kind of like messed up in the head. Like, you wouldn't. It's just certain things. Like when you watch Game of Thrones, right? At the end of it, you feel like, yay, people, they persevered. But when you watch a movie, a straight up whitewash movie about African American history, you can't keep watching that because it's going to affect you psychologically.
Mhm.
Start seeing what actually happened to
Yep.
African Americans. That's what our roots is. Our roots is not conquering the world. Our roots is not, for instance, going around the world and leaving our mark in society in graves and in pyramids and in wherever. That's not our history. Our history is coming from a very dark place. So we're making history every day. Like literally,
Yep.
African Americans are making history as we speak. We don't have a history beyond that. So when we say, well, we gotta stop letting these holidays not become our tradition. Let's be honest with you, right? These American holidays wouldn't even exist in the form they exist if not for the spice of African Americans here making it something to be celebrated. Like,
Yep.
real talk. Like,
Wait, hold up. Which holidays? Because
any
all of those holidays are whitewashed, man-made by the
That's what I'm saying.
colonizers.
Even with the whitewashing of it, right? If it wasn't for black people, white people wouldn't be celebrating. Like, it wouldn't be nothing to even celebrate if it wasn't
That's
for
right.
Memorial Day. Like, really, if you took black people out of America, there's a lot that you would be missing in terms of culture. But again, we are a new thing. Like, we didn't just like that's not us. We just kind of African Americans influence American culture so much that it's hard to separate us from it. But honestly, when it comes to us, like you said, creating a culture, because I get what you're saying, that culture directs your orientation in terms of how you see the world, right? Again, our culture is steeped in something that we're trying to fix. Because as much as we can talk about how much we need culture, right? Honestly, Sarah, we're still trying to kind of like sweep out gunk, okay, from slavery. We're trying to sweep it out. It's still there. For instance, there's certain communities that I won't name that has a high propensity for incest and child molestation. That comes from, strangely, in those areas, it was historically known to be a place where they manufactured slaves and they intermixed those slaves with their family members. Like they did that like for hundreds of years. So when you see in those same areas they have a high influx of molestation, you kind of can see the link there. So we're still trying to X out slavery, the tentacles of slavery, out of our culture and out of our mind. So we're not really at a place right now where we can say, well, let's create something, you know, and just kind of like do something else, because we're still cleaning house while we're trying to fix the house at the same time. So we have a double problem that other cultures and other groups don't have. So I don't think that anyone on this panel is trying to say that we're a victim, right? Because we're not a victim. Because honestly, as much as we've been through, nobody, and I mean nobody, have ever.
No, I get what you're saying, Lola.
And came out the way we did. So
exactly.
I get what you're saying now. Okay, I follow you now. And you're right. And the thing about that is that unfortunately, it's just a different form of that mentality of that's happening to us as a community. It's just done more covertly. It's not done as more overtly as it was back then. It's more covertly done. But when it comes to, and again, a big part of the trust issue with us, and I know we specifically talking about Black men with other Black men, is the conditioning of, we were definitely conditioned to not trust each other. And that goes way back to where you're talking about, where that started, right? Like we were pitted against each other, whether it was colorism, where the lighter skin was in the house and the darker skin was in the field. It goes back. You're right. And we're trying to come out from up under so much. When you're looking at slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, civil rights, red line, it's so much. I get it. You're right. It's a lot. No other race of people have been through all of that without any therapy, right? Throughout none of that. So I get that. And again, it goes back to the very fiber of what I said. And we have to change the mindset. The solution starts with us first within the mindset. And if we can't get out of the mindset of being conditioned by those said things, the trust issue when it comes to Black men and Black women with other Black women, and Black men with other Black men. It even though there's generation gaps, right? We still have to find a way. And the onus is on us all to find that way. It's not just on the Black men with the Black men, because Black women have to take responsibility for the things that the problems that we had in that as well. So as a community, as a whole, we all have to uncondition ourselves, deprogram ourselves from certain things. I had to do it. I'm still doing it. And it's a process, right? And it's like every time we have other people of other races tell us we need to forget, some of our own people tell us we need to forget, it's always an incident that happens that take us right back there again. And so it's such a disingenuous statement, that you hear a lot of people say, is to get out of the victimhood or get out of this or that, when we see things still disproportionately happening to our people, right? Like the certain deletions of Black men and Black women when it comes to policing in America, the criminal justice system, the prisons. I can go on and on because I'm involved with all that stuff in my community. So you're right. But the onus does still starts with self in the mirror. What can I do to desensitize and make a difference and deprogram my mindset to this thinking at the same time while I'm fighting these very sad things? I want to be able to trust my Black man. I want to be able to trust my fellow Black sister, because we might need to go into business together. I got to be able to trust you, whether you're a male or female. So how do we get there and build that? Each one have to take the onus on said person, say somebody gonna have to make the move. I guess somebody got to make the change, and it might as well be me. If everybody said the "it might as well be me" thing, then that's a start.
Right. And that's and I think, and honestly, for what you said is so dire true that we're literally having to be our own therapist, and you know how hard that is to be your own therapist, your own problems. And you have a problem, and you are the problem. So where does that come from or go to?
Amen, sister.
You know, I mean, so I'm okay with the fact that Black people are not where they want to be, right? Like we far from it. However, I do believe that it, and I'm gonna say this, and no shade to nobody. The conversation that Black people are having on social media about relationships, marriages, dating, just about culture change, just the whole dynamics between men and women. Other races are tuning into that because it's not going on over there, and they're listening and they're learning more about themselves through our struggle. Now, our struggle is ours to learn from, and I truly believe that we are, because I'm seeing more women now asking the question of, well, what am I doing that's stopping my life from going forward in a relationship? There's more women stopping now, asking the question, and that's all we need. We don't need everybody to come up and start being traditional. No, all we need is just a few people to slow it down, start thinking in that way, and next thing you know, in 30 to 40 years, you will see the effects of just that little bit moving forward. Because again, as I say, when you hit rock bottom, only place to go is up. And I do feel that we're going up, but we're going up in such a way that this generation, we won't ever see the manifestations of this in full. Like maybe our great grandchildren will say, well, back in 2022, the conversation was about this, and that came off the cusp of the 2000s when things had become very debaucherous that led to where they were at in the 2020s. But now in 2040, 2060, life is different. And now people have returned to a more reasonable lifestyle that fits the era and the ecology of the land that they're on, because, you know, every place now is different. So, you know, I do believe that we are making progress, but not in the way that we're expected to make. Because me as a woman, when I ask the question to, well, the manosphere, for instance, well, what is your involvement in the problem with women that have had, you know, a father? Because we're not going to keep rehashing the women that don't have fathers in their lives. Like, what issue do you bring to the? What's your baggage, right? So when we talk about, well, what is your baggage? Then we can come back to my baggage. And when I say my baggage now, like you said, Patrice, well, how do we individually ask ourselves the question and get out of the individualism and say, okay, here's how I'm contributing bad to my community. Here's how I screw another person now that can't trust nobody else. Because there's a lot of people going around being serial daters, screwing up people from really being able to love, to be in healthy relationships, because they've had to endure so much, because some people are going around like maniacs, just basically just being reckless, as I said. Like this whole idea of men are supposed to be young and sow their oats. I don't know who in the world keeps saying that, but this idea that men are supposed to go out and literally spread their seed to as many girls and pump and dump as possible, and then suddenly when they turn 35, 40 years old, they're supposed to settle down with one traditional woman that's left. This is madness. Like, that's, the numbers are not there for people to do that.
I gotta speak to that. I gotta speak to that.
Okay.
Man.
Well, let me say this. At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, as a man,
I think I think this conversation is getting ready to take a turn.
I gotta speak to the man.
As an individual, when you hear this conversation, as a man, as a father, for instance, just to keep it relative, when you hear this conversation, the question now is, what have you indoctrinated your daughter with that tells her that she shouldn't trust a black man, that she shouldn't, quote unquote, allow a black man to lead her in her household because she might as well do it herself? Like, how have you contributed to that in what you have said to her, or what you have shown her that you might not have been able to like correlate with her in terms of what you believe versus what you do? What have you done as a father, as a parent, and the same thing with me as a mother? What have I done that ensure that my son is going to go out there and not respect the next woman? Like, what have I done or not done that's causing that, like that issue? Like, I can say what I've done, what that may be contributing to that, right? But I'm actively seeking to mitigate that in my life now, like as much as humanly possible, because I know, yes, I play a role in certain things, and the next generation is dependent on me. Literally, I'm raising my son literally so that he could be the world to another woman. That's my whole.
Okay, let me speak to this. Let me speak to this. Right, and this is not a man woman thing. This is not a man woman thing.
Okay.
I think the problem is, I'm gonna quote a Rick James song. Shout out to Rick James. Love Rick James.
Wait, Rick James of all people?
Yes, I'm gonna quote a song.
Oh,
you know what I mean? She's a very pretty girl. She's a very pretty girl. One that she's a very kicky girl. One you don't bring home to your mother. Okay. So I think there's a lot that's being said in that lyric. You know what I'm saying? The thing that he's trying to tell you in that lyric is that there are levels to life.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right.
So there's a time and place for everybody. I think we've lost that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're either one side of the spectrum or another. We're either trying to be overly traditional.
Right.
Whereas, it's like, okay, I want for myself and for other generations behind me to only solely be focused on being monogamous or having healthy relationships or whatever, and blah blah blah. Which I don't think is completely wrong. I mean, do what you feel is best for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then we're on the other side of the spectrum where we have like the hot girl summer and the pump and dump and all other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is that I feel like what I do appreciate about the older generation
has changed.
Exactly. What I do feel about the older generation is that they have balance. You know what I'm saying? They have balance when they went out. They know what attire to wear and what not attire to wear. You know what I'm saying? They knew how to greet a woman, know how to greet a man knew how to greet a woman. You know what I'm saying? You knew what certain women were dedicated for and what certain men were dedicated for. And they were separate, right? They all even when it came to street politics, right? They would tell certain people, look, we about to be shooting over here, go home. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it was. It was order in our communities, especially with our people of color. There was order within our communities. And you can go from I would say, traditional African to Afro Latina, you know what I mean, to any other stuff, right? There was order, right? And Marcus knows what I'm talking about. There's order, right? Nowadays, there's no order. There's no order. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? When you were growing up back in the day, whether you was a man or woman, they taught you, listen, protect yourself. Do this, do that. If you're gonna be with somebody, do this. You know what I mean? Make sure you protect yourself in this area. Or the old school tradition, make sure you have an extra pair of underwear. You know what I'm saying? Or you have clean underwear on. You know what I'm saying? These little things, these little nuances that we kind of overlook now, right? Or we kind of not doing, has made us just be in a utter state of chaos, right? Because there's no order. So back in the days, right? Exactly. So if you was growing up back in the day, let's say Lola, you was growing back. Let's say you was an adult in the 80s, right? Or the 70s, right? And you was growing up during that time. I'm just guesstimating. OG can correct me if she wants, right? When you may have had a time where you just partied, right?
Mm-hmm.
You partied, you met different gentlemen, you had your experiences, whether it was intimately or not. You built your friendships, and then through that time, you were able to, let's say, after a certain point, you became a career woman, you settled down, you graduated school or whatever, you settled down, you became a wife, you had your kids, and now you moved on, right? But now what they're telling people is that to live that lifestyle their whole life, right? There's no transitions no more. There's no this a dude that I just see on the weekend, and we just go to the movies. That's it. That's my movie guy, right? There's one guy that we may have intimate experiences on different levels. There's another guy where I may go see him at the library. There's another guy who I just know from work, or I met him at work. But they're all on different levels, and you don't put them at a husband level because they haven't got there yet. We forgot about courting. There's no more courting no more. Okay, there's no more friendship no more. So we don't have no more levels anymore. There's no more friendship than courting, than dating. Then you date, then you get engaged, and you get engaged, and from engagement you get married. There's none of that no more. The levels are gone. The levels are gone, and that's why there's so much confusion and utter chaos. There's no more levels to it. You know what I'm saying? There's no more levels to it.
Could you agree that there isn't, maybe the levels that you were referring to have been eroded from the society or the culture, maybe because of more natural things? For instance, if more people are putting off having children and families, and as we know, back in the day, it started at 13. Then it went to around 18 to 20. Then it went to 25. Now it's upwards of 30 to 35 years old of people on average getting married, right? Because society is changing in terms of work life, just the whole thing. At the end of the day, when you have people putting off having a family later and later, right? They're going to be seriously dating later and later. And then biologically, right? You may know this. People that quote unquote are courting around between 35 and 40 to 50 and 55, courting, that's not a good time to court because mentally you're in a whole different state and you're not really in the mode of being shifted and being bent and all of that. It's like you really don't even have time to court because most people, I mean, I know for me, if you work Monday through Friday and you have children or life and stuff, you might have a day to go on a date per week.
But that part, Lola, if I may interject, I don't understand because we did it back then. I worked a full-time job. I was a single mom for a while, off and on, and I made time to do those things. I think
they do. I'm saying that, but look at it now. Most people are dating online, and they're at a distance.
Well, what they're doing, where they're doing more of that because of when the pandemic happened, that was kind of sort of the way it got shifted more to that. But also, yes, and we have to take a look at the effect that the pandemic did on our community specifically, because more of our people were deleted and perished because of that pandemic. And said
that what you said. With that, it's like now when we look at that and the long-term effects of that now on top of things, it's like, well, most people, as they say, the middle class kind of got wiped out behind that, right? So it's like, well, now that the middle class is strained even more, people in a certain age range are not looking to date the same way the younger people are dating.
Oh, the demographic has changed, absolutely, Lola. And let's be real, from your generation and younger, the pendulum has shifted totally on what dating looks like, what marriage look like. And let's be real, there is a lot of alternative lifestyles that are being pushed in the Black culture that never was before.
Okay. But OG, back in the day, right? Let me ask you this, back in the day, right? This is from what I understood, right? And this is what my parents tell me. So my parents are around the same age as you. My dad is 58. My mom is 57, right?
Okay.
This is what they tell me, right? They tell me that back in the day, right, that there were certain rules of conduct, right? Like even if you could talk to a girl, if you really want to take it seriously, you got to talk to her father first. You know what I'm saying? Like it was more. Y'all had more rules or more structure back then.
Yeah, like getting permission to take her out, getting permission to hand marriage. They most of them they went to the fathers if it was a 2-parent household, and they would get permission to ask for their daughter's hand in marriage, to take them out on a date. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And when you were younger, you know, y'all would have conversations about, okay, listen, young, you want you to focus on this, you want to focus on that. Y'all had things that were priority, and they didn't tell you not to have your fun. They told you to protect yourself, especially when it came to intimacy. Protect yourself and to have different things lined up. And they also let you know, basically You
And
know,
if we were underage, we were chaperoned to a lot of parties, a lot of
yes,
different things.
ma'am.
Like, yeah.
There you go. There
A
you
lot
go.
has changed. A lot has changed. Yeah.
So
And,
so so what I'm trying to say, OG, is this, right? And after this, everybody can rock out. I just want to say this real quick. Only thing I'm trying to say is this, like, there's certain people that you're gonna meet and they're just gonna be friends. Certain people are gonna be friends with benefits. Certain people are gonna be boyfriends. Certain people are gonna be some people are gonna be, you're gonna be able to take to the next level. Some people you may get married to. Not everybody's on the same level. But I
right.
feel like back then they had y'all understood that. We don't understand that now for some reason. All that is out of whack. All that
Yeah,
is out of whack.
and let's be real. We know that poly is being pushed now more in the black community than it ever have.
Mm-hmm.
The whole sister wives things, and a lot of
Mm-hmm.
other, like I said, a lot of alternative lifestyles, not just poly. Listen, it's a lot of swingers going on. It's a lot of all of that. That's, let's be real. It's just a whole different dynamic, right? Of
Mm-hmm.
changing that traditional sense of family, and I think that's a problem. The reason why it's hard, another reason why it's hard to create the black nuclear family when it just comes to the simplicity of husband, wife, and children. That's not being pushed anymore. A lot of it is being pushed as husband, wife with kids in the same household, or wives with multiple wives with one husband. It's all of it. It's all of it is that is going on, right? So all of this plays a part in the change in the dynamic of the culture and where we're looking at dating and marriage as well.
But let me say this about that. I don't believe that people should be restricted both sexually, because I never believed that sex was about sex. Like, sex is never about sex. However, what I noticed when it comes to people's choices and what they do sexually, right, it never translates over to, as you were saying, family. It just doesn't. Even in the let's say the polygynous circumstances, right? It never really translates over to family. When you really start getting into the nitty gritty of that, like the culture of that, for real, it never translates into family. It actually has more risk and liability with it than just regular relationships. And honestly,
Well, I'm glad you saying it, because I said it a long time ago, but I am so glad to hear someone younger say that, because
I'm just
they
looking
seem to think it's so easy, and it's really not an easy task to accomplish, and think that it's just going to go smooth sailing just because you decide to change to that lifestyle. It's really highly, highly
unlike.
complex and complicated, and it's different levels to it.
It is, and when we look at, I think it goes back to people looking at really older generations that practice that. Then what they're not seeing is that there's a different culture underskirting that would fit comfortably on versus what we're on. When you have most women that are quote unquote making just as much as men, if not more, right? These type of women are not the women that can realistically function in a polygynous circumstance traditionally. Like, you can't have traditionalism when it comes to that with polygyny too. Like, it's just the math is not there. But people are still pushing this, saying that, well, we have to do something because there's more women than there are men. People have not looked at the census lately if they think that there's more women than there is men. There's like a percentage slightly under for men, but generally speaking, it's equal men and equal women. The problem isn't that we need to get into these different sex styles and stuff like that. It's really, we just need to sit down and really have a full conversation, honest, about what we're doing, what the problem is that we're bringing to our community. Some people are bringing, like, for instance, we're talking about men. Men bring baggage to relationships too, but we typically only talk about women and their baggage because women are the more expressive ones. Meanwhile, men bring baggage too, because as they say, a lot of men pick good women to be with, right? At least at some point, but they never really learn how to keep that woman. Like, they never learn how to treat that woman. Whereas on the flip end, you have women that are really good women that know how to nurture and love, but for some odd cockamamie reason, they never can just pick the right men that deserve what they can give. Like, it's like a strange opposite effect. But honestly, right, there is a balance, but the balance is in the middle. The balance is not, well, let's do some old news.
And not choosing the right mate, vetting them properly and choosing the right mate is not a reflection of the person you're choosing, it's a reflection of you. Right. And again, it goes back to that self-inventory, that self-accountability, and that mindset of conditioning and looking in self and saying, why do I keep choosing these type of men or women? You know what I mean? Because, you know, I'm hearing more of the negative from both sides of men and women. They're talking about the women and men that they don't want when they should be speaking about the men and women they do want. But they're concentrating more on the women that they don't want, the 304s, the twerkers, the pole stripper dancers. Like, why are you having conversations about those women? Exactly. You're speaking the negativity when you should be speaking the positive. Speak on the wife you want, the mother of the child, you know, of your children you want. Speak on that. Bring that more to the forefront, and then that's what will be drawn unto you. You're speaking more on the negative, but probably because you had more of the negative. And I'm a fully grown, seasoned, mature woman, and I promise you, over my lifetime, I can count on one hand of the bad men that I've had. So even now that I'm at the age that I am, and I've been married, was married for over 10 years, and back on the dating pool at my age, and wanting to find love again and be married again, my concentration, my talking points, my vision, my goal from who I'm seeking is not on those 4 or 5 bad men I had in my life. It's just not. Right. And listen, and once a man and a woman know what it is to be treated a certain way by a man or a woman, they ain't going back to bullshit, because they know what it is to have good and be treated good. So, and I know what that feels like as a grown woman. So I'm not concentrating on the men that treated me a certain way when I was in my 20s and 30s. So hell no. I know what type of men that I want in my life and what I'm going to accept and have in my life.
Right. But see,
period. I'm not concentrating on the bad, the ugly. I'm focusing, and my mindset and what comes out of my mouth, my mindset, the way I carry myself, my actions, all of that is going to draw the right man to me automatically.
I just got a statement.
That's the conversations I want to hear the young men and the young women have. Is talk about what you want, not the ones you don't want.
I got a statement, somewhat of a question too, right? So it's kind of based on what OG Patrice is saying, and then, you know, Lola, I know you still have places that you want to go in the conversation, so I'm not going to deviate from that. And hopefully I'm not. But I just have this one statement, right? Should we, at this point, right? Should we just go back to what we were doing before and follow tradition, or should we now accept all the new variations of relationships that people are trying to advocate for? You know what I'm saying? Whether it's extended family, whether, you know, and then an extended family that's like the poly, you know, the poly type of people, or the, you know, or the different communities, whether it's LGBTQ plus, right? Should we now accept that, or should we go back to what we were doing before? You know what I'm saying? Or should we just kind of modify it and kind of have maybe like a mix? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just saying, honestly, what we're doing now is not working. You know what I'm saying? Divorce rate is sky high. Hold on. I'm landing my plane. I'm almost done. Divorce rate is sky high, right? So what should we do? Should we go back? Because what we were doing before, back in the day, it was working. Divorce rate wasn't high. It was good, right? But okay, everybody walk out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying the economy was different back then, so we kind of can't. We can compare, but to another degree. Right now, right, America isn't set up for 2 people to realistically be middle class. You got to be 2.5 to be middle class. So the idea of, well, back in the day, of one man with no education could be middle class. That ain't happening now.
Yeah.
Graduate from the 6th grade right now and think you're going to be middle class if you want to.
But that's not true. With all this technology out there, you don't even need an education. These people are making thousands millions of dollars, TikTok and just being viral. So it's not the same. You can make it with two incomes these day and ages. You just have to your money is different. You have to be open to different streams of income. There's so many ways to make money.
Right. But see, that goes back to what you're saying, the different streams. You can't just have one man in the house, the only one person working.
Well, it depends on what that stream is. There's some people who, you know, like, look at what's that lady's name? Tabitha, forgot her name. She, you know, she started
talking about Tabitha Brown.
She started doing YouTube. She retired her husband, and now she's doing all kind of stuff. And she got a clothing line at Target. Like one stream of income. I think her husband is starting a business or something he wants to do, like a nonprofit or something. But you really literally can be okay with one stream of income these days.
You gotta be.
It just depends on the type of income or the type of business you want to do. Like,
well, their scenario is a little unique, right? Because they're old, they're older, and before the economy hit and the pandemic and all of that, they had. No, I'm just gonna give a little synopsis, right? Yeah. He was a police officer, so he worked and allowed her to work on her dream. See, it has to be
one income.
right. That's what I'm saying. It has to be a compromise and a sacrifice between the two people, right? You're a couple, you're married, and one is gonna say, "Hey, I got this dream. Give me 5 years, you know, to make this come true. Support me in this, and then we will be good. Give me 5 years." And he say, "Okay, baby, I'm gonna give you 5 years." He worked full time as a police officer, and she focused on making her dreams come true. Took a little bit more than 5 years. Okay, baby, I'm almost there. It's 5 years. I know that was the deadline, but I need another 3 years. He allowed that. And within that time, she became a success. And then she said, "Now, because you did that for me, I'm in a position now where I can retire you because you are in a highly stressful, high danger job. And I want us to have a good life together. And now we in that position to do that financially. I want you to retire where you could concentrate on something else or anything else you want to do." So their situation is unique, and it can be done if you have that type of partner, right?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is that it's not that it can't happen. The problem is that
it's going to be struggles and sacrifices made. Yeah.
Well, I mean, everything in life is struggle and sacrifice. All I'm saying is that you have to find the right person that's going to work with you, and that's the problem. Yes, it has nothing to do with everybody's in a rush to get somewhere that they think is where I arrived. But what they don't do is they're unwilling to build the tools and get the battle wounds that they need to get through the next obstacle. So if you rush something, you don't know the person, you rush in like 90 Day Fiance. You don't know this person, you don't know their character, you know nothing about them, and you rush into something that you think is the ultimate goal, and then you come to realize that you didn't have the tools, or you go into it for the wrong motives. You go into it because he got that bag, and he can provide that lifestyle. Then you know what I mean? That's the problem. And that's what I think. I agree with what Mr. Betts 84 was saying about, you know, we can still have traditional values and systems set up, but it's up to you.
Like, and Queen, I agree with you.
Young women, they gotta value themselves more, because at the end of the day, can't no man make you open your legs to them unless you want to. So you have to value yourself. That's the problem. So, you can get with home Pookie from down the street because he a thug and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. We have to make better choices. And we're not
Queen, I agree.
empowering these young women to make better choices, just like we're not empowering these young men to value themselves more. Stop chasing the girls that look like they're about to pop at any given moment. They're floating devices in a pool. You know what I mean? Like, why you chasing that? But there's nothing else to it. You just chasing, panting like a dog in heat. And, you know, you're running after the first thing that gets your rocks off. And then you get mad when you get hurt. Because you think
Queen, I agree.
Body.
Queen, I agree what you said about it can be done, but I think right now with inflation and the high price of things, if that one person is not making a certain amount of money, it's going to definitely be harder for one person to pay all the bills and run the household while the other person work on their dream. But it can be done. But right now, I know in the state of New York, in the New York Post, I read an article that said to be able to live comfortably, one person in New York, your salary needs to be $160,000 a year. That's one person.
But that's not true.
No. I'm saying to live comfortably. I'm just saying. And listen. And I know the numbers can be screwed and all of that. I get it. But we got to realize the cost of living is very expensive to live comfortably in New York, in California, in Illinois. You know, certain places where it's astronomical.
But let me help you out. That's the parts of New York you choose to live in. There are plenty of places in New York that are reasonable with rent and stuff like that. I look up apartments all the time. I found apartments for $1,200. That's reasonable. My rent is astronomical out
what
here.
areas are they in, and how much square footage? How much square footage are you getting?
Doesn't matter. It's in a great neighborhood.
No, it matters. Square footage matters to me. I can't be in a Matchbox paying $1,200.
Like 700 square foot, 800.
That's small. That's small. That's small. That's very small.
But that's your choice, though. But what I'm saying,
I know. Yeah, but I'm saying, that's small.
It's not. Look, what I'm saying is that the numbers are feeded to us. At the end of the day, Black people, we have survived. We're like roaches. We survived a whole lot of BS. We will be fine. We will be resourceful. We will be fine. You know what I mean? But you can make it at the end of the day. There are so many streams.
No, we're very resourceful. I agree with that.
I can go out today and do deliver food. I can do ride share. I can make a couple of hundred within an hour, but easily with a full-time job.
But Queen,
so there are so many.
I understand that, Queen, but there is a reality that everybody can't make it the same way the next person can, based off of resources, education, financial, where they are financially now. And the realization is right now with inflation, the cost of gas, the cost of rent, everything has went up everywhere around the globe, right? So then when you look at the places like California, New York, and Illinois, which is the top three most expensive places to live, certain areas. My niece lives out there in California, and she got a 2-bedroom that she's paying $2,200 a month for literally 900 square feet. That's ridiculous to me. That's just absolutely ridiculous to me. That is a mortgage for 900 square feet of no room to do nothing with 2 children, and I'm just like, I ain't nowhere in the world I could pay that type of rent for that.
To be fair, like in life, reality, there's going to be winners and losers, regardless if you like it or not.
Exactly.
There's going to be people that are going to be unfortunate. It's going to be unfortunate to suck. Of course, that's just the way that life is. And like I said, Like, you don't have to live in New York. You can move out of New York. I know people that are moving out of New York, just like I know people that moved out of California.
They live in LA because they going to Nevada and to Arizona. So I agree.
Well, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Utah.
Yes, everybody is still not in. I'm not just talking about like poor or homeless people. I'm talking about your average working people. Now it is saying that people that are even making six figures is complaining about being 1 or 2 paychecks away from being homeless. That's how bad.
Remember, it's their style of living. It's their style of living. Like people need to work on being minimalist. People need to work. Exactly, Queen. People gotta work on being minimalist.
Yeah, I agree with that to a certain extent. But when you make that type of money and have been accustomed to living a certain lifestyle, now they can't live it no more, right? Because of that. So now they have to downsize. So I agree with that. They have to maybe go from a bigger house to a smaller house, or from a 2-bedroom to a 1-bedroom, or whatever the situation calls for. Yes, to be able to survive, because I think that's where we are now. We are in having to get into survivor mode, right? And there is a lot of single Black women out here that don't have the security of a significant other or whatever, and they are struggling. I know I got a sister and a girlfriend, and that's all I hear them complaining about. And I'm telling my sister, okay, you're gonna have to go from a 2-bedroom to a 1. It's nobody but you. You don't have any children. Your children are grown and out the house. You got to start making provisions to kind of reduce your costs, right? That's just real. So I get that part of it, but I'm saying we are going into a great reset, guys. And I don't know if y'all old enough to know what that is. This is the whole life cycle thing that's getting ready to change again. It happened when the economy hit, and then it happened back in the days of my parents with a thing called what was it called in the 20s? Oh God. I can't think of the name of it. It was a big recession, but they had a name for it. It happened back in the 20s, like 1922 or something. I can't think of the name of it, but in every so many decades, or you have cycles of that. We're going into that, guys. Like there's possibly maybe another shutdown, and now look at the price of everything that's going up. People literally almost can't even afford to pay their rent. Like everything has went up, but the salaries have stayed the same. So this is why I'm saying even your average people now are complaining that was surviving and making a decent living are no longer being able to be even comfortable. And middle class is almost obsolete in certain areas. I think you either going to be rich or you're going to be poor. Like middle class is literally going away. So it really is kicking back into survival mode when it comes to that, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I just think it's kicking into reality mode. Like, okay, well, what's important? Am I going to spend $1,500 on this Louis Vuitton bag, or am I going to buy $150 worth of groceries? I mean,
stop going to the mall to buy clothes. Go to Ross and Marshalls. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. But I'm just saying it goes into, people just have to take an evaluation of what's going to help them, people I understand.
People not going to do that. People are not
but that's the problem. That's the problem. You can't keep existing the way you existed yesterday in today's society. You're going to have to change, or you're going to be fall by the wayside.
The only reason why people will change is if they don't have a choice to do so. Right now, the way women are thinking from the age of 18 to 30 years old, with all of this talking going on about high value, is bags, like getting bags from people, right? And when people think of marriage, they think about moving up in society. They think marriage is supposed to take me from, whatever status I'm
at. You're talking about like hypergamy?
That too, okay? But it's a lot. But the thing is, the idea is, well, why should I get married? Should I get married because it's going to help me, or should I get married because now I'm going to have to regress and take 3 steps back? Most people would not opt to get married if they got to regress and take 3 steps back and wait 10 years to take 2 steps forward. Most people are not going.
Oh, the Great Depression. That's what it was called, the Great Depression.
Right, Great Depression. But here's the thing. We would have to be in a depression for women to say, you know what, let me go move in a house that's 1,000 square feet smaller than where I'm at, like with a man that's supposed to be taking care of me in terms of what we understand as traditionalism. This is why I agree with Mr. Best that to some degree, we have to keep some of the baby bath water, throw out some, and then add some new water in. But it can't be based on sexuality, because none of that has anything to do with stability. It's like what you have sex with, how you have sex has nothing to do with economy, commerce, just stability, foundation, culture. It has nothing to do with none of that. This is why I like to keep conversations about polygyny, LGBT, all of that out of the conversation, because it does nothing for the Black community. It does nothing for any community, honestly. It's like it's your private business, like for real. Like nobody really should know what you do behind closed doors sexually. It literally serves no purpose in conversations like what we're talking about how, for what reason are the younger people, because the older people kind of lost cause.
I agree with that.
What reason for the younger people do they
what you do in your bedroom is none of my business.
Right. It's like, so what reason? Now, are we out here talking about, you know, how to be traditional? Like, what reason do they have? My daughter, she'll be 25 in a couple months, right? And she's not married. But the question that she has on her mind is, well, okay, I do pretty good by myself. Like, I don't need marriage to, like, pay my bills. Like, so I'm good by myself. If a recession hit, yeah, I'm good. I have a good stable job by myself. So why do I need to get married outside of companionship? Now, when we talk about companionship, are we really in the state to say, okay, we just want people because we're good partners and we just want companionship? Like, we're nowhere near that. So the younger people right now that should be getting married, they're struggling with the question of get married for what? Because back in the 1920s, as a woman, you had to get married if you wanted to eat. But now it's like nobody gets married because I'm hungry and I need to make sure I got food, clothing, and shelter. Nobody should.
Lola, could I ask this?
Yeah, and I think
Lola?
they're not seeing a lot of people get married either. I think they coming from single parent households, and they seeing mom and daddy didn't get married mostly, and they're not seeing aunties and uncles married for the most part. They're not seeing a lot of that. Again, Black nuclear families happening. So yeah,
they don't know how to be in relationships because they've never seen it. And then when they ask the question, well, why do I need marriage? And marriage is that's politics. That's a lot that has nothing to do with how you feel. The question is, well, for what? So it's like, I get it. My people, my age, we understand traditionalism, although we kind of like splitting up. But when it comes to people much younger than me, the question is, why should I even entertain this conversation? And honestly, right, we have dropped the ball. I think we have dropped the ball on that. But it's going to take for people my age to pick it back up. But now we got to ask ourselves the question of, what do we gain from picking it back up? And is it really that important to us? What do we gain from it? Because right now, I'm single, right? Like, what do I gain from saying, you know what, at my age, I'm going to go into a marriage with all of my assets, take the risk, go through all that just to show my children that, okay, they should still get married. Now, there's a chance, given how things are, a good chance that it might not work out, right? But it's like, okay, I'm going to do all of that.
But why would you go in the mindset, Laura, of it might not work out? Like, why would you go into it with that mindset?
And I'm saying there's always a chance, like he might die in the week after, right? And I might be a widow. It might be a chance that anything can happen. It's always a risk. But at my age, my question is, why am I taking that risk based on the generation after me? Like, as an individual, I have to ask myself.
And you said you're 40, right?
Yeah. I
got married at 40, 41-ish, around that time. And I know it's different now because, you know, in these YouTube streets, honey, I guess I would have been considered one of them that probably wasn't no hope for once I passed 35, right? I would have hit that wall. But I got married at 40 or 41 years old. And I, again, coming from the traditional background that I came from, the things that I'm hearing now, it's baffling to me because I don't think I think that for the most part, men don't know that. For the most part, women don't hit their true maturity of themselves until they're 40 years old. It's called the prime of their life. That's when they at that best of everything.
Right.
And for the life of me to hear men say, "Oh, girl, she's 35, she hit the wall," and I like, what? I was at the best and top of my game when I got married in every aspect of my life. Everything was better. From sex to the relationship, the marriage, the institution, the whole nine. Like so what I hear now is I don't understand it, because I know for the most part, women reach a certain maturity peak or level at 40, where they kind of, been there, done that, out of a certain mindset into a more, they mature faster than men. So this whole thing with this 35 hit the wall crap, I'm like, oh my God, thank God that I don't buy into a lot of stuff that I hear, in these YouTube streets. The same way I did with the feminism movement. Like, you just can't buy into everything. So I'm saying to you, as a 40-year-old, I wouldn't want you to think that because you're 40, that if you got married, that it would be, you're already going in with the mindset of it may not work. We all know anything may not work.
Right.
But I just don't want you to, I wouldn't want you to have a mindset of going in as to it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, because if you want to get married, I think that you should go into have the mindset of,
it's a defeated mindset.
Yeah, it's like I want to find that husband, and this is the type of husband I want, and this is the type of marriage I want to have, and this is the type of life I want to live. I don't know why we got to get out of the negative and speak the positive into our existence. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I get what you're saying. It's just, I mean, personally for me, I go into everything knowing that there will be an end. Everything. Every time I step foot anywhere, I know there'll be a day where I'll never step foot there again. Like, I always go into things like that because it helps me better prepare for things, because I know I'll be okay no matter what happens. So but that's me personally. But I get what you're saying on a communal level. Yeah, you shouldn't go into it with a defeatist attitude. However, I can't blame people for going into it with a defeatist attitude, given what people are repetitively like experiencing right now. The advent of technology has affected people like in real time. Meaning this: when you're on a date with someone, there is no reason why your phone is out in your hand and you're scrolling. Like, if you're on a freaking date, I've seen that so many times that.
Oh my God, yes.
I be like, yo, are y'all on a date, or is this a business arrangement? What is going on? I went to a club one time, right, to support a friend that was opening up for celebrity. I don't be up till 1 a.m. Okay, but I was there, and like I see people are standing around on their phones, just talking. Like, just not even really talking to each other, just kind of like heads down. Nobody's dancing. Nobody's really like walking around the room, stuff like that. And I'm like, how do you expect to meet people? You're in a place to meet people, and you're doing something that will ensure you won't meet anybody.
Exactly.
I'm sitting here like, okay, this isn't the place where people are going to find.
That's modern technology for you, and the conditioning of that as well.
But keep in mind what it does on a subtle level. On a subtle level, it makes it weird, so people don't care about conversation. They don't care about getting to know one another, as long as, okay, I like you now. Okay, let's hurry up and get this over with, right? So that urgency is there by default. It's nobody's fault. It just comes with the territory. So there's so many other things happening, right? Like men being exposed to porn all the time. Like, even now, you could just be scrolling and it's just porn everywhere. That's desensitizing men to something that they shouldn't.
Ooh, girl, I got a horror story of a date I went on with a guy that could not take his eyes off his phone because he was looking at porn the whole time. That's a whole nother story.
But keep in mind, in a relationship, right? What does that look like in a relationship? A man that is addicted to porn.
Well, honey, this is the thing. He admitted it to me, right? And because I got up literally and walked away and left that situation, right? He finally, because I'm like, what do you keep looking at your phone? But I thought maybe he was on call because he was in high security. I said maybe he's on call and he keep, getting calls or getting buzzed. And he finally admits it to me. And I'm like, you're looking at what? And I said, well, I'll tell you what, sweetie. I can and will never compete with your porn addiction, okay? So I'm going to excuse myself and good luck to you. And I left. And I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. But this is what is into. This is it's just, yeah.
I bet you right now he's one of those men in the manosphere that's talking about he's a good guy. He's part of the 50% that don't have any children, or that's single, that's looking for a good woman, and he got a good job, and he can't find a woman that's not. He can't find a good woman, traditional woman. Meanwhile, little stuff like that will ensure he will never find a traditional woman. No, a traditional woman can't do shit for him.
And men like that won't admit that they end up having problems sexually at home,
right?
Because of their addiction.
Right.
And no woman is a competition or can compete with porn, because the mindset and the addiction in the mind of that man has taken over all else, has trumped everything else. So traditionally, that woman will never be able to satisfy that need and that addiction in that man. So it's never going to work. Never going to work.
But keep in mind, when people go and get into all these different sexual experiences, right? All it's doing, right, prior to marriage, all it's doing is making it weird. So when you do find a woman who's average woman, average build, average life, right, average sex, right, like average marriage sex, right, you can't be satisfied with her. So you have to go out and find your satisfaction, because humans are creatures that it's like clockwork. They're gonna, if you're not satisfied in one place, they will find it in another place.
Yeah, creatures of habit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's like at the end of the day, right? If before you get married as a man, you a whole hoe, right? For real. But we don't talk about it.
Right.
You've been having all these threesomes, foursomes, been running through chicks, running trains, doing all types of sexual stuff because you think you're getting it out your system. When in reality, all you're doing is muddying what's gonna come to a woman that can't, like you said, can't compete with that. What you do is you cheat, then she stopped being a good wife, and then you stop providing certain things, then she stopped doing certain things, then she start hating you, and then next thing you know, your money ain't enough to stop the hate, and then you divorce. And people say, well, women divorce the most, and then they're not talking about these little small things.
A lot of times of why they divorce, and yeah, right. That's true.
Right. People say it's the money, but truly, I think the money at some point is the only thread that it be hanging on because of this other stuff. And when
infidelity is number one, finances is number two of the top one of the top five of the board, and addiction was right at the top five. I can't remember if it was 3 or 4, but in addictions, whether it be drugs, alcohol, or sex, or porn, or it's some kind of addiction. It's right up there with the top 5 of the leading causes of divorces too. So
most Americans are addicted to some sort of depressant or some sort of hypersensitive, whatever the case may be. Most Americans are on some sort of drug, psychological drug. Half of America is a social drinker, and a good portion of them, okay, are on the verge of being alcoholics. And you would think, well, how does this play into marriage, right? And divorce?
Yeah, or they're functioning alcoholics, right? Because we got functioning drug addicts, functioning alcoholics. You got the people that are addicted to pills, whether it be pain pills, and they could have legitimately started out, say if they had a back surgery or something, then they had to take Vicodins, and now they're addicted to Vicodins, or they addicted to sleeping pills, or they're addicted to whatever the addiction is. You know, we are living in a highly addictive, and they just found one vice for another, right? Whether it be nicotine, alcohol, whatever the situation is. Because once we got to remember, we only like 30 plus years removed out of the crack epidemic, and we know what that did to our community. We're still trying to repair just from that alone. So just imagine now how you trade one addiction for another, because that's usually what happens.
Yeah, but keep in mind that addiction came under the circumstance of the war. After the war, you had an influx of men without jobs that were using, drugs.
Yeah.
So now,
that's a deeper conversation, but yeah, I get you.
But now we got a similar circumstance, but kind of different. But it's like at the same time, what the culture that we see, especially because everybody's online, is that men are saying women are not traditional enough. However, we're dealing with other problems that we can't get to the traditional question because we're trying to solve so many different put out all these fires. Like we can't get to why the chair is broken in the kitchen because the rest of the house is on fire. And that's the traditional thing. Because it's like when women think of traditionalism, right? They think of I get to stay home and nest and be a woman, right? They don't think of well, I have to go out there and contribute equal just like him, and then tell myself I'm not equal to him, and then respect him as the leader, although I'm pulling equal weight. Like that's not traditionalism. That's not what that is. So if we're gonna redefine stuff, we gotta redefine stuff based on where we at and where we want to go. Because if you want two people to cooperate together, right? Based on where it's about coming up with a solution about what we ultimately want to get to. However, we have to keep in mind the shifting landscape that we on. And with the COVID circumstance, listen, I don't know where we're gonna be in 2 weeks, frankly speaking. I don't know where we're gonna be in 2 weeks. We could be literally evacuating this country in 2 weeks, as far as I know. Like it's really that unstable out here.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, look at all of what's happening politically. You know, with things that's happening, these laws that are being overturned and coming to pass and coming forth, and this and that. Where I almost feel like it's a sort of dictatorship that's starting to happen as well, where a lot of free will and free this is being taken away, right, or trying to be taken away from us.
Yeah.
So again, some solutions for us is first we need to look at the fact that we need to, if we are still very fragile and broken, we need to get fixed, right? So what that looks like therapy, that looks like counseling, work on yourself first. Because if you all messed up and then trying to be in some relationship talking about I need you to trust me, whether it's male, female, or a business partner, or just in general, that as a community, right? If we're broken, we need to get ourselves fixed. And that's just the gospel, right? We have to listen, we've been through so much in the last 2 years, and we already know what we've been through over a lifetime, decades and decades of our culture and what's happened to our people. And we know that we are broken, right? We know that we have issues. We know that there are things within us that we need to take care of and fix. And I say that we need to do that. Again, it all starts back with self. A certain amount of conditioning we need to be unconditioned from, the programming from, a lot of things that we need to know, we need to fall back from and no longer practice and no longer serve masters that have taken over the mindset of us, right? That we've fallen into a lot of capitalism and commercialism that we allow ourselves to go further and further in debt for. Like, we need to be real with ourselves about things, right? And I think that we live this facade, we get in these YouTube streets and we try to act like these high value people when we know goddamn well half of the men that are talking this high value shit are not high value. And half of these women are talking about they got it going on and this. No, come on, sis, come on. We got to be real with ourselves. I think to a certain extent, that's a farce of that is going on, right? And that's a sickness in and of itself. So let's get well. Let's get well mentally, let's get well emotionally, let's get well spiritually, whatever that spirituality looks like for you. We got to get well first. That's the solution that starts with self first, because the onus is on each one of us to be accountable for ourselves before we try to hold that next man or woman accountable. We have to be accountable for ourselves first. Let's get well. We're not well.
Part of holding ourselves accountable, right, is literally just doing that, right? And so that means that the conversations that we have, especially in group situations, right, it can't be centered around, for instance, Kevin Samuels. It can't. It has to be centered around what issues do we face today as a community, and what can we do to solve it. Like literally, that's the only conversations we should be having. The conversation about, for instance, baby mothers and stuff like that. At the end of the day, right? And I think someone said this online. If you don't date women with children because you don't have children, that is great. You know why? Because you really shouldn't be dating women with children. If you don't have children and you decide to date someone with children, that's great if they're the right person for you. There is a lifestyle attached to that. However, the problem we face is that there's too many children without fathers. Not so much there's too many mothers. There's just too many children without active fathers in their life. Now, black men can sit back and say, look, ain't my children, I ain't getting involved, right? I'm not dating a single mother. I'm going to just go to another community where they have a rate of single motherhood that's rising too, right? They can do that. And I've seen some black men say that they're just going to go to another community. Meanwhile, they forget there's many in these other communities too that don't want you there, okay?
But the Lola, the thing with that is more power to them.
No,
let them go. Let them go.
That's what
because let's be real, most of the men that are doing the complaining are probably the problem. And like I said before, they can go to Timbuktu. If you are the problem, it's not going to work in Timbuktu for you.
And
so let them go.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have no problem saying, listen, if that's what you want to do, that's what you should do, right? However, if we're going to talk about anything, right, we should talk about, well, how do you as a man, for instance, operate in a world where most of the women that you'll come in contact with has a child, right? How do you find love in that sort of dynamic? Can we talk about the nuances that we need to be aware of so that we can have functional relationships under the circumstances for people that indulge in that, right? Because I think it's unfair for men to pop up in 2022 and act like all the women should have body counts of 1 and 2 people, and they should already be bred to be traditional stay-at-home domesticated women. Meanwhile, in 2021, there was no room for that on either side. But now suddenly it's the women's fault that they're not like that. Meanwhile, it takes decades to build up a generation.
And that's madcap that they do. Right. Madcap.
Exactly. But there's no solutions being.
It's not realistic. Exactly. So again, most of the men that are talking about these problems with the women probably are the problem, right? And they have not done that self inventory as to say whatever went wrong in any marriage or relationship that I've had, I got to look at what part did I play in that. Right. Let's be real. What part did I play in that? As the chooser? I didn't vet properly. I didn't vet right. And obviously I once cared for this person because I had a relationship with them, even though they were toxic, even though they were drama, even though they were this or that. That's a reflection back on me. And we all have been guilty of being with a person that we probably know we shouldn't have been with. Let's just be real about that.
All of us.
My thing is the part of the solution, and being a part of the solution is taking the accountability of self first, and then saying, I'm not going to concentrate on the bad people I had in my life and keep talking about that. I'm going to concentrate on, I've had good men in my life, from my husband on down to just guys I've dated, just good goddamn men in my life. And I know what being treated good like a woman feels like. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what's coming out of my mouth. That's what my focus is. That's who I'm vetting. To hell with the others, they fall by the wayside. Why are we having these conversations consistently like that? Where, to me, that's speaking negative into your life. You're not speaking the positive into your life. Bring that.
But see, that's the thing. And I forgot who mentioned it on the panel earlier. When it was talking about, Sarah, she was saying that America isn't a culture. It's just basically people. It's just basically commerce and just money, right? At the end of the day, it's profitable online. Like if you're a content creator, to talk about things that are sensational, that gets people triggered because people click on it, right? But at the end of the day, as a content,
as if we not triggered enough,
right?
As if we like,
right? But see,
we love to be glutton for punishment, in other words.
But see, at some point, right, all of that conversation is going to come to a halt because people are starting to become bored with that. I've noticed that. I've started to see the numbers shifting, that people are now starting to say, I'm bored talking about women every single day. I've even seen MGTOW men saying, well, listen, every day we wake up and talk about how bad women are and how we're sticking to ourselves. I'm bored sticking to myself. I'm bored with the same conversation. I don't want to tune into it anymore. So now,
yes, I can't fight that fight. I'm not going to be sitting up on panels trying to defend my honor and the honor of other Black women. I'm not doing it. I know the kind of woman I am. I know the kind of man I want. That's where my concentration is. Like I don't have the time or the energy no more to be trying to fight this fight of the gender wars. I'm so over it.
It is. Yeah, but go ahead, Queen, for a second. I wanted to just kind of.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go off. So I was a little disrespectful earlier, so I handled that backstage. But you know, I get in my feelings when you know we tear each other down. We have enough abuse. You know, we don't need no more abusers. We don't need no more you know, people over us just downplaying us, putting us down, calling us names. Like we don't even realize how embedded this is in us from slavery, from that. Like this is generations after. We still use a word that will send your grandmother, your great-grandmother chills down her spine. We use that word like it's nothing. We play with these things like it's okay. And I'm telling you, it's not. Like, I'll talk to y'all backstage, but I was watching this TED Talk, and it's a Caucasian guy, and he's talking about music, and he's talking about how
I saw that. I know the one you're talking about. Yep, that white guy. Yep.
And I'm like, we don't even get it. We got someone outside of our culture telling us how this culture is playing us. And we don't even get it. It's crazy. So to tell me that we have a victim's mentality, we have a victim's life. We were never supposed to walk around and have freedoms. And then we disrespect the people who were beaten, hoses on them, dogs on them, to give you the freedom to sit your Black behind on these YouTube channels and talk freely. And you disrespect them every day, calling them punks, calling them weak, calling them cowards. I want to see you stand up. What are you doing? That's why I always ask people, what are you doing to make a difference? I know I can't reach the masses, but every day I go to work, I speak to these young girls. I speak to these young boys. And I tell them, you have to do better. Because when you walk outside, you're not given the same deck of cards as the next person. So you got to be careful. You can't walk and talk the way they do, unfortunately. And if you want to see the change, stop growing up wanting to be a rapper, a pole dancer. Right. Grow up and want to be a politician, a senator, a judge, a secretary of state. Want those jobs. Because those are where the jobs where we have no representation. And that's the problem. And on that note, I digress.
Well, thank you, Queen.
No, that's great. That's good, Queen. That's you on point with that. I listen. I have no pushback at all on that. You are 100. And police officers, don't leave them out because.
Yes. Oh yes, definitely. And OG, I'm gonna get your information from 84. I'm gonna send you this other lady. I took a screenshot of it. She was on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne in New York, and that's who was talking about the diversity and inclusion and how she sits in these areas and how when she speaks on doing more for Black people in these areas, how the room
they have a problem. Crazy. The room get quiet and white folk get red in the face.
She said every chair starts shuffling because they don't want to do anything for us. They'll do anything for everybody else. But when it comes to when you say Black people, it's a whole different ball game. We're still supposed to be on our knees, shining their shoes.
I agree. They say they talk about diversity, inclusion. They use all those words in your HR department at the workplace and this and that and the other. And what they want to continue to give us, which is what I get so mad at our people. And the reason why I say I fight so hard, and I wish that others would too. We should be tired of the tokenism, y'all. We should just be tired of the fact that they give us a goddamn holiday or they give us a goddamn little statue that say something and we get all excited about it, but they don't give us no goddamn laws that affect specifically our people. They don't give us no goddamn reparations, and they gave every other race, so they don't give us that shit.
OG Patrice,
but we accept the tokenism and have the barbecues and shit for Juneteenth. Like, what the hell are we doing?
I got some information for you. There's an organization out here. I'm connected with the CEO, and they just did something. Their alliance with somebody about reparations. So I want to send it to you.
Okay, well, you give my information from 84 because you know already I'm about that life.
I know.
Well, I'll say this word because I know it's coming up 4 hours. I wanted to close out right with everyone's, I guess I'll call it a statement. But I wanted to give my own statement first. When it comes to Black men, right? Like I said in the beginning, I'm not an authority on Black men's relationships with one another. However, I am an authority on my Black relationship with my Black father, with my Black uncle, my Black brothers, Black family, Black friends even, and Black elders, right? And I feel that whatever issues that Black men have with one another, from the history of it, stemming all the way back to slavery, to the different historical events that have taken place up till recently, right? Whatever that is, as a woman, I'm subject to that. So I can ask the question, why are you telling me one thing and doing something else? Why are you asking me for one thing, but you're not willing to do the corresponding thing that will allow me to want to do that one thing? Why aren't you? And I don't feel that it's beyond reproach for Black women to say, listen, we have our own set of issues here. And our issues, to a degree, has a lot to do with your failure as a group of men. And because of that, we're subject to failure as women because of our men. Our men are our first line of defense against poverty, against war, against death itself. And if that line isn't being held correctly, as women, we have a right to say, listen, you're wrong. And no, you will not lead me off the cliff. That's not what you're going to do. I'll stand here by my damn self. I do feel that Black women have a right to say that and not be criticized for that. But I feel that Black women, it's come under a racial thing that Black women don't have the right to be imperfect and still say, hey, you're wrong for what you're doing. I see where Black women don't get the space, right, to be how white women are. There's white women, by the time they 21, they didn't had hundreds of sexual encounters, okay, with hundreds of people coming out of college. Meanwhile, if a Black woman say, well, I've dated 8 men, 3 or 4, get out of here. You understand? And white women, no matter what they do, they'll always be placed as the submissive type. And I don't know how you get submissive as a culture being like that. I just don't see it, because I know how white men became savages, and their women are their equal counterparts. So again, I don't understand why white women, no matter how screwed up they are in relationships, passive aggressive they are, how much their marriages with their men and black men don't work out, they're still pedestalized to say they can ask questions of black people for some reason, even of white men, and that's fine. But black women cannot even say, listen, I come from the same hood you come from. Ain't no space in the hood for my femininity. I've had to box that just so I can survive just like you. I like, period. So at the end of the day, if I'm not a delicate lotus flower, right? Because my men or my father haven't conquered the world due to his savagery and allowed me to sit back on this pedestal. Like, allow me to say, look, I'm a woman. I need protection. I don't have it. Why? Because my ancestors dropped the ball and just so happened to be men. Okay. And as a result, the women followed and we dropped the ball just as hard. But again, we followed and we dropped the ball. And we still have to pick up the ball, but you have to pick up the ball too. It takes two. If only one person picking up the ball, it's never going to work. So we have to pick it up together. However, my ball is not your ball. I'm not picking up the fact that black men are leaders and they're not doing anything for their own plight. And I see more women out here talking about things that pertain to protection of black men. Like, I'm not picking that ball up. I'm not telling black women to do the whole, 50-50 because, black men are struggling. So just come down to where they're struggling at. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll tell black men, you better create some circles and come up. But don't expect me as a woman to lower my nature because your nature, well, not your nature, but your ego tells you basically, screw my nature. I better get on your train or your program, or else I'm not worth anything. Meanwhile, a white woman can get on your program today and get off and take you to the cleaners, and her and her counterparts are still being as the best. Like, I don't want to get into that. But as
woman, you're right though. I feel you. You 100 on that, and nobody knows the plight of a black man like a black woman. So we absolutely can call them out on their bullshit. Right, when nobody else can. So I agree with you. It should not be another race or sector of a woman, a species, to be able to do that with our men and not get reprimanded, and then we get reprimanded when we do. That's the unfairness of that part of it. And I'm absolutely, I'm sick of the beating up on each other, about the very said thing, right? Like, I see the men beating up on the women and the women beating up on the men. It's just like, that is a vicious cycle that is going nowhere. And don't we see that? But I think because it get all the clicks and the views and things of that nature, but for real, it's like you said, it's getting boring, it's getting tired. How long are we gonna keep talking about this thing when we need to come talk about the solutions and talk about the good that we see in each other, the good? And that's the thing. I can't, like, even with my ex-husband, and again, I can't say nothing about that black man, because he was a great man, a good man, still is, and he's remarried and everything. I just want us to have, because I knew in that marriage it took two of us, so I'm not gonna sit on nobody's panel and dog him out. You see what I'm saying? I don't get the mentality of what we're doing to each other. I mean, I get it, but I wish I wish we can just recondition our minds and stop that and talk about the greatness that we know that are in each one of us, if we just apply that and have those conversations. And then maybe the spectrum and the pendulum will shift our way for the good, and we can start building our communities up again. We always talk about how we losing, how the community is a detriment, and this is going on and that is going on. Okay, we know all of that. Let's fix it. Black men, fix and repair your goddamn relationship with each other. Right. Period. Black women, do the same. Period. And then we could do it with each other. Period. How about starting with self? Period. That's the solutions. It's simple. They just keep wanting to drag on and make it complicated because they want to continue the hypocrisy of it.
Right.
No, they want the circus of it. They want to be able to
Crazy.
get on here and talk about it and say, oh this, oh that. It's simple. How many times how many times have you called a black woman a B, a hoe, for no reason? How
Right.
many times have you laughed at it when another dude did it?
Right.
So you're perpetuating the cycle. So
Right.
you're not part of the solution. You're the problem.
Right. You call
So if
women.
you have no, if you, but you do the very things to somebody else's mother, daughter, niece that you would hurt somebody if they did it to yours.
Correct. Correct.
So that's the problem.
Correct.
You don't treat me the same way. We all came from black vaginas.
Correct.
So how can you come from one and disrespect one so quickly?
Correct. And you
So
know what,
that's the problem.
Queen, that right there, and that right there sums up everything that the instance, and I keep going back to Shep, what he said about him knowing how men are, meaning he know how he treat women, but he don't want nobody treating his daughters like that. Like
Did
that,
you say Shaq? Did you say Shaq?
yeah, he made a
Oh,
statement
okay.
in an interview talking about his daughters versus his sons.
And men that talk like that have a past of knowing that they were once men that were a detriment. So he's trying to spare his daughters from the man that he once was.
But he can't. He
Correct.
can't. He can't. Because at the end of the day, they're going to get with one. They're going to get with one, and then you're going to be mad, but it's your fault.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I'm just saying. So don't get mad.
Mhm.
Be a different man.
Yeah,
That's
I
all
mean,
I'm
listen,
saying.
I hear my brothers have these conversations right now with their daughters. Why you pick this so and so type of man? And I said, hell, because when y'all was in y'all prime, they grew up watching y'all treat women a certain way. Stop it. Like, stop the hypocrisy. I get it. You think you trying to save them from something, but they're going to have to experience what they're going to have to experience based off of
OG,
the men that they choose.
OG, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I just want to welcome Razik to the show. Brother Razik, what's up, man? Peace, God. Good to see you. And I want to welcome the homie Wally. Good to see you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And definitely, you know what I mean? Y'all can definitely chime in and share your opinions, man. What y'all thinking, brothers?
Yeah, I'm done, but that's basically where that come from. It's a part of a guilt, that a man has now that he's older and mature and realize the error of his ways. So now he's warning his daughters and having the conversations with his daughter, trying to save them from the men that they used to be.
Yeah. Karma, I guess.
But those are the ones they pick.
Because it's like them. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So the topic is about why black fathers, the old school dads, why they don't like us modern men. Like why they don't like us. And we kind of go in a lot of different directions. We talking about like, like how like what the mothers got to do with it. We talking about like a lot of things within the community. So, you know what I mean? Whoever want to chime in.
Wait, I'm just gonna say thank you for letting me rock out. I gotta leave now because I got something I have to do. But this was great. I hope that something I said has been food for thought for the younger generation to meditate on and to permeate. I know I learned a lot from hearing from the young minds of you guys up here on the panel, and I learned as well. So thank you, Lola. It was nice meeting you. 84, Queen, Wally,
What's
Mr.
up, OG?
Razzie. I appreciate you guys, but I'm gonna step down and let you guys continue to rock out, and I'll listen in the background while I'm doing what I gotta do.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, you all have
Thank
a
you,
good
OG.
night now.
Much love.
You're welcome.
Well, how's everybody doing this evening?
We good, bro. We good. What's going down?
Yeah, just real quick, what I'm saying, to add on to the topic, man. I think a lot of black men or black, what I'm saying, dads or fathers do respect, a lot of and I kind of hate, what I'm saying, the term modern men because and maybe somebody else can kind of clarify what exactly that means. I don't even know. Me personally, I am more of a traditional mindset. You know what I'm saying? So, a lot of these talking points, maybe I may be out of touch because I don't particularly relate. You know what I'm saying? But however, I know a lot of black, you know what I'm saying, dads, and me personally, I am a mentor to a lot of their sons, and a lot of their dads look up to me as being mentors toward their sons and boys. You know what I'm saying? So, I have a lot of insight as far as like being locked up, running the street and trying to deter them away from a way of life that is not conducive for them in the long run. So, um, that's my thoughts. But I'm just trying to kind of like fit in wherever I get in. You know what I'm saying, based upon the way the conversation is kind of flowing. So that's my word.
Yeah. Oh well. I'll say this, right. I think what you were referring to as far as like what you are currently doing, based on your position in the community, right? That goes to the conclusion that we were just recently speaking about in terms of, like Queen has said when she asked, well, what are you doing, right? Like when somebody start talking, it's like, well, what are you doing to clean the situation up, right? And some people, they smart alecks, they'll say, I'm not dating single mothers, right? But the more mature people will say, like you said, well, I'm mentoring men's children, like men that have children, not absent fathers and stuff like that. But I'm mentoring children. Some of them do have their fathers in their lives. I'm trying to make sure that they don't fall into a cycle that I went through. I'm trying to stop the cycle. Like I'm trying to stop it, right? That's essentially what you're doing, because it is a cycle. Like one begets another. So you're trying to stop that cycle. And in my opinion, right, that goes to some of the things that Black men specifically can do to repair the community itself. It doesn't always have to be in the form of being a stepdad, right? Sometimes it does, because boys need to see their mother's love doing, whether it's by their father or another man. I know my sisters grew up with my father married to my mother, and they understood fatherhood from my father, not from their father, but from my father. So it doesn't stop because of biological relation. So, but it's like, would you rather have, because it was six of us growing up, would you rather have 6 children that can now move into healthy relationships because they've seen a healthy relationship through a stepfather? Or would you rather have 5, let's say 5 out of the 6 going into the world to hurt more people because they've never seen anything? Like, which one's more detrimental?
Well, to in respond to that, first of all, men or young boys need to be raised by something. So, and I know this may come off a little, hateful in a way, but and excuse my French, but women need to fall the fuck back. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to, men and young boys. So, me as a man and other men that I'm around constantly having conversations and being self-aware in a sense that we understand the dangers of the world and life in itself, and trying to look out for a particular set of things that are very harmful, not just only from a physical aspect, but also from a mental aspect, and knowing how to conduct yourself as a man around others, around other men, and around women. You know what I'm saying? So, I hope I'm trying to tie a lot of what you were saying. But yeah, just all in all, and no disrespect to the women, but y'all have a particular place, and y'all's place needs to be more focused on the women. But when it comes to young boys, excuse my French, and I don't mean this in no way, you know what I'm saying, home, but y'all need to learn to shut the fuck up. Respectfully, y'all just need to learn to close your goddamn mouth.
Well, Razi, can you give an example of falling back and or being quiet? Can you give a real world example of what that looks like from beginning to end?
Okay. Prime example. One of my youngest nephews plays a ball, right? So he just had came back from Florida, and they won the state championship for their group. Now my youngest nephew is very small for his age. However, he has the heart of a lion. So a lot of boys of his age are probably like maybe about 5 or 6 inches taller. And he's only I think 11, maybe 10 or 11. And he's like the go getter and the motivator of the whole team. So a lot of times, like his mom, which is also my best friend as well. So she'll try to be like, she'll be in the stands like, oh my god, I hope he ain't hurting. Is he okay? And I, sometimes I tell him like, yo, like he alright. Let him grow. Let him be a man. Like, and she doesn't understand it because she's looking at it like, that's my son, that's my boy, and I wanted to make sure like, yo, he good. And see, that's what a lot of you female, women don't, get, because y'all are looking at it through y'all's eyes as a woman, thinking that, okay, well, wait, he got hurt, and is he okay? And nah, us as men, we develop under pressure in a sense that is needed and conducive for a man's and a young boy's well-being, and learning how to adapt to certain things in life and how they may come. You know what I'm saying? And I don't expect no woman to really understand this, but to answer your question that you was asking, that's just one example that I have seen, and I can name many others. But it normally comes in the form or fashion when a mother sees her son and thinking that, okay, well, because he's playing a physical sport, is he okay? And then I have to go, coddle him and, and rub on him and say, hey, baby, you okay? Like, nah, let him breathe. He good. Because men are very vocal. So when they are hurt physically, they're going to come to you. You know what I'm saying? And not in front of their other peers, because us as men know that that's a form of us seeing ourselves as being weak, and we don't want to see ourselves as being weak, especially under other boys. It's a natural precept that has to happen in order for boys to understand this is adversity in a sense, and how to overcome. You know what I'm saying? This is a primal rule that is taught in boxing. You know what I'm saying? When you take some type of martial arts, like these are things to learn for us as men that we need in order to learn how to adapt, to certain diverse circumstances that may arise. So I hope I was able to quantify what you were asking. You know what I'm saying? But
I think you did. However, I do have a little pushback, not a lot, okay, because I generally agree with you. But I have a little pushback, and my pushback is this, just to say a word straight, as they say. You say that women need to fall back and just basically shut up, right? However, the example
not literal, but
Okay, but generally
I'm all ears. Go ahead.
no, I get what you're saying. It's like not like don't say anything ever, but like okay, know when to speak and when not to speak. Okay, so but inside of your example, you gave the example of a woman responding naturally to her inclination to a rather young child, right? While there's a man present, and that she, in a sense, I got from the story that she was too overly concerned with his injury, and he didn't have a balance of okay, getting pet up and actually being told to get back out there. Now it's strange that you say that because I'll say this: I don't believe that in that example, right? She should have fell back. I think that her role as a woman is to be nurturing. So she was in her role. The problem is there's a cutoff point, and the responsibility of the man is to know when that cutoff point is. Her only responsibility is to respect the man when he says this is the cutoff point. That's it. She's in her role, petting him up. That's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to be that nurturer. She's supposed to be the best nurturer that she can be to her children or to her, the younger folk, whatever the case may be. In my case, I had the exact same situation happen when my son, because we do martial arts, he was put in the ring with a boxer, and he was told that he can't do any of his martial arts. He has to box. Now, my son has never boxed a day in his life. He knows how to do martial arts, but not boxing, right? So he gets in the ring and he gets beat up. Like he gets really beat up, and he wasn't used to losing, let alone to that degree, taking those punches. And so he started to give up and he started to cry. Now his instructor is there, and his instructor is a male. And I seen where I was necessary to walk over and wipe his face, take his little mask off and tell him, listen, you're doing fine. This is a part of the process. However, after let's say a couple of seconds of that, his instructor said, okay, that's enough. And he said, okay, well, I need you to get back in the ring because this is what we do here. You got 2 more rounds. And, I stopped petting him up and wiping his face and going through all of that. And he got back in the ring. He didn't want to. He wanted to stay underneath of me. But his instructor said, that's enough. But he gave me that time to be that nurturing being that I am with him. But then said, at some point, now you have to come back and finish fighting, period. So it's like, I agree with you that women do need to fall back. There's a point where women need to fall back. But I think that the regulation of that point has a lot to do with when men understand at what point is it okay for a woman to be in the mix, and at what point is not.
Let me answer that. The point being is when the young boy comes to you. Let him come to you. Don't initiate it. And and if you have some boys, I'm pretty sure you've seen this to where you may have tried to walk to your son, like, "Hey baby, you okay?" And then he will automatically respond, "Mom, I'm okay, Mom, I got it. Leave me alone."
Okay.
That's then. And look, and let me say this as well, right? And I know a lot of women, not saying you, but just in the general context of things, I know a lot of women have a lot of pushback against Kevin Samuels and a lot of his points and his viewpoints. But there's one thing that he said that's like ringing loud, to me, especially as a man, right? And he used to say, pain builds character in a man to where it would destroy a woman.
Right.
And he's also said that to the women specifically, he was like, he used to go on a rant. He used to say, "You women don't understand who men are because you don't." And that's not a diss, but it's more so of a reality check. You women really have to study who we are, what our innate nature has already given us, You know what I'm saying? Through God's grace, meaning how we naturally already are. And I want to ask you something, personally, if I may.
Mhm.
Do you see men and women as being equal
Being equal,
in any way?
Okay.
In any way?
When it comes to blood transfusions,
In
right?
any way? Do you see men and women? It's an A and B answer. I look, and I know it's hard for you to answer as a woman because you're trying to look for the right college degree answer, and there is none. But I'm asking you:
Okay. Well,
are men and women equal?
men and women are not equal in the general sense of the word. They are
Okay.
not.
Okay. Look, stop right there. That right there should give you the answer you are looking for.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
So with saying that, right? Men and women are not the same. Men and women are not equal in terms of their nature. They're not. They're different. Very different. Right? So in that difference, right, it's hard for a woman, actually it's rather impossible for a woman to understand a man. Like she can study a man and pay attention to patterns, but a woman can never really know a man. She can understand the patterns, outward expression of his actions, but a woman can never know a man because she's not a man. A man can know a man because he's a man. So when it comes to the study of men, right, keep in mind the nature of a woman is intrinsically connected to her children. That's biological. Like we can feel things off our children from miles away. Like that's just something that we have. Our intuition is in tune with our children, not our lovers. So that's not something we chose. That is something that's naturally there. So I don't expect a man to understand that and to sit and really try to break that down. I only expect a man to accept that, not understand that. I accept what you just said, that a man, like you said, the issue is not so much petting the child up. It's do not run to the child to pet the child up because you want to build character in the child. If the child is really hurt, they will come to you and you take care of that, but then they have to get back out there. The issue is not forcing the woman not to be a nurturer, but it's ensuring that she doesn't create a different problem within the child by simply aiding the child when it doesn't necessarily need to be aided. I get that, but that goes to the conversation of utter balance between knowing when to settle and when to say, okay, let me allow her to do her.
Ooh, can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick? I gotta build on this. Sorry, Razik, I gotta build on this real quick.
Okay,
Woo! I love this stuff. Here we go. All right, listen. And Sister Lola, I think what you were talking about, the description you gave about your son, I believe that you're a great mom, you're a great parent. I know that for a fact, just from from the conversations that we have business wise and just overall. I know that you're a great mom, and I can sense that. When I was a child, at times I was given choices when put in those certain predicaments. My mom would give me choices of whether I wanted to do certain things or not. I'm not saying that you didn't give your child that. I'm pretty sure you did because I can see that you, just from your tone of talk and the way that you outline things, you think you think of more than one point of reference to a problem, right? You think of multiple solutions. I can already tell that just from the way that you talk and the way that you think, which is great because I think that's how a lot of parents should be. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't be so narrow. But I would say to the KS thing that you and Razika are building on as far as men building character. Look, America ain't about character.
Right.
America's about it's about what you can get and how fast you can get it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All that working hard shit, that's because we gotta work hard. We don't really got no welfare as people of color. You know what I'm saying? Other coaches have that. You know what I'm saying? The whole Floyd Mayweather thing of working smarter, not harder, that's where that comes from. He learned that from other coaches. He ain't learned that from us. He learned it from other coaches. Other coaches, they about working smarter, not harder. They're not trying to work hard. They ain't trying to build character. They ain't trying to do none of that. They just trying to make money. And that's what America's about. It's about making money. Unfortunately, right? It should be about character. We should have morals and standards and all that, but all that shit is out the window. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially at this point in society, like that's really out the window. But I would say this, like when I was going through tough times and I had to face the Brita life, like I feel like, how can I say? I feel like I should have had more of a sense of comfort or a sense of comfort coming from either family or someone that I care about, because I feel like because I didn't have that, it just made me animalistic.
Right.
To the point where I just didn't give a fuck. Like, just to be honest with you.
Roots in biology, though, and that can be actually justified that in a world where there is no women being nurturers, right? It actually increases human beings to be sunk down to their more animalistic side.
It just made me an animal, and it made me not care about people. It made me not care about how they felt. It just made me care about my results.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And sometimes in America, that's what it's about your results, right?
Yes.
But I see the detriment that it did to my relationships with other people, right? It hurt people. You know what I mean? Because it's like, man, Mr. Best in the World don't care, because I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just about me getting it in and me making sure that I was good. So I didn't care. You know what I mean? Because I knew that it was on me. I knew when the ball was given in my hand, I couldn't pass that shit. I had to score. And if I ain't scored, guess what? I wasn't gonna eat. My bills wasn't gonna get paid. So I had to score. You see what I'm saying? So that makes you an animal.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Essence.
That's what I was for a long time. I could say within the past, I could say within the past 3 years, and Queen knows this. I can say in the past 3 years that I've had to shed a lot of that off.
Yeah.
But it's been very hard. It's been very hard. Because when the people that you feel should care about you, they don't give a F about you, it makes you an animal. And that's what I was. I was a straight up animal. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I was straight up animal. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to be that, because I had to survive.
Right.
And that's just what it was. I ain't wanted to be that way, but that's just what it was. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I think go ahead, Queen.
I think the problem is that there's not a healthy balance in a lot of households with men respecting the women's role and the impact that they make on their kids, whether it's a boy or a girl, and the women need to step back and, respect the men's impact and leadership in the kid's life as well. And I think that's why we have so many volatile, unhealthy relationships, because when you look at violence in DV, whether it's both whoever gender it is, it's a lack of control of emotions. It's a lack of self-regulating skills, and when you're not taught that, when you're not taught it's okay to feel what you feel. Okay, so what are you going to do with that? And you're taught to shut down, get up, man up, boys don't, whatever. Those things affect you later on in situations that come up. Kids are not taught coping skills. Kids don't know coping skills. They have to be taught coping skills. Like with all of these school situations, those kids don't know how to regulate that. Right. They have to be taught how to deal with that. They have classmates blown apart in front of them. If they're not nurtured or supported emotionally, mentally, they're going to be, that's very traumatic, and it will affect them later on. It will affect their.
But Queen, if I may, you know what I'm saying, and let me interject just one second. When you say kids, like, are you talking about, you know what I'm saying, the boys or the girls specifically?
I'm talking about kids, period. Kids don't know coping skills. Kids don't know racism. They have to be taught those things.
But listen, and that's the whole premise of why I asked that, to be gender specific. because you can't teach girls the same way as you would teach boys. So I know.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about generally. I'm not, I know
But
that
that's
there's a
where
way to
you're
teach.
wrong at. That's why that's why I asked that specifically, because a lot of women say that. Well, okay, well, the kids. Well, you know what I'm saying? Because you can't do that. The same way that you would teach girls, you can't teach that to boys. And if you do teach that to boys, it's not conducive for the boys' health in the long term, which is why when you've heard terms in the past when they always say mothers raise boys to be the men that they themselves will never respect. Because you and you like and it's kind of like a double-edged sword. And I know, and I know it may sound very harsh for the way that I'm saying it, and maybe I'm not particularly, well at trying to articulate my point. But
No,
what,
it's okay.
but the reason why I do say that is because, and it goes back to the point of why I asked Miss, Lola, are men and women equal? And then even she said, no, we're not. And it's very important because the way a man and a woman process, digest, and analyze information is entirely two different things. This has even been scientifically proven, even when you look at the brain construct of how the wiring of the brain is not even the same. Like we're literally two different beings. We
No, I
have,
agree.
so and you are right. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not just trying to dismiss everything that you were saying, because you are actually right about a lot of things that you say, and I do agree. And with Lola, I've been listening in on, but my main thing for why I'm saying is what I'm saying is because obviously I know that I'm talking to two women. So your introspection and perspective of the world as the way that you see it through your eyes is not the same way that I'm looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Because I am a man, so the world therefore treats me different because I am such. Even men treat me different, you know what I'm saying, because I am such versus as the way women would look at me. You know what I'm saying? So me, and for example, like me and Mr. 84, we can have a particular, discussion and a topic, and we're going to process information differently the way that you as you as a woman are going to look at it and say, well, damn, why are they going at it like that, or why are they having a civil discourse between a topic of X, Y, and Z. So going back to my ultimate point, the reason why I asked Lola that was because the dynamic between men and women is so interesting in itself. It's very interesting. Like, when you really look at it, because the balance is like the balance beam in itself for men and women to try to not counteract each other, but to be as a counterbalance to each other. You know what I'm saying? Which is why gender roles are very conducive to a healthy relationship. You know what I'm saying? The man has a role and the woman has a role. When women understand the man's role, you know what I'm saying, it's very conducive for a successful relationship. When a man knows the role of a woman, you know what I'm saying, it's a very conducive or successful aspect of that relationship succeeding. You know what I'm saying, for all parties involved. So,
And that's why I like what
Hold
Lola said
on,
about.
hold on, Queen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Queen,
Go
hold on
ahead.
1 second. Hold on. Wally,
ahead.
what's up, man? Talk to us, man. You got anything you want to build with?
Well, I was letting y'all build on that because y'all were on that part. I mean, I wasn't gonna touch that ultimately. So, but
Okay.
for the general question, like, why do black fathers don't trust black men in 2022? I mean, ultimately, that's every year, no matter what. I mean, But the reason why I say black men don't trust, black fathers don't trust black men is because simply, let's be real. When the young black man comes in, right after your daughter introduced him to the family and all that, one, he's gonna ask him some questions. Try to see where he's at, try to see where his mind at, try to see where he's planning on being in the future. And it always goes south because it's like, okay, you're just a typical you're just another one. It's like, okay, whatever. So there's nothing, there's no really investment for him to really look at and be like, you're not doing nothing solid or anything, a little bit more different than the usual that we usually hear amongst young black boys trying to be something amongst the world other than just simply a ball player or, the dude with the mic in the hand and everything else of that nature. Not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like you look around and you look at today's group of men, it's like most of these ball players, what are they usually getting involved in? Either cheating scandals, all these sexual scandals, and then let alone it's like they got some troubles with themselves and everything else of that nature. So it falls into a whole nother spectrum of issues and everything else. But to that coin, it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna say it like this. A lot of black fathers will usually get the daughter that brings in the boy that they don't approve of. But I'm gonna say this is like, even for that young man, you don't even know where he's even being breeded into, like as far as his home and how his lifestyle is amongst his own environment. Because like I always say this, why do black boys usually get into gangs? Like literally, why do they usually get into gangs? Why do they fall out of it into that?
Brother Wally, you brought up something really big in your point, and it's something that I want to elaborate on. It's something I want to elaborate on in your point, bro. Because you brought up the fact of the black fathers. They don't want their daughters with somebody who's going to step out on them. But I think most men, if not all of us, man, we know that most men, when they are in their prime, when they're from 18 to around, I would say 35, unless they really a part of some really strict religious group, they're gonna be stepping out doing some shit. You know what I'm saying? I've just seen it with the men in my family, and that's just knowing the psychology of men. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's not the fact that I don't think, because me, if I don't have, I can say like my nieces, my nephews, and like my cousins, a lot of my kids. So if I have a younger cousin, which I do, I have younger cousins, and they have a boyfriend, right? I'm not concerned whether he's stepping out or not. I kind of almost expect him to at a certain age, right? What I'm concerned about is if he's taking care of home. I think men, I know, I said it, Lola. We know what's going on with younger men. We know because we was younger men.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I'm keeping it. Razik, know what I'm talking. I'm keeping it G. We know what's going on with younger men, so we not tripping. We just want to make sure you're not beating on them, all right, and you're not doing nothing to assault the kids. You know what I'm saying, or to assault the female in the house. You know what I mean? That you paying them bills, you're taking care of her, making sure she good. You know what I'm saying? We're not worried about the hoes. We're not worried about that at all. What we worried about is if you are taking care of the home, if you're providing, if you're protecting. You know what I'm saying? When we have events, you there, unless you're working. And then we understand because you got to work, because you're a young man and you have a whole family. You know what I'm saying? So we understand that. And these are conversations that I've had even with my older uncles. You know what I mean? And some of them are almost senior citizens. And we've had these lengthy conversations about certain things. And they have daughters. And the one thing they always say is, man, he ain't no good, man. He don't work. Man, he ain't no good, man. He abused her or whatever. He put his hands on her. They never care about whether he got a side piece or none of that. They're not even concerned about that. They're more concerned about, yo, is he making sure my daughter and my grandson and my granddaughter eat? You know what I'm saying? Is he making sure that the bills are paid? That's what he's worried about. He's not even thinking about anything else. I'm just keeping it G.
84. Hey, look, let me add on that, you know what I'm saying, too. Like, and look,
Yes,
a perfect example of this too, right? remember the movie Bad Boys 2? Does everybody remember the movie Bad Boys 2?
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
look, for all the, you know what I'm saying, for both the your ladies, go back and check out the scene when Mike Lowry, you know what I'm saying, was at the door and the other dude's son was getting ready to go on the date. And remember when he had popped up and Will Smith's, you know what I'm saying, character was like, yo, nigga, he was like, what is your name? He was like, Reggie. And he was like, Reggie. He was like, nigga, you about 31, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and I use that to be kind of funny, but that's a real illustration, even though it's a comedy, but it's a real illustration of how older men look at young, you know what I'm saying, man, for those men that have daughters and how we're already looking at the young boy, but like, nigga, you better not try anything. I'll break your motherfucking legs. You know what I'm saying? And look, and see, that's why Lola up there laughing, because you know it's true.
Well, I had okay. Let me say this. I am confused. Okay, so I need some clarification. Now I heard. Okay, so I assume you agree with Mr. Dust that men's priority is with their daughters is, are you taking physically care of my daughter, and are you not putting your hands on her? Like, what's going on, right? However,
right.
However, I get what you're saying, but however, my confusion is, I'm assuming that as a man, you've connected to your daughter emotionally, so you know her a bit deeper than obviously he does, at least in the beginning. So my question is, why wouldn't a man be concerned about his daughter's heart being broken in a relationship, maybe somewhat near the amount?
But you gotta prepare for that, Lola.
I can answer that because I was actually
Okay, I'm gonna just say my piece and I'm gonna let the brothers rock out. I'm gonna say my piece real quick. You gotta prepare for that. You just gotta give it a game. Look, yo, when he doing this, that, and the third, this was going down. You know what I'm saying? This was probably going down. Don't let it phase you. He do love you, but he's just, he's just in that state right now. You know what I'm saying? It's just a phase. You know what I mean? It's not who he is. Understand that. So you just gotta prep him for just certain things. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, there are certain men who are not the norm, right? They not gonna do none of that crazy stuff. They not gonna step out. They ain't gonna do none of that. But majority of these guys, these younger guys, man, this is what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? When you're a younger guy and you already been a younger guy, I'm almost middle age, so I'm already out that bracket. But as a younger guy, hanging out with my cousins, my brother, and my uncles and all that, this is how they talk. This is how they talk. And some of them have whole families. This is how they move and operate. You know what I mean? Look, my dad's father, my grandfather had 13 kids. And not by the same woman. You know what I'm saying? That's just the nature of man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta prep your daughters for that. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it gets to the point where he's actually, you know what I'm saying, like, investing in that other woman, then that's a problem.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Then that's a problem. Because then I'm gonna step in as a man of my family, and be like, yo, you dating my cousin, you dating so and so, blah 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 blah. You married to blah blah blah. Why are you investing with Susie down the block? Why you paying this bill, that bill? Why are you doing this, that, and the third for? She not your girl? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you supposed to just be knocking that down and then coming right back home and taking care of business. But this is how men talk to other men. I know y'all don't really understand this, or y'all don't really hear this. But these are the conversations that they have. These are the conversations that men have.
Barbershop talk, man.
And sisters, I'm not trying to make men seem barbaric. I'm not trying to. It's not sad. It's just reality.
No,
because no. But hold on, Queen. Hold on.
It ain't sad, Queen.
Hold on, Queen. Because Queen, hold on. You know for a fact, we ain't gonna name names, but we know we both have men in our family that have done certain things. Okay?
Oh, we know.
Yes, we do. We both have men in our family that have done certain things that they probably shouldn't have been doing, morality-wise, right? But it happened. So, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You just gotta prep the women for that, man.
So
Prep them for
tell
that.
your
Teach
little
them.
girl, be
Teach them.
okay with a man going out on you as long as
No,
you
I'm listen. I'm just letting it know what's gonna happen.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? Because no, it's not crazy. It's
It's
this
not
what happens.
crazy, Queen.
You're not a man. You don't understand. See, and this is the thing. There's certain things that women can tell women that I'm not gonna understand. You and Lola gonna have a conversation about women. I'm not gonna know nothing that y'all talking about. It ain't gonna make sense to me. In fact, I may even get offended or upset. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, why are they thinking like that? Don't they understand that we as men think like this and feel this? I done went to work and I done provided and you still want to, but y'all feel things differently because y'all have a different purpose. Y'all mindset is different. You know what I mean? So and so women have it. There's things that y'all do too that we as men are like, man, that don't make no sense. Like, why is that?
Nobody should date. Nobody should date. Everybody.
No, it's not about
No,
nobody.
Queen. No, Queen.
You're losing. You're taking it personal.
You missing it, Queen.
You're missing the point.
You
are missing it, Queen.
You're missing the point completely.
I am. I'm good. I can't. I don't.
You're missing the point completely.
Hey, look. Hold on. 84. 84. Look. Hey, look. Yo, Lola. This is a prime example of why most women do not understand how men think. That right there is not. It is.
No.
All...
What I'm saying. Okay. Let me maybe clarify what that situation of what you said, what that visualized for me. Okay. So you saying that as a man, you go tell your son, yo, or this is how it is. You know, just take care of your girl. Don't put your hands on, but you know, it's okay if you have go bang Susie down the street. You know, just don't, you shacking up you living with Mary. So take care of Mary. Just, bang Susie and bang Trisha, but make sure you take care of Susie. So Susie is somebody's daughter. Trisha is somebody's daughter. That's what I'm saying.
You are missing the point.
But we already queen. But you're not understanding. You're not understanding.
Would you be okay?
It's not the fact that I'm okay. Listen. Listen. I'm gonna say this.
Trigger alert.
Listen. No. I'm gonna say this. And Queen. Hold on, Queen. You know
it is.
Queen, listen.
No.
Listen to me, Queen. Queen, listen. Hello.
No, hold on.
Hello, Queen. Just listen to what I'm saying. I know you deal with the kids, but just listen. Listen to what I'm saying. Queen, you're not listening. Listen to what I'm saying.
Lola.
Queen, hello. Queen, hello. Listen to what I'm saying. You know how much Queen knows how much I love my nephew. I love him dearly. I want him to find one woman to be with and to marry and to hold and treasure and all that. But I know that outcome is very, very small. Just because I just know how young men move. You know what I'm saying? I could try to tell him all types of things and try to instill certain values and, hey man, maybe you shouldn't do that, or maybe you should do that. But then, you know what I'm saying? Like he's probably gonna listen to some of the things that I say. And he's probably gonna want to try to mimic some of the things that I do as an older, mature man. But he's gonna slip up, and I know that. You know what I'm saying? I know that he probably might slip up. I know the probability is very high from that. You know what I mean? Whether it's peer pressure, whether it's just not being mature, whether it's being young, whether it's being at college, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Now, or it's whether you graduated college and now you're getting money, so now you feel like you're the man. You gotta understand, younger men have egos, okay? And even as much as you try to instill goodness and all that, that ego gonna come out. Even younger women have egos. That's not even, we ain't even got to say even about the sex or whatever. Y'all even know, you know there's some young girl that you've been trying to talk to. You've been trying to tell her, hey, listen, don't do that and do this. She's like, man, I ain't listen to Lola. She don't even listen to Meg Thee Stallion. She don't even know none of her songs. She don't even got the new Jordans on. She don't even got the long eyelashes like I got. Like, she don't know what she's talking about. But that's how younger people think, though. They gotta learn. They gotta burn and learn sometimes, right? We all had to go through it. So you may be teaching a young girl to do certain things a certain way, but she's gonna have to learn and burn on her. She's gonna have to burn and learn on her own accord. I'm gonna instill certain things in my nephew, but I already know he gonna be a young man still. There's certain things he's just gonna do, even though I disagree with some of the things.
Look,
Hold on, Razik. Hold on 1 second. I know Wally was trying to say something. So Wally, go ahead, and Razik, and then Queen and everybody else can rock out. Go ahead, Wally.
that's all, bro.
No, school, you good, bro?
Damn, where this all went? Because y'all going, and I don't even know where this went at. But nah. But for me, this is just my my visuals on this. If I was a father, right, and I'm looking at my daughter, and she's considering dating, honestly, I would really sit her down and ask herself, does she really know what she's getting herself into?
Woo.
Reason why I say that is because, one, let's be real about this. If women truly are the emotional creatures, right, my thing is understand what you are really putting yourself into.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know who are you going to deal with when you pick who you pick.
Yes.
So understand you put yourself in you already put yourself in an emotional position because you're literally enticed with the person you choose, and then at the same time, everything else of those emotions are falling in place. So now, this is where it really hits, because if this dude that you date ends up doing some foul stuff, now you broken and hurted. And you have to ask yourself, are you really now? Because now from that point stands, are you even going to be able to rebuild yourself to understand what you got yourself into and what have you learned and experienced from what you've dealt with? But the thing is, a lot of fathers respectfully don't even tell their daughters that anyways. They just be like, nah, you can't date. Wait until you like 25 or something.
So can I ask you a question about that? So in light of the topic here, right? If a man understands that his daughter's liable to get cheated on, whether she's dating or in a marriage, she's liable to get cheated on, and he tells her, just don't date until you're 25. Would you say, in your opinion, that he's trying to save her from the men that he know is there, and he's trying to urge her to, in a sense, wait until she's old enough to endure the heartbreak, because he's preparing her for basically to go into the lion's den, and his opinion of other men.
Let me answer yo.
All right. So
let me answer this, bro. Please, man. Let me answer this, bro. Please, man. Hey, look.
All right.
Hey, look. I'm 39, right? I don't have kids at all. But if I did have a daughter, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to vet, you know what I'm saying, every man or a man that comes into my daughter's life. You know what I'm saying? So that's Well, I'm sorry. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Would you be vetting the young man for his morality or his money?
All the way the fuck around. Every fucking thing. I'm diving into that nigga's personal background, who the fuck he is, where the fuck he came from, his education on your level, his intellect, what he look like, what he smell like, how he dress, the whole fucking nine. You goddamn right. Nope. And look, see, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
But not where he put his penis. You don't want to know about that part, right?
I want to know everything. I want to know everything from A to goddamn Z. Every motherfucking thing. I want to know everything about this dude. Who are you, nigga? Why are you trying to, you know what I'm saying, court my daughter? Why are you interested in my daughter? Yeah. You goddamn right.
And Razik, you got a sister, right? You got a sister, right?
Yeah.
I got a younger sister too, right? she just had my nephew 2 years ago. He's only 2 years old, right? You know what I'm saying? I was all up in the sauce when it came to her boyfriend. All up in his mix.
Bro, I was too, and
He still did some crazy stuff.
bro, I told my sister, I was like, yo, I said, yo, sis, if you ever have an issue, let me know. I'm breaking this jaw off rip. And she's like, oh my god, don't do that, James. Like, nah, like it ain't that. I said nope. I told her, and I said, sis, I said, yo, you don't understand us as men. And I said, yo, minute, you know what I'm saying, that he act up, let me know. And see, another thing, you know what I'm saying, too, is that women, and this goes back to my circular argument of saying that women do not understand men. And you have to understand that men cheat with money. We don't cheat with our dick. And I know y'all don't like to hear, you know what I'm saying, this. Because if I had, you know what I'm saying, a chick, right, if I was spending money on her, more so than what I'm spending on my wife, you as a woman are going to have extreme conflict with that. You are going to have extreme conflict with that. Now, however, this is the nuance, you know what I'm saying, to, you know what I'm saying, all of this, right? However, if I choose to step out of my relationship to get my dick sucked or have some pussy or whatever, it's just like, you know what I'm saying, taking a piss. You know what I'm saying, man? We do not look at sex as an emotional aspect tied to whoever, the woman that we are having sex out of the woman, or aside from the woman that we are, aligned with. And a lot of women do not like to hear that, and they don't understand it. But this is why I say you women do not understand the nature of a man. You know what I'm saying? This is the difference. Because just because a man steps out of the marriage, so you know what I'm saying, to his feet, and he may have sex with a different chick, he always goes back to his main girl.
Well,
always.
Okay.
And let me build on this point too, Lola, real quick, right?
Please
and I'm gonna go back to my sister, right?
Please
she
don't.
was so afraid. I'm telling the story. She was so afraid to tell me what was going on, her situation. She just left the house. Like, she just left where her and her man was living and went to go stay with my grandma. That's how deathly she was afraid of the repercussions that me, my pops, and the rest of the dudes in the family, how we would have handled him. So she was so afraid of just the fact that he just called her out her name. She was so afraid of what we would do. She just left the house and went to my grandmother's house. Because she knew if she would have stayed there and we would have found out what would have happened if she was still there, we would have pulled up. She know that. And ain't gonna be no talking. You know what I'm saying? So she know how we handle things and how we approach things. You know what I'm saying? Off rip. You know what I mean? My cousin had a situation. You know what I mean? My uncle woke me up. He was like, yo, we got a situation. You know what I mean? Your cousin got this going on, which is his daughter. I said, all right, uncle, let's go. Grabbed me and my brother. My brother's a professional boxer. Grabbed him. We had another OG in the car, and we was going to break. We was going to knock some heads off. Homeboy ran away because he knew what time it was, and that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely listen. We honor the women in our family, but we just know that when a man, like I said, from 18 to 35, he really on some F-boy stuff, man. He just is. You know what I'm saying? And we could be on them because we on them. We on these guys. We on them. We trying to prep the women in our family to move a certain way. But we understand just the mindset of a younger man and that ego and that pride and how they move, and they thinking that they this guy and they listen to this rapper and you know what I mean? They looking at this athlete and they got this shoe on, and you know what I mean? All the girls are looking at them, they thinking that they the man, and oh yeah, you know what I mean? I'm the man, I'm the new hot nigga out here, blah blah blah. I'm the new HNIC, you know what I'm saying? Like this is how men think when they're young and they're not fully mature yet. You know what I'm saying? Because men go through different levels, just like women go through different levels. Y'all go through y'all phases, right? Well, y'all the young chick y'all out here, yeah. You the girl, you know what I'm saying? You that girl. You walk down the block, every man looking at you. You know what I'm saying? Someone stopping the cars. You the new young chick on the block, and everybody looking at you. Then you go to the mature woman, right? Guys are still looking at you, but it ain't the same. You know what I mean? Because now there's a new young chick on the block, and now she getting all the heat. You know what I'm saying? And then you go from maturity to now you're an OG now.
Hey,
You know what
look,
I'm saying?
look,
It's just
84.
life.
Hey,
Yeah.
84. Let me ask you something real quick, right? And
Yes,
look,
sir.
correct me if I'm wrong, bro. But you've heard of a term called post nut clerk
Oh shit.
alternative, right? And look, and see, this is the thing that a lot of women don't understand, bro. Like, I've even told this to my own sis, you know what I'm saying, and other female friends that I have. But I was like, yo, we really don't like you until after we have sex with you. Like the reality doesn't set in until after we have sex with you, and that's the cold, honest to God truth. We really do not like you until after we have sex with you, and that's how men are
But
wired.
Rafiq, there's also levels to that, right? Because remember, we don't really fully connect until after we at a certain age. You know that because you're almost 40, like I'm almost 40. We knew that about like 10, 15 years ago where our mindset was at as men. It was completely different than what it is now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? So now when you approach things, now you know exactly where you're at. I can't expect my sister's boyfriend to approach things the way that I approach it. He's only 28, 27 years old. He's not gonna approach it like the way I'm gonna approach it. He's gonna approach it way different. I'm almost 40. He's
Hey,
not
look,
on the
hey,
same
look,
level of manhood
hey,
I'm
look.
in.
Why women, the girls are acting the way they acting.
Nah, but
Because
look,
they tired of being run through and treated like shit.
but
So
look, the thing.
that's why these women today act the way they act. Because they're tired probably of being run through, treated like a revolving door, a soup kitchen line, and they ain't nothing.
But
So
Queen, you're
you
missing
can't
it.
blame it. So if
Queen,
you're gonna treat women like they ain't nothing but a hole to run through like a tunnel, then that's why they act the way they act.
Queen, you are
Y'all
missing it.
crazy.
You are missing it.
No, I'm not.
Slow
No,
down.
no,
Yes,
I
you
can't.
are.
I
Yes, you
can't.
are.
I
You are
can't.
missing
You
it.
saying
Yo, slow down. Slow down.
until you
Slow
have
down.
sex
Slow
with
down.
someone, you don't like women.
Slow
That's
down.
crazy.
Slow the fuck down.
That's
Slow down.
crazy.
Hold
Slow
on,
down,
bro. Hold
Queen.
on.
Hold on, yo. Slow down, yo. The whole point of why I was trying to illustrate that, because you have to understand first thing, you know what I'm saying, for you know what I'm saying, most, is that men want to have sex with you. Now, on the woman's part, it then becomes your responsibility, part to, you know what I'm saying, understand that you have to vet a man based upon his, character first. If you choose a man based upon, how he sees the world, how he carries himself, and things of that, you know what I'm saying, nature, you can then vet the fuck boys away from the mature men, or the men that are ready and understand their role in trying to cultivate, to try to, you know what I'm saying, grow in alignment and providing guidance, you know what I'm saying, guidance and leadership to you. That's the whole point. I know you don't like it, and it's not supposed to be flattering in no way, shape, or form. I'm not here to, sugarcoat anything that I'm saying. I know it's not flattering to you ladies' ears. I know it for a fact. 84 knows this. But what we are trying to tell you is that if you understand that from a aesthetic point of view, men like you physically first. We like what we see. We like the titties. We like the ass. We like the you know what I'm saying, cute face. Cool, right? After that, then we will, compartmentalize if we actually like you and see you.
Razi, I can't hear. Razi, we can't hear you. I'm not making you out. Mr. Best, can you hear Razi?
You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. So, my whole point is just right. I know it's not, flattering, to hear any of this. And for real, your five, dad, and the men in your, family should have told you these things. And you may have heard these things, but you might have just busted off like, oh my God, I don't believe that. I'm going to find my, Prince Charming, such and such, and this and that and the third. And for so long, you women have been lied to, and you haven't been told the truth about men, and how we think, which is why, and no disrespect the queen, but this is why you have so much pushback against what we are, are trying to, convey. So I'm saying all in all, right? For any man that you may think that is a viable man in your life, you have to look at him based upon his character, his moral compass, and the things that he values first. That's how you will be able to separate the fuck boys away from the men who are just trying to play the field and get in between your legs.
Well, okay, Razi, can I interject, please? Okay.
Go ahead. I'm all good.
I have the same vitriol that Queen has for such things. However, my experience with it has been very tumultuous. That at some point I'm losing feeling. And I think this is the dangerous part of where women are at, that I think Queen was trying to reiterate, that when women get to a point where they're numb to this, right, they start to naturally act a certain way that's numb. And that goes against their very nature in terms of that nurturingness that they got going on. They tend to be more masculine when they can't feel anymore, when they're just numb. They tend to just act more masculine. Personally, for me, I've been in a circumstance where my sister was cheated on and she was given a disease and she died by her husband. And
I'm so sorry to hear that.
The issue I had was that it broke my parents' heart what happened. And, I felt that I couldn't understand at the moment why it happened, because I thought people got married so they could have endless sex. That's what I thought people got married for. Because other than that, honestly, kind of what's the point? But I thought that was the case. So when he stepped out, and then he stepped out and brought something back, I felt like, didn't you know as an adult, not as a man, but as an adult, that when you go outside of your relationship, one, you're breaking your word, and that's all you have as a man. Two, if you should bring something back, you're going to bring back something you can't take back, either a disease or a baby. And it's like, if you bring home a disease that might be for the rest of your life or her life or no life, if you bring back a baby, now she got to deal with an extra family, an extra woman all the time. If she going to deal with you, now her children are at odds with this other woman's children. Now you got to break down in family. All for what? So you can get a nut? Like, I don't understand that. Now, me personally, and this conversation came up last week, right? My father told me that he's a man of integrity. And when he gives his word, that's what it is, right? And he said, he told me, and he's told me this before. My father told me, don't ever be in these streets with a man and it ever gets back to me that you cheated. Like, as my daughter, period. Like, don't ever let that be what you're known for while you're my daughter, okay? Like, and I caught what he was saying. My father don't usually end off the rest of his conversation. You just say a statement, you kind of got to get what he means. But I understood what he meant by that. And even for me as a parent, if I found out that, let's say, my son went out there and broke someone's heart because, you know, he just felt like, well, let me just do something random, I would feel like a failure as a mother that my child was that reckless with him. It's just that reckless, period. And I didn't teach my child anything else. And I know I poured everything into my children. And I would still feel like there was something missing in me. I would question myself. And if my daughter did it, I would definitely question myself. But if my son did it, I would feel like I failed as a parent, as a woman, I failed. And so I would take it very personally. So when I asked you as a man, if you had a daughter and she was married to a guy or seriously involved with a guy and you met him and you knew him and he stepped out on her, right? How would that affect you? Because now, I mean, can you trust this guy? And I thought men were all about trust. I'm not expecting men to feel the same way a woman would feel about that, to take that impact, because we feel the world. But I would think as a man, you wouldn't want your daughter to go out there, just the very thought of your daughter out there, like Queen mentioned, as a carousel, for men to treat her as just something to be up in until he gets clarification. Like, I would think that would be a subtle fear of men, that they don't want their daughters feeling that way. Thus, if they can feel that way about their daughters, they should be able to feel that way about the women that they're involved in. Like, it's human beings we're talking about. So that's where that question is coming from. And I get it, that it may mean something different to men. However, if you give your word to someone, that's what you did. Like, you gave your word and you broke it. Like, that, really, like, you lied. You deceived someone. You caused someone pain because you're sharing something with someone that you don't expect them to share with someone else. And now you're cheating the game. Most men don't come to women and say, listen, I want to sleep around and I want you to sleep around. That's not how it goes. But it's like women have the same propensity to cheat that men do. They do. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I do have more to learn about men, but I would think as a parent,
look. This is why, you know what I'm saying. At first, I said that you have to judge a man based upon, you know, character first. See, character, it reveals things that that men cannot hide. And a lot of you or your women choose to ignore certain red flags in a man's, you know, character and his you know what I'm saying, sign, and the way that he actually carries himself. And then, you know, if a man is able to show off like certain glamours and glitz, you know, y'all will bypass that and think, well, okay, well, damn, yo, he drives a BMW, or he drives this, or he's able to, you know what I'm saying, to do this and buy this, and we're able to go here and there, you know what I'm saying, because unfortunately, for a lot of, you know, for overwhelmingly majority of y'all, it's so easy to lie to, you know what I'm saying, you. And you know, and I'm not saying that, like, you know, I'm a liar, you know what I'm saying, no, but a lot of men do, and they will lie to you to get whatever it is that they want. This is the ego that 84 was talking about, you know, but I don't know. I mean, it's so many nuances to try to like tie into, you know, everything. But first, you know what I'm saying, first, I'm sorry to hear about what have happened to uh your lady in your family. But however, I'm sure that there were other red flags that your sister ignored. You know what I'm saying? In retrospect to the man that she was actually with. You know what I'm saying? Um, but and which is why you know, when I talk to other women, I always try, what I'm saying, to tell them, like, I'll ask things like, okay, well, uh, what does he talk about? What is his passion in life? What is his, what drives him? You know what I'm saying? And those things will reveal to you certain things in a man's character that he cannot fake. No man can actually fake. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna also add this too, right? Warren Buffett had a quote, right? And he said, "The most important decision that you will ever make in your life is who you decide to take on as your spouse. It is the most important decision you will ever make in your life." So just let that sit on your heart, yo. You know what I'm saying? And just take that in. That is a lot. That is a lot. So when you factor in, children, marriage, you know what I'm saying, and all of those things that come along with that, that is a very, life changing feat for men and women alone. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm hearing you talk, you gave a clear, point of what happened. You know what I'm saying? Because unfortunately, your sister did not choose right. You know what I'm saying? She did not choose right, and so many women out here are not choosing right. You're going after the glamour and the glitz, and you're bypassing the concrete evidence of things that men are showing you, not what they're telling you, what they are showing you. You have to judge a man based upon his actions. As you've always heard, you know what I'm saying, the term, actions speak louder than what? Words. Exactly. It doesn't matter if you say, hey girl, man, you so fucking beautiful. Oh my god, yo, you sexy. Like all of that shit. Y'all will eat that shit the fuck up. And y'all will go back to your homegirls like, girl, he told me this. He blew my back out. His dick is this long or whatever the fuck. He able to do, you know what I'm saying, this. Y'all love that shit. Y'all eat that shit up like it's red lobster. Y'all, I'm telling you. So if you're able to move yourself away from those things that are not particularly concrete to judge a man on, you will then, what I'm saying, conclude to pick better. You know what I'm saying? And that's just as clear as it gets. Every man is not out here for your best interest at heart. They're not.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Would you agree that?
Go ahead.
Would you agree that if you're saying that men don't cheat the same reason women cheat, and men cheating is just a part of life, it's biology, it's whatever the case may be, that when you say looking for let's say a stand-up guy or a good moral character guy, does that include a guy that would not do what you just described in terms of just the normal thing that men do, cheating?
Well, I'm gonna add, you know, some this. Like monogamy is not in a man's nature. So you know what I'm saying? Like that off rip, I know it's not going to sound flattering to, you know what I'm saying, here, right? Now, if a man is monogamous, 9 times out of 10, it's because of his circumstance doesn't allow him to be not monogamous because of his certain circumstance. So a lot of times, a lot of guys who are like maybe average, what I'm saying, whatever, what I'm saying, because they don't have the leverage of money, status, and power to elevate them to a certain level that may become deemed qualifiable as far as like being attractive in other women's eyes. Yeah, he may be more prone, what I'm saying, to monogamy versus the basketball player or the entertainer or the high profile lawyer or the doctor, what I'm saying, that a lot of women find attractive. You know what I'm saying? So there's kind of like a double-edged sword, which is why I said judge a man based upon character first. Character first. And I know you don't particularly like that because in your mind you're like, well, damn, why he can't be 6 feet with the six abs, the big muscles, the long dick, and you know what I'm saying, and still have all of that included. I know. Look, you are not the exception to the rule. I've heard this my whole life. I have heard this from multiple women.
So if you're saying, okay, I think you're referring to women that typically say, if you're going to cheat on me, it better be worth it. Because you and I both know that men usually don't be offering a lot, but they be cheating. Like they'll be 50-50 with you, right? And then cheat. They'll be like not look, their sex game will be trashed. And you up there being faithful to them, but then they'll go cheat. Come on, you know that's where that's coming from when it comes to women. When they say, "Oh, you're not 6 feet with coke bottle thick dick," no, you ain't cheating on me. No, I'm not taking that. Like, no, you're not a millionaire. No, you're not cheating on me with 16 women every month. No. That's where it's coming from, because a woman is like, if I got to deal with that because you're so up there, then it needs to benefit me. It doesn't benefit me for you to be poor and cheat on me. It doesn't benefit me you to be spreading your seed around, making babies on me. Meanwhile, you're not really helping me with these babies. Like,
let me add too, right? You know what I'm saying? And I've heard a lot of women say, you know what I'm saying, it's right. Sex can always be improved. Okay?
You know what?
So let's do that first, right?
Okay.
Sex can always be improved, and sex is a growing and a learning process based upon the partner that you are with. So any woman that I'm with or I happen to choose as my wife, I'm not going to know everything off the rip about what tickles, what I'm saying, her fancy in different areas. There's a learning process that goes involved in that, what I'm saying. So I have to learn her the same way you have to learn me. And now we're just talking about sex, right? Now, which is why I said that, you know what I'm saying. So that can always be improved.
But how does that take
always
the point? Like, the point is, you can't be out here giving me mediocre to BS sex, and then I have to deal with you cheating on you too.
Nah, but again, you're missing it. I'm not. Look. For, you know what I'm saying? Look, no, hold on. Nah, look, because I always love it. I can have these conversations for hours. Look, if me and you was, you know what I'm saying, if me and you was an item, right? Now, I'm not the, cheating type. You know what I'm saying? Well, for one, I've never had a real conducive relationship. Now, I've had like one, like, you know what I'm saying, stands, flings, you know what I'm saying, whatever. But all I need is one. All I need is one of you. I don't need multiple. I'm not into, trying to have 3 and 4 wives. I'm not into that. I like just dealing with one of you is enough for me.
Is that a compliment?
Now, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Is that a compliment or a low-key diss?
No, that is a
You can't deal with
compliment.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
No, that is a compliment. That is a compliment. Like, look. Let's be honest here. Two titties, a nice ass, and some pussy. That's it. That's it. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not looking to spread my seed all over, the entire globe. No, I only need one of you. That's it. And all that, you know what I'm saying? Which is why even in the Bible and Bolo, look, back loosen me up. Which is why even in the Bible it says, "He who findeth a wife findeth a good thing." He didn't say, "He who findeth 5 wives finds a good thing." No, he just said, "He who findeth a wife finds a good thing." It's only one. I only need one. Now, I may not be the majority. I may not, you know what I'm saying? And I never claim to be. I'm me. I'm only one man out of God knows how many more. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But going back to my point, you know what I'm saying? Character is what you have to look at in every man. Any man that you find physically attractive, the immediately after that, if you find him attractive, immediately after that, you need to be ciphering in your mind, okay, well, I need to find out about who is he? What is his character like? What does he align with? How does he think? How does he move? You know what I'm saying? And those things will provide you the answers for you as a woman, what you are looking for or what you feel that it is that you need. You know what I'm saying? From, you know what I'm saying, him. You know what I'm saying? Immediately, when you start, wherever man, I don't give a fuck who he is. If it's Future, Russell Wilson, Bow Wow, I don't give a fuck whoever it is. Whatever nigga that is in your circle, if you find that nigga attractive in any way, if you willing, if in your mind you saying like, damn, yo, that nigga is fine, yo, I'll pull down my panties now, I'll do whatever to him. If those thoughts are in your mind, the second immediately you need to be thinking about who is he, what are his characters, his principles, what is his moral standing ground, because that right there will divide and conquer the bullshit from the men or the man that you really want. You know what I'm saying? And women don't do that. Y'all are so quick to focus on, well, damn, is he driving this car? Is he able to do this? How much money has he got? Is he wearing these type of sneakers? Is this, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are so superficial. You know what I'm saying? Which is why y'all pick wrong. If y'all are able to do this, y'all, I'm telling you, y'all will succeed. Hey, 84, back me the fuck up, my nigga. If I'm lying, if I'm lying about anything I'm saying, bro, correct me right now. If I'm lying about anything I'm saying.
A lot of women, and even sometimes that's more of a younger female's mindset. But unfortunately, it's starting to bleed into the ones that are older and more mature, like our ages. Unfortunately, it's starting to bleed into their mindset as well. But that I mostly see that with like the Meg, the Stallion, Cardi B type of chicks. The 35 and under. That's their mindset. The long eyelashes and the long fingernails and all that. Like that's their mindset. But it's unfortunately starting to bleed into the mindset of some of the older women too, which is very sad. Brother
And
Bolo,
we do not like that shit.
We don't, man.
We don't like that. That shit is unattractive.
Yeah,
y'all come here with this clown makeup, this RuPaul-esque type, you know what I'm saying, facade. That shit is hideous.
Listen, right? You will still blow that back out. So stop it. Just stop it.
Oh, damn.
You'll blow it out.
Brother Bolo, is there anything that you wanted to add to this? I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Razik was killing it. I left earlier on a note, but I just wanted to add to what Razik was saying. The reason why a lot of women are ending up with these guys, Lola, the reason why a lot of these women ending up with these guys, right, is you need to look in the mirror. Let me explain why. When you know what your worth is, You know what your worth is. And this ties into what Razik was saying. If you have a diamond that's worth $100,000, for you to know that that diamond is worth that much, you had to have learned the clarity, the cut, where it came from, and you had to get it certified. So you had to do the math. You actually sat there and actually did some homework. So now when you go to demand its value, you know what it's worth. Now you're going to demand its value, and you're not taking anything short of that $100,000. Does that make sense?
Okay, got it.
So when a woman knows what her value is, and this goes both ways, when a woman knows what her value is, it's going to show forth in her worth is going to show forth in her standard. So when you roll up on that man, right? Remember the guy that he was telling you about, that Razik was telling you about? A man's words, and this goes for any man or woman, words become thoughts. Thoughts become ideas. Ideas become plans. Plans become actions. Actions become character. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
So a lot of us take more time into finding a house, into buying a car. We'll hire.
Talk about it.
We'll do all these different things to find out if this house is worth us buying. But we don't take that time to find out if this spouse is worth having. So if we took the time to have this conversation, if we took the time to put this man or this woman into certain situations to see what their reaction is, see where their stock comes from. The mistakes that we make, hardly we would make them because we're too anxious. We're not patient. And this is why we end up as men in relationships that's bad, because a lot of the times we want to rush to grow old. So when I'm in a relationship with Lola, I'm trying to figure out how to be a man, how to be a boyfriend, how to be a father, how to be a husband. And I'm doing all these things at the same time. And you're getting jacked up because the mistakes that I'm making, I should have already figured it out. This is why when he quoted the scripture, a man findeth a wife, and that's a good thing. How do you think he found that wife? He had to know what he was looking for, right? So he had to know what his worth was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
So a good wife is a match for a good husband. So in other words, if I keep ending up with trash, guess what vibe I'm putting out? Trash. Okay. Your vibe will match your tribe. It doesn't work any other way. So we have to understand that a lot of us put more quality on ourselves than in ourselves. So that goes back to what Razik was saying. We'll put the eyelashes, we'll put the sneakers, we'll put the Balenciagas, we'll get the jewelry, we'll get the Gucci, we'll get the Louis Vuitton. But we don't take the time to put that same quality that we put on ourselves in ourselves. We're trying to get to know who we are and what our focus is, what our intentions is, what our integrity is, and what our character is.
So Lola, pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention.
If we did the work on us, because a lot of the times, I use me. Men really, when we're dealing as men, a lot of the times we don't know what we want. How do we not know what we want? Because you know what? We didn't take the time to get to know ourselves. So when you find that seasoned man, he already knows what he wants. So he's able to isolate and able to say, no, you move to the side, now you move. No. When I walk into that candy store, I'm not coming in there looking at all candies. I got a specific candy that I'm looking for to match my fly. And that's how the woman should be. You should have a specific parameter that you're working with in looking for that man. So all of that men talking all that garbage, you should be able to see through that if you know what your worth is. You know why? Because you're a certified diamond. See how we go back to that analogy?
Yes, I see how.
Hold on, Sister Lola. I just want to see if Wally got something to say real quick. Real quick. Wally, are you back or are you still gone? I know Queen stepped away for a minute. Wally, are you back or not? Okay, Wally's not back. Okay, he'll be back in a second. Go ahead, Sister Lola.
I see how you got there. I do. But okay, I'll say this. And I feel that, and it is a feeling. I feel that this is where some forgiveness from a communal level should be, in that there's not too many women that I know that grew up the way I grew up with, like the dad I had, right? When I went into the world, I didn't go into the world as a teenager dating or as a young woman, like knowing myself and knowing, okay, this is the type of man that I want based on who I am and my likes and my disposition and da 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 da. I went into the world looking for my dad, like looking for the guy that kind of looks like my dad, keeps himself up like my dad, has what my dad has, won't do what my dad won't do, and do what my dad do. That was the only guidance I had. Now, granted, that wasn't all I needed. Okay, I ran into some stuff. I'm not saying that was it. However, like it did help. But a lot of women my age, okay, didn't have that. And so they're coming from nothingness. And so coming from nothingness, you gotta be real mature to get to a point where you realize on your own, okay, let me get to know me, and you don't have no direction. It's no book hand, nothing. It's just you trying to figure out how to get to know a being, and then figure out something else going forward. Like that takes a lot. And I feel like, yeah, older women, not older women, but women that are beyond 30, right? Seasoned women don't come into that until they're around 35, 40. But by 35 and 40, we're being told that that's too late. You're old. You atomic pregnancy, something about that, and a bunch of other stuff. And
then
so,
you know what you do when that happens, Lola? You know what you do when that happens? You know what you do when that happens?
Please don't say bye, though.
No, I'm going to tell you. You move on to the man that's going to appreciate you for who you are. If you got to do
easier said than done.
No, hold on. But see, this is the point. You got to hold out. So if you're worth $100,000 and I'm trying to give you 10 grand, are you going to take my 10 grand?
Okay, I wouldn't take 10, but if it was like 90, I think I kind of.
Okay, like cool, got you. But look at the margin, right? The point is that certified diamond. You'll see you might go to 90 grand. You might even go to 85 grand. But you're meeting the majority of your ask.
Okay.
Now, if I'm offering you 10,000, 20,000, you take it. Whose fault is that?
Right, mine. Yeah, okay.
And that's the point. So, you have to understand what you are, right? And let me give you this example. How many times do you give a gift to a person?
Too many times. I'm a Capricorn.
Huh?
Too many times. I'm a Capricorn. That's what we do.
But see, the point is you're a gift given unto a man. You're only supposed to give yourself once.
Okay.
Hold on. Bolo, hold on. We're not going to just breeze over that. She says she is a what? A Capricorn.
I didn't even
Hey, look. Nah, Bolo, don't do that. Hey, look, bro, hold on. Hey, look, Lolo. Hey, look. I am one of my, you know what I'm saying? So, I was born January. Yeah, I was born January 13th.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Whoa, hold on. Razik, hold on, Razik, hold on. That's the same exact birthday as my grandfather, bro.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
And yo, that hardness and all that, because I'm an Aries. That hardness and all that was him, dog. He barely spoke.
Yes, he was.
You know what I'm saying? All that, man. And that's my dad. My dad a Capricorn too.
Oh.
He's very funny, very charismatic. But yo, when he's serious, he don't play.
Lola, send me a DM. I'm glad.
Well, I'm the 19th, so I'm like the last day. So yeah, I'm a customer.
So what I'm saying to you is that we rush into things, right? And we don't we rush into things and we don't take the time to get to know who we are. We would make less mistakes if we did that.
Yes.
Right now, those ladies that you said, and for those you said that don't have that example of a father, because like you said, the first man you fall in love with is your father. So you measure every man subconsciously and subliminally against the men you meet in the world, and vice versa. The first woman that a young man falls in love with is his mother, right? This is unfortunately, we have a lot of women and a lot of men that are in this situation, and this is where the OGs and the OGX come in and reach back and help these young men and help these young women to understand their value.
Yeah.
That's what's so important, because the Bible tells us that the older women are supposed to teach the younger women how to be wise. So the older men are supposed to teach the younger men. If I find myself a wife, right? The scripture says, I find a wife, that's a good thing. What do you think she finds? She finds a husband. So this is what, we find a lot of men saying women are supposed to submit. We find this being a lot of talking points. And my response to that when the men say that is, you're asking a woman to submit, but to submit to what?
Yep.
What is she submitting to? Because when a woman submits, you're asking her to give her life to you. What is she for? You dig what I'm saying? So the job, see, obedience is something that God demands. There is no question to that. Yep. Submission is something a man has to earn.
That's a fact.
So you have to pick that man right. So when you see, listen, at the end of the day, a dog is a dog is a dog is a dog.
Yeah.
So you have to understand that a lot of the times we as people, we want to be in love so bad. And we don't understand that love is a reaction. Love is an action word. Did you know that?
Yep.
So love is a response to something. So when I give you these things, and I'm just going to give you a few pillars of what love is. Love is kindness. Love is forgiveness. Love is loyalty. It's truth. Love is emotional. Love is sympathy, empathy, charity. Love is also generous. Love is also patience. Love is directional, financial, health. And there's a whole lot more. So it would be hard for me to say all that stuff to you every morning when I'm leaving. Okay, Lola, I sympathy you, I empathy you. So we just commonize, we put it in one word, I love you. But these are all the things that I would have to do to invoke that emotion that would be called love, because it's reciprocity, right? So when yes, sir.
And real quick, so both the man and woman have to have that for each other, correct? Absolutely. If they love each other. And I just want to welcome First Lady Tammy to the panel. She's up late. I know Tammy was coming in because I know she's seen Bolo. She's seen the rest of the crew. She's like, I'm coming.
I love when Bolo's on here because he has so much knowledge, and I love sometimes he says some things to some people, and I just sit in the back and I just laugh because he be on point. So he always has a lot of good points. I was like, let me get up on here. So yeah, but I'm happy to be here. Hi everybody. What's going on, Queen?
What's up? What's up?
Hey, this lady, what's going on? So the thing that I'm saying to you is the same thing I tell my daughters, right? That take your time. You have to understand that you only have to get it right once.
Say that again.
You only have to get it right once. So this is the thing we have to realize, right? I'll give you an example. You have a lizard. A lizard cannot regulate its body temperature. So what does it do? It climbs up on a rock, the sun heats it up, and then it goes back to wherever it's going. The Lord tells you love your brothers like you love yourself. So love starts inwardly. But a lot of us have not had that foundation of love. So what we do is we'll run to Lola, and hopefully that light that you generate will validate me. When it should be that I should come already 100. You should come 100. See, marriage is the only time when 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Right. 1 + 2 marriage equals 1.
Right.
So that's the whole point. So I should already be coming to you whole. There's no 50-50 marriage. There's no 50-50. Right? When we're talking about marriage, when people sit there and they say women should be barefoot and pregnant, you can't find that in the Bible. In fact, the Proverbs, the virtuous woman, she was a worker. She was in the merchantship, so she did work. So when people say that, you have to understand that there will be wolf in sheep's clothing. So it is up to you to know, again, remember we're going to keep going back to that reference in the diamond. It is up to you to know who you're going to let into your spirit. Because you have to understand, remember, right? Words become thoughts, thoughts become ideas, ideas become plans, plans become actions, actions become character. You have to understand these things because understand what words are. Words are spells. That's why they call them spells. So when I speak to you, I'm wooing your spirit. Do you feel that? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So you have to be ready to walk away. You have to be tapped in. If you're not tapped in already in an alignment, picture it like this. God is at the top, man is at the left, on the bottom, and the woman is at the right. Your love should already be perpendicular. It should be up. My love for God is paramount. Okay? Because not all men are meant to be fathers. Not all men are meant to be husbands. Not all men are children of God. And it's the same as women, right? Not all women are meant to be mothers or wives, but all women are children of God. Now, when I'm in that alignment with the Father, and that woman is in alignment with the Father, now our love becomes horizontal and we create that triangle. You see where I'm going with it? Because now when we talk about the difference between the love we have now and the difference in the love that our grandparents had, their love superseded them. My love for Lola is not going to stop at Lola. Okay? Because if my love for Lola stops for Lola, if Lola does something wrong, my love shuts down. There is no forgiveness. So if my love is bigger than you, right, there's nothing that you can't do that we can't work through. And this is why the old folks are holding hands at 100 years old.
Okay, pause right there, Bolo. Pause right there. Pause right there. Pause right there. Don't give him no more. Don't give him no more. Don't make him pay for it. Don't give him no more.
Can I just give one more and I did it? Let me just give one more. One more and I'm done.
Yeah. Don't go nowhere though, because I got questions, yo.
They not ready.
Hold. Here's this thing. You have a person robs someone, right? 17 seconds it took him to rob that man. And he gets caught. He's now doing 20 years of life. Okay? 17 seconds to 20 years to life. That doesn't add up, does it?
It
doesn't add up. Cool. Now let me say this to you. The climax that we use, because we use sex for dating and sex for marriage. The climax that you reach and that I reach is about 30 seconds, 40 seconds the max. The climax. And you have the potential of wasting your life for that 23 seconds. We relationships with the spiritual, mental, and emotional. The physical should be last. The physical is the thing that opens the door. But we should be heading for the other three because that's what lasts forever. Because when your body can't react and you can't produce those juices that man wants to slip into, what's going to keep him there? There you go. I'm done.
Okay. Let me hold on. Don't nobody go nowhere. We building on this. Don't nobody go nowhere.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick?
Wait, Queen. Wait, Queen. You gotta wait, Queen. You gotta wait. I gotta get the First Lady Tammy, Big Ray, okay, and then Lola. You remember this is your ship. You anchoring it, and we going from there.
Okay.
You hanging in there, Lola? I know it's been 6. You going strong, girl. First show, yo. I'm gonna see you a Red Bull. Real quick.
I ain't gonna say nothing. First Lady Tammy, go ahead. If you got something to say, and then Big Rig, what up, baby? Good to see you up in here, man.
I mean, I don't really have a lot to say, so yeah, I don't really have a lot to say, to be perfect. And I always got something to say, but
yes.
There's been some really strong and really good talking points that were made. I mean, to the point where it kind of leaves you with really not much to say in response to it, because what was being said makes a lot of sense. So, and that's the thing. I think when things make a lot of sense, there really isn't much to say to that. So yes, I don't really have a lot to say. So, no.
Big Rig,
Bolo,
what up,
come to
man?
every show, please.
Hey, he get the stream, y'all. So you know what it is. Big Rig, slap, salute to you, man. Salute to your fam. I'm glad you're up in here, Big Rig. What up, baby? Talk to me, man.
What
Hey,
up,
what's
Bolo?
up with it, man? I just, seen y'all doing y'all thing. I just pulled up one time. Shout out to you, Lola. I seen you, start off around 6 o'clock. You feel me? Going in like 6 hours right now. So I just had to go ahead and pop up here, show some love. You feel me? I'm gonna let y'all do y'all thing, and then I'll come back and say some things because I'm kind of lost right now. So I'll listen to what y'all talking about, and then I'll have something to say about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can I go?
Go ahead, Queen.
Yes, Queen. Good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, Bolo, that's exactly what I say every day when I meet with these young girls. Do not let every car pass through your tunnel just because they got the token. They don't deserve to get on the other side of your bridge. They don't deserve that part of you. Not everybody deserves that part of you. You have to demand and expect more, but you will not get it if you continue to let these hoopty drivers run across your bridge anytime they want to. And then you're left scarred, holes, being patched up. You have to want more for yourself. That's what my mother taught me. She said, you are precious. That's what my dad told me every day. You are my princess. And not every prince that comes your way is really a prince. Be careful. Test the waters. But make them show that they are worthy to be with you in your castle. Just like he told my brothers, or my mother told my brothers. We have to do better. And like I said, people treat you the way you allow them to treat you. That's why I don't understand. And I'm so grateful that I am out of this dating scene. 11 years strong, and I do not want to go back because this is craziness to me.
Listen, you. I got stories. I got
catfishing. I'm good.
I got stories.
I used to drive rideshare. I had enough of those stories. I used to pick up the women from the remnants of the devil date they had. I got tails. Want to do a show about it?
Wow. Hey, look. Well, I'm gonna tell. You know what I'm saying. Low. You know what I'm saying. Like, I expect you to DM me because we definitely need to. You know what I'm saying. To talk a little. You know what I mean, a little bit more. I'm ready to drop my IG in the back, you know what I'm saying, chat. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not even playing. Like, you know what I mean? I ain't even playing. Like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna just be, you know what I'm saying, 100. You know what I'm saying? Like, from what I see, you already are. Let me ask you something, what's your age?
I'm 40.
If you don't mind me, you are 40?
I'm 40.
You 40, okay. Well, hey, look, I'm gonna tell you, you know what I'm saying, still, we need to have a conversation. We need to have a conversation, you know what I'm saying? So, if you ever, you know what I'm saying, choose to indulge, you know what I mean? You know, you have my IG, so, you know what I mean? That's all I'm gonna say.
Y'all should have been around for the Valentine's Day show.
What? Valentine's Day.
There was a Valentine's Day show. Y'all missed it.
Oh my God.
Where are you from, Lola?
I'm from Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh my God. Home of the Wire.
Wait a minute. Okay, yes, it is the
You
home.
couldn't tell her shit the way she says do.
Nah, hey Bolo, I was getting ready to ask you that too, bro, because I heard that. Like, yo, and them U's is profound. They're like you, they're like chew,
Oh my!
do. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. You know what I mean? But I had to ask though.
I can't hear it. So I mean, you guys listen to me. You guys are preaching to the choir at this point. I can't hear it. So.
We got to change the thumbnail now.
Well, okay, I'll say this because I know it has been, I think, like just slightly over 6 hours now. But I originally, the reason I wanted to talk about this subject matter is because I like talking about things that are not talked about, right? And I hate rehashing. Like I like straightforward conversation. I do like nuance too, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I get it, like we have problems. What other problems do we have? And I do think that through this conversation, I mean, I've learned some things, right? Now, Brandon, I'm still confused, and I'm still gonna sit back and watch and be like, this is what they were talking about.
Hold on though. On what though? What are you still?
It's the disassociation with the sex part. Like I'm clear on what you guys said, right? I'm clear on that. I am. However, like I know men have emotions, right? I know men feel. I know men understand certain types of emotions. But the disconnect there, I guess, because like you said, I'm a woman, I can't, there's a limit on what I can talk about, I guess. But I'm still feeling, personally, I'm still feeling like I don't understand the disconnect because it seems like men are so connected to, that sort of thing that I'm like, I don't understand the disconnect. But it's like, I mean, I've been cheated on. Like I've had that happen to me a lot of times.
Let me ask you a question, Lola. The man that cheated on you, what was your relationship with?
Me.
The man that cheated on you, were you able to talk to him about anything? About everything?
No. Well, okay, let me say this. I was young. Okay. I wasn't 40 years old. This happened.
How you saying young? Hold on. Let's do that. How young?
I was early 20s, and mid 30s when this
happened. Less than what, 25? Like what, 25, 26?
Yeah, I was less than 25 all the way up to 35-ish.
How long did this relationship last?
Most of my relationships
No. I'm talking about this specific relationship. How long did that relationship last?
There was so many that had that situation.
No, I'm talking about that one specific, the man who cheated on you. Mm-hmm. How long did that relationship last?
About a year.
A year. Okay. If you don't mind me asking, at the age that you were, how old was he?
The first time, I was like 19, 20-ish.
No. I'm talking about this one specific relationship.
Okay, let me start with the more mature when that happened, right? And we were like about a little over a year. I was 34, 35, somewhere in there. He was 43, 42 at the time.
What did he do for some work?
For profession?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he worked as a guide of some sort. Like I've never seen him work because I've seen him do like side hustles. He had a lot of side hustles, but I know he was like some sort of like guide, like up in New York. Like people would call him.
But he didn't. So he didn't have a specific 9 to 5, right?
Not a specific 9 to 5.
Okay, that was red flag number 1. Now, did this guy, or the one that we're talking about, did he have any kids?
Yes.
Red flag number 2. Okay.
So he.
I'm just saying. Red flag number 2.
That was a red flag, given the first one. Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I can take that. Yeah.
Now, but see, I'm using that to illustrate, you know what I'm saying, the same thing that Bolo has been saying, 84 and me, you know, and it's so important for women to really dissect, you know, a man's, you know what I'm saying, stats. You have to. You have to, because the more deeper you look into it, what he did, how many kids did he have, you know, what was his background like, how was he raised, and look, let me ask you this, right? Out of all the men that you have dated or seriously considered, you know what I'm saying, as a mate, um, did those men ever reveal themselves to you in a way to where they wanted to hear your input, like they actually cared about what you had to either say, suggest, you know what I'm saying, in any way?
There was a few like that. A few. It wasn't a whole lot. It was a few like that.
Okay, now the few that you did have, how many of those men had kids?
All of them.
Red flag.
Well,
Red flag.
here's the thing, right? Okay, so when I met my children's father, they didn't have children. All of them were single men, no kids, and you know that's an issue, right? However, in my dating life, outside of that, when I have found men, I've just found that the ones that didn't have kids wanted to rush in and have more kids. I couldn't deal with that. But then it's like I stuck in my lane, which is in the single parent lane. And so right now I'm like, okay, if being a single parent is a red flag, then we making red fireworks over here because I'm a single parent.
But you know what I'm saying? See, but the whole thing is like there are certain attributes that men exemplify when they do have kids that I don't think that you ever paid specific detail to.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Right. So now let me ask you this: how many kids do you have?
I have 3 children.
You have 3. Okay. So that conversation changes a lot.
Red flag. No, I'm just joking.
Nah, like nah, but
I'm just joking.
nah, but no, but look though, but look, no bullshit though, but no bullshit though.
Listen, I
like
know that my situation is red flag bill. Okay, I know that. However, like
You ain't red flag.
I've spent my
yes, it is. Don't lie to her, Queen. Don't do that.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Please, my niece was
Hold on.
pregnant.
Can I say this, please? Let me say this.
Go ahead.
How can I say this?
Oh my God!
No, listen to
Say
me.
it, Bolo. Say it. You're with your chest, my nigga. Say it.
Oh wow.
Let me say this to you.
Oh wow is correct. Say it. Say it loud and proud, my nigga. Say it.
Any man that finds value would be lucky to have you. A man is gonna understand, you know what I'm saying? You have to understand this. That when you find a man that understands who he is, once he accepts you, everything that comes with you is his now. It's his issue. It's his
fact.
Whatever you want to call it. Okay. He's not gonna look at, he's not, a single man that has no children may have, second thoughts. But here's the thing. If you present yourself in a way where, sometimes we have to look at a lot of us. Okay, I'll just say it. A lot of us go out there and we search for what we want. and what we want is not necessarily what we need. And there's a difference. Okay?
Yes.
I need a good woman. I don't care if she has 12 children. Because that one that has one is going to be the one that stabbed me in my back.
That's cap, Bolo. Don't do that, bro.
Oh, I'm telling you, I'm capping when I say 12 children. But what I'm saying to you is, what you have to understand is this, because this is the thing that these young men don't understand. These young men are going for these young girls, and I'm using my words correctly. These older men are going for these young girls, and these young girls are the ones that's playing the games. And this is what jades these older men when you go into the manosphere. This is why these men are getting passports and flying to Jupiter to go find themselves a chick, because they're not doing the work within themselves. So the point that I'm making is, if I find that one woman that, let's say, has 2 children, okay, let's just say that, and she's tired of the games and she's ready to hold it down, understand what her position is, understand what my position is, and she's ready to walk these dogs, that's better than any other chick that don't know what it is. And time for me is precious. So let's understand that. The one thing that I can't get back is time. So if the Lord has presented her to me, I have to understand what I need. We keep going for what we want. We go for that chick with the fat behind, the big titties, this, that, the third. That's what we want. And then when we end up with 2 children, she takes for child support, and my driver's license is messed up. Then I sit there and go, you know what? I didn't need her. That's when we start to go, you know what? This is what I need. So let's learn from the dude that fell in front of me, opposed to me falling behind him. So I'm not saying that I'm going to date a chick that has 12 kids. I was exaggerating. What I'm saying,
air horn.
I know.
What I'm saying to you is that this one right here ain't trying to play games. This is how I'm looking at it, because it depends on where you are as a man. I'm married. But if I was a single dude, this one here is not trying to play games. This one right here wants a man to lead, wants a man to guide. She wants to be a wife. She wants to play her position, and she wants to continue to move. Am I
But
right?
Bolo, you are missing one important very detail, bro.
Please tell me what I'm missing.
Is the fact, now watch this, right? Now, Lola, I'm gonna ask you this. Why did you have children with the man outside of marriage?
Well, I'll say this, and without at least making too many people look too bad. Okay. When I had my second child, I realized that I had become a statistics, like seriously. So when me and his father broke up, I was determined that I was going to get married, right? Period. I wasn't going to have anything else. So the next guy I met, I got really, really involved with him. However, I was younger, and he had these ideas about how the state doesn't define his relationship. And he spoke with me about that at length. And he said that he didn't believe in traditional marriage with a certificate, but he did believe in it in terms of its
core
practical value. What happened was, after almost 13 years, he came back and decided that his view has changed and that he wasn't ready for marriage, and he wanted to get married, but he didn't want to live in sin anymore. And then he didn't want to be in a relationship, and he had job issues. And then at that point, the relationship had been through the ringer, but my loyalty to just wanting to basically be what my father taught me to be, and not, get with a new guy, because I had children and I didn't want them seeing me with a bunch of guys. At that point when he left, I just kind of was like, you know what? I guess
I'm good.
Now, did you have that?
Pause for a second. Pause, Razik. Pause just 1 second, bro. You good though, but pause. Does Big Rig or Tammy, y'all got anything to say?
No, I'm just listening, bro. I'm just liking what I'm hearing. That's all. I'm seeing a little back and forth right now, so I'm good.
Okay.
You got your popcorn?
So, okay, so I will say something. I will say something. I always like to have something to say rather than nothing to say. It's very interesting with the whole conversation about a woman knowing her worth, because I feel like that's an issue that a lot of women have, is understanding that. And there's one person I know in particular where I really wish she did, otherwise she wouldn't be with the person she did. And I always say, as far as, it's great if someone's able to give you what you want. It's better if they're able to give you what you need. And so, it's interesting because I think that when a woman finally does realize her worth, she can go through a time where she's just by herself, because she realizes that the people that she was giving her time to didn't deserve to have her time. So then she starts to evaluate what kind of person deserves to have her time. Then it can lead to you being by yourself for a really long time. It'll be worthwhile. But sometimes you need that alone time to get yourself together. So, the conversation is just really good. The whole conversation. And Lola, you've been on here since 6 o'clock. You've been revealing a lot of stuff. I find it interesting though, Razik, when he was saying about when she said that about guys having kids, and he was like, red flag. I'm like, I find that interesting, that because I'd love to know why he said that was a red flag as far as a guy having kids, or is it a guy having kids, or is that what the red flag is for, or what?
Well, the reason why I say it's a red flag, and it's a red flag for men and women, it's more so of a red flag for women than it is for men. But to answer what you were saying is that, from a man's point of view, right? Men value your womb. Okay, so from your point of view, or from most women, you know what I'm saying? It's very important that women understand and know that the most valuable thing that you can offer a man is a child. That is the most valuable thing that you bring. And it's so funny, when the conversation started, all over YouTube and Instagram, women used to say, well, what do you bring to to the table and all of this stuff, right? And when women used to ask men, that, and then the men would ask the women, in retrospect, it would reveal a lot of things, without people having to actually say what it is that they're actually trying to reveal, right? So, and just from my own standpoint, I think that men who have children by a lot of women is a red flag, because that's not conducive for each individual child to be raised up with the best, strongest possibility for any chance of succeeding in life. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the statistics, and you can go on the FBI website, you can go on the CDC website, you can go on the U.S. Bureau of Labor of stats, and you can look at these numbers. You know what I'm saying? And most of these children that are born, with single parent households, don't have the structure, the leadership, the guidance, that is conducive for a child to succeed in the world that we live, now. You know what I'm saying? With all of the sparing things that go on from day to day, from like the different type of job markets, from educational skill sets, from a moral and a character and a valuable principle mindset, from what needs to be passed on from the man to child, which is why I particularly has said that. And that's also another reason why I don't have a child, because I'm already thinking that that I want to have, or I want to be able to provide the best possible life for my unborn seeds that I didn't particularly have. You know what I'm saying? So that's very important to me. I don't want my, son or daughter to grow up in the same, substandard of living and growing up in the hood and having to struggle and encountering prison and gang life and violence and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that for my son or my daughter. I don't want my daughter to be on the pole and twerking and stripping on Instagram and trying to start an OnlyFans. Fuck no. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any of that. I don't want my son to become a gang banger, a thug, a rapper, and all this stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I share a lot of the same sentiments that, particularly Anton Daniels, who I follow, and I'm in his Discord group, when he says things like, the black community is trash, because it is, because of the things that we champion. It is trash. You know what I'm saying? It's not to say that, black people are trash, but the things that we champion, the things that we put in the forefront, the things that we, particularly lead with, they're not, a standard of success. It isn't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I do agree that when there's too many kids, when someone has too many, that that can be looked at as a negative thing. I don't necessarily. I've never agreed with the when a child is raised by a single parent. I've never agreed with that, despite whatever statistics are out there. Just because even if a child grows up in a 2-parent household, that doesn't necessarily mean that child's going to be, and that child is in the best environment. So
I didn't say that as well, but I did say it's the strongest.
Hold on, brother Razik. Hold on. But Tammy, you know this for a fact, because me and you grew up kind of the same way, right? Right. And we have a lot of trauma in our past, right? We both have talked about that, right? But when I look at my brother, who actually grew up with both his parents, he don't got the same issues I got. You know what I'm saying?
So I get what you're saying, but I do know people that were raised in 2-parent households and are not successful and not doing well. And I know people that have been raised by single parents and are doing well. So I really think, it is an individualistic kind of thing. Because, with the type of work that I do, I see students that are raised in 2-parent household and how they're growing up. And I've seen students that are raised by single parents. So some do well, some don't do well. And so, because some people stay together, it can be a 2-parent household and it's not it could be a very traumatic environment. So, it's ideal to have both parents, but that's the thing is I think even if it's a single parent, if the 2 parents may not be together, but they are able to get along and raise their child together, even though they're not together, that child can still grow up to be successful. If I were to look at,
but we have to stop. Look, hold on, 84.
I disagree with that.
Tammy.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Everybody hold on. Let us finish real quick.
So even like with me, I grew up with I was raised by a single mother. But myself, my brother, and my other sibling, all 3 of us have graduated college and have college degrees, more than one, in fact. So, I think when it comes to raising your own kids, if you do become a parent, I think it's about being intentional and trying to do things in a different way, despite the way you've grown up. There's a possibility that your child may be raised in the same type of environment, but there's also a possibility that they're not. And it is about being intentional about certain things. So if you don't want your child to have this certain type of lifestyle, it's about being intentional and making sure that doesn't happen. So you do things a little bit differently. So, but like I said, when it comes to the whole, when a child's raised by a single parent thing, I think, it is a possibility that a child raised by a single parent, that they're gonna, not have the best lifestyle and do all these different things, but even if a child is raised with both parents, that's not necessarily a guarantee that won't happen that way as well, because there are a lot of parents that they stay together for the kids, and it's a very toxic environment. And so, like I said, I am a teacher, so I do see a lot when it comes to kids. I see kids that are raised by single parents. I see kids that are raised in 2-parent households. I see all kinds of different things. So I think my viewpoint is a little bit different, because I see a lot when it comes to kids. So, and I've seen some great kids that have single parents that are very active. The dad and the mom, even though they're not together, they're not together, but they're on the same accord. They're able to raise their kids. They get along. It's not a toxic environment, even though they may not be together. And I've seen where there's kids that there's both parents in the household, and you would never know it. By the way the kids act, by the way the parents act, you would never know that both parents actually live and are in the same house, and the kids are raised by both parents. So I mean, it is a case by case kind of basis thing. There are statistics out there, but there are statistics about a lot of things. But there is exceptions to every rule. So so even if you do grow up in a traumatic household as a single parent or with both parents, it is about being intentional when it comes to what you do to change your future and your child's future, so that things can be different and move in a different way.
But I'm gonna say this really briefly, and then I'm gonna let Razik rock out. And I'm gonna let Big Rich rock out, because I know they both turned their mic on. They wanted to talk. I just want to say this real quick. Tammy, you're an anomaly. Your siblings are an anomaly. I'm an anomaly. We're not supposed to make it. You know what I mean? LeBron James is an anomaly. We weren't supposed to make it. We weren't supposed to make it. We're supposed to fail. Because to be honest, you know what I mean? Most people who grow up in a single parent household where there's no dad and the dad ain't there at all, they mostly fail most of the time. Most of the time. It's just a fact. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? For the ones who are able to not fail and they make it, they deserve a lifetime achievement award. I will definitely say that. You know what I mean? Because for the most part, you know what I mean, when I look at my brother, you know what I'm saying, I look at and M3, I'm giving you your props here. I'm showing you love. When I look at people like M3 who actually have both parents functioning in a house, and they both have both parents that was functioning there, supporting them, they're way more balanced. They're way more, you know, they're way more logical when it comes to finances and things of that nature, things that I had to learn. You know what I'm saying? Like, they already had that instilled in them. You know what I mean? I didn't have that instilled with me. I had to learn it. You know what I'm saying? So I had to go through my growing pains. But Brother Razik, Riggs, and then Lola, you let us know where you want to go.
Yeah, I just you wanted to add on to what you were saying, 84, man. I definitely 100% agree. And to them saying, Tammy, like, kudos to you, for achieving whatever type of success that you have achieved. But I will, concede to 84's comments. Like, he's 100%, all right. Like, you are, the exception to the rule, which is why I brought up those, stats. And and as you said earlier, you was like, when you said, I don't agree. Well, I mean, that's kind of a disingenuous, statement to not agree based upon, factual stats. So, and that's not to put no knock on you, but so many women who have been able to become the anomaly, outside of what they were raised, in, I can say me personally, because I don't have kids. Like, I will never ever have children outside of the confines of marriage. Like, that's never ever happening. Either I'm getting married and I'm gonna stay, married, and then have children within that marriage, because I understand that that's the strongest possible, ability in raising a successful man and a successful daughter. So I need to have my wife along with me in raising our kids. You know what I'm saying? So I'm never attributing myself to becoming a baby father, a baby daddy, anything of that nature. You know what I'm saying? I understand the value of marriage. I understand, you know, the you know what I'm saying? Just the overall sentiment of what kind of value that brings when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, having children when you are married. Like that's a different type of structure, a different type of guidance. You know what I'm saying? So um however, and I'm not trying to, knock you, you know what I'm saying, or any other woman who may hear this. And for those women who have been able to rise themselves out of the ashes, out of a unfortunate circumstance. You know what I'm saying? Like me personally, like I came from initially a two-parent household, and my parents had got divorced at the age of 9. You know what I'm saying? When I was 9. And and unfortunately, like my father was very abusive, verbally and physical as well. And my mom was also physically abusive to my dad. So, it was a lot of arguing in the house. And I seen that, I mean, growing up, and I learned from that of what not to do. You know what I'm saying? And how to proceed in a better light of how I would want my unborn seeds, you know what I'm saying, to, not only look up to me, but, to their mom as well. You know what I'm saying? So I have a lot of respect, for the woman that I choose to marry, and understanding that the value that she brings in helping in the upraising of, you know what I'm saying, my son or my daughter. You know what I'm saying? So, but all in all, I just, encourage, and not only you, Tammy, but to any other woman, you know what I'm saying, the women on the panel and the women who may listen to this on the replay. But I strongly encourage you to go on the US, you know what I'm saying, Bureau of Labor Statistics, FBI stats, and the CDC website. You know what I'm saying? And those are based upon the consensus year after year. And you can see these stats. It's almost over a 85%, you know what I'm saying, percent range that children born or raised in a single parent household, particularly by the your woman, those children have a substandard of living, education, you know what I'm saying, of being taught discipline, morality. You know what I'm saying? Like these are facts. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, a lot of women may not want to hear this, but these are the ways, from past experiences over, decade after decade, studies after studies. You know what I'm saying? And look, now I'm gonna add this, and I'm done. I'm gonna let somebody else cook. But let me also say too, like, Kevin Samuels also brought up a lot of these stats, and I constantly like revere him in a sense that, he was almost like the uncle that I wish I had when I was a lot, you know what I'm saying, younger. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a very stoic, you know what I'm saying, man in his time, and his message still rings loud in a lot of men's ears. You know what I'm saying, of how we look at women, of how we, want to divest ourselves and trying to, what I'm saying, raise a child in the best, what I'm saying, strongest possibility of any type of uh success. You know what I'm saying? So, and and then that's just my overall you know what I'm saying, thoughts. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let some, whoever else is next. But that's my thoughts.
Brother Razik, man, thanks for dropping that. Big Rig, what up, baby?
What's up with it, man? So yeah,
oh yeah, real
I
quick,
kind of
shout out to
got
Chicago Gorilla too. Just wanted to say that. Gorilla, what up, baby? Go ahead, Big Rig.
yeah. Shout out to Chicago Rilla, man. Yeah, man. I'm gonna do two things, man. I'm gonna be kind of fast with it. what Razik was saying with the whole 2-parent thing and the whole weight thing. I mean, to each their own. You feel me? Like, everybody got their way of doing things. All I gotta say is, I'm a father of my own, and I got stepkids. You know what I'm saying? So I shout out to the stepmoms and stepfathers out there. You feel me? Because everything don't always work out in the light that what I'm saying we may want them to work out in. You feel me? So I don't take away from that. But then when it comes with Tammy, she kind of went in a circle, man. She said the thing about the 2-parent household and how the 1-parent household can pretty much be the same success as a 2-parent household. But as she was saying that, she had an example of a single parent household, but both of the parents was in the child's life and support. So so if you're gonna say it like that, then so you saying that they was both in the same household, it wouldn't be even better. So that just goes to kind of prove that a 2-parent household is definitely gonna be better for a kid than a 1-parent household. And just because you're a 1-parent household, that don't always mean it's gonna be bad either. Because like I said, I give a big shout out to the step parents. You feel me? For them fathers and mothers that step up to the people that relationships maybe didn't have that good turnout that they may have wanted, like Lola was talking about. You feel me? So that's just kind of how I see shit. I'm through with it. You feel me? Nobody else? What's up? Nobody else?
I got something to say.
Well, is that Queen?
Yes.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, it's all about how you raise. I knew some people, they grew up in crazy wealthy families and they in jail. They dropped out of college, they were drug dealers, they were tripping, and they didn't have a care in the world. I knew some people who grew up in the projects. They own businesses in apartment buildings, single parents. So I think it's an individual basis. I understand the statistics, but there are kids who are going to college and outshining everybody. And they growing up in homeless shelters. So I mean, what are their odds? They living in a homeless shelter, single parent. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, I'll say that whenever I hear someone speaking about single parents and just the life of a single parent, as much as I don't like hearing people say like, all single mothers or all single fathers are bad and referencing Future, like he's like the poster child for single parenthood this year. But Future.
Oh,
but,
wow.
like everybody refers to him, it's like, oh my goodness, this man really needs to stop. But I do recognize the problem with situations like mine, right? Because it's and like Mr. Best said, some of us are outliers. We're very unique to that situation, but generally speaking, it's not a unique thing, and most of the population is suffering under it. So we can't use our extremities as a normalcy in our in the community at all. Like we can't. But I will say the best thing that you can do or find as far as a single parent is concerned is a mature single parent. I've been on dates with guys that came off right out the gate talking smack about their child's parent, and I felt like, okay, I don't know what I just walked into, but clearly I'll be next if me and you should have children. Stuff like that. There's rules to it. It's a different lifestyle. So, I would just say that in general, right? I think the conversation is it's interesting to hear men's opinion about, what they want and what they don't want. And I'm sure they like to hear the same thing in return. However, I still think, at some level that men, the things that men do, they don't appreciate it being done to them via the women in their family. And the whole thing of like having children with someone and not marrying them, which is usually the case. Personally, I would think that men would be appalled by that if it was their child. But I know my father was upset, but I can't tell if he was appalled or upset because I was a teenager. But I will end it and say that I've learned a lot just from listening. But I think there's still a lot to be said about what men expect from women and ideally what men can get from women. But I like what Bolo said about just finding that person that is correct for you, not so much perfect, but correct for you in a sense, and just rolling with that. But honestly, we have to bring back marriage and make stable relationships popular again. Like it used to be popular, but we have to actually get billboards or something and like make it popular. But I'll end it on that, and you guys can respond. But coming up on 7 hours, I think we gotta get some sleep. But that's my thoughts. But you guys can let me know.
Yeah, I'm on my way out. I'm gonna probably check in on Anton's live because I know they probably going in on that fight club tonight. So yeah, you know what I mean. But I definitely appreciate the convo 84 or to whoever who's running the panel. I definitely appreciate the chance to come up and speak and share my thoughts. Lola, I'm gonna be looking for that DM.
I sent you a friend request. It looked like you had 3 pages, so I didn't know. It looked like
Nah, I mean, look, the EIB VA 757 page got I don't know if it got deleted, but I'm permanently logged out of my IG, so I be talking a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying on a lot of people's pages, so I'm pretty sure somebody either reported me and had me locked up or whatever. So, but yeah, the page that I sent you in the back chat.
into that one. I
Yeah,
into that one.
yeah, that's the page I'm most active on now. So, but yeah, all in all, to to the other your ladies who was up here, I definitely appreciate listening, and hopefully I was able to add some constructive feedback, and you know what I'm saying, and anything hopefully that I was able to effectively convey. Hopefully, somebody would be able to take, from that in 84 as well, man. I definitely appreciate all your help, and and I have Bolo's your numbers, so me and him have talked, offline about a lot of things, and so I came from a real dark place, and just Lola, like I'm gonna tell you this, um I'm 39, right? And I've done 10 years locked up. I drive trucks, ever since. But I realize, realize in a lot of things in my life, from past mistakes, and how detrimental that they have been, and me moving forward, even in my outlook just on women, So, and I had to change, a few things, and I'm still working on myself. You know, always, always. You know what I'm saying? By no means am I perfect and without flaw and nothing. Like I am very rough, rugged, and raw. You know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely learning how to trying to be more refined in my speech. I mean, hell, look, 84. Look, am I lying, bro? Like when I first came up here, bro, I was like, man, fuck you, fuck y'all, motherfuckers, this, that, you niggas ain't shit. I was going ham, yo. Like in '84, I had to pull back. He was like, yo, he was like, Razik, man, chill out, bro. Like, man, you can't talk like that, bro. Like, I know I know you trying to get your thing off, man, but you gotta, you gotta ease off the gas pedal a little bit. I was like, all right,
But Razik, you gotta understand too, man. I told you both my grandfathers are Capricorns and my dad's a Capricorn, so I already know how you roll, bro. I already
right,
know.
right.
I
Nah,
already know.
right, but all in all, man, my whole sentiment is that I'm very thankful for what I'm saying, for the people that have especially what I'm saying, the men that have reached out and really trying to give me some level-headed advice. You know what I'm saying, on trying to be more appealing to women. You know what I'm saying, and not just coming off like, yo, you gonna do as I say and this and that. And this is Sparta. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying. So, it's all love, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. I just, I sincerely, appreciate everybody though.
Much
For
love
real.
to you, bro. Man,
Yes, sir.
thank you for just being you, man. Thank you for being yourself at all times, and walking through the flames with us, man. We walking through the flames with you. You know how we do. You know what
No
I'm
doubt,
saying?
no
Like,
doubt.
everybody, most everybody in knowledge and relationships for some reason, everybody that come here, man, is just straight up raw, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, man.
This ain't different, bro. Hey, look, yo, we all have to heal, man. We have to heal, man. We have to heal. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, indeed.
Definitely. Anybody got any closing remarks before I shut it down? You know what I mean? I'm gonna definitely let the lady shut it down. But Big Rig, you got anything you want to say? I think Wally is done for the night. He ain't say nothing in like about an hour. I think he sleep. But yeah, Big Rig, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say, shout out to everybody.
Big Rig, you low, bro. You low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to say shout out to everybody. You feel me? It was a good stream, Lola. You did your thing. Um, Going back to brother Razik though, just listening to him and everything. Like I'm a little bit older than bruh, so I used to like think the same way, kind of how he be thinking when it comes to the women's situation and shit. And it just comes with time, man, and good brothers, man, and just getting that good spiel. You know what I'm saying, to kind of get a different realization when it come to shit. And you know what I'm saying, it'll come, bro. Like I used to be on the same type of page, nigga, like just keep it 100. But I just kind of worked on myself. You know what I'm
You
saying?
low again, bro.
My bad. I keep covering my shit. I just worked on myself. You know what I'm saying, and just try to be disciplined. You feel me? So I mean, I appreciate you saying what you just said. You know how you first came on, kind of being real raw. But, niggas is kind of helping you. Mellow you out a little bit. So that's what these whole conversations and this shit is all about. You feel me? That's why I fuck with it tough. You know what I'm saying? So that's good to hear. You know what I'm saying? And just keep sliding through, man, and just listen to that real shit, man, and take what you could take from these motherfuckers that are saying the real things. You feel me? Because there'll be a lot of fabrication and shit. So just keep your
No
eyes open,
doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
man. Just stay with it. You feel me? But Mr. Best, man, I appreciate you, bro. Lola, like I said, you did your thing. I seen you came on at 6, and then I came back on later, and it's like, damn, they still rocking. So I give it to you for that. And y'all just have a great fucking morning. You feel me? Shit, we in the Saturday morning now.
Hey, Rick, plug the show, dog. Plug the show. You know how we do.
Right.
Oh, off top, man. You know what I'm saying? Easily rigged, man. We every other Tuesday, so we coming up this Tuesday, man. Tap in. You feel me? Me and my boy Be Easy. We do our thing. You know what I'm saying? We coming out of the Bay Area. You know what I'm saying? I talk about that car shit, and we talk about some real good spill. You feel me? Like life shit, relationship shit, just that real shit. all uncut, you know what I'm saying? So definitely tune in on a Tuesday, you know what I'm saying? Easily rigged, man. We out here doing our thing. Just check us out, man. Salute to Mr. Best, you know what I'm saying? Salute to M3. They made it happen, man. Knowledge and relationships.
Hey yo, Rig, man. Yo, I need that. I need that West Coast slang, bro. Hey, that shit is like no other. That shit is hella fire. Hey, yo, bro, the way them niggas be talking, hey, yo, that should be. Hey, yo, man, that should be fly as hell, bro. Hey, yo, word. Hey, yo, word.
Off top.
Man. So yeah, man. Y'all know how we do, man. For real. This is Knowledge and Relationships. You know what I'm saying? We are putting out a lot of content, as y'all see. You know what I mean? I got a lot more stuff to come, man. You know what I mean? A lot more stuff to come. Me and the team are working extremely hard to get things going and moving. We've had to move some pieces around. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, you know, some people fell off. You know what I mean? And some people stepped up. It's just the name of the game, and that's how we're going to keep the ball rolling. The show must go on, as M3 loves to say. You know what I mean? And we here with it, man. We always going to be here with it. We always going to provide the content. I want to shout out to everybody that jumped on tonight, man. Razik, Bolo, man, everybody, man. Queen, M3, First Lady Tammy, Big Rig, you already know what it is. Wally, whenever he wake up, you know what I'm saying? Everybody in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all the content creators doing their thing. You know what I mean? Y'all know what it is, man. You know, salute to y'all. Salute to Lola. She was nervous at first, but I was like, man, she about to. I'm like, yo, soon as she hit that first shot, it's over. But she hit the first bucket, and it was a wrap. She got through that first, 45 minutes, and it was over. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So, Lola, plug what you doing on here, too. Let them know what you're doing up on here.
Well, I do have my community page, which is at Miss Ocean Possible on Instagram or Meta, whichever one that is now. And I have launched a new YouTube channel, which is Average at Best, not the at symbol, but the actual at. And that is in its early stages, but I'm building that. It's just a page that talks about average women having average issues and just going through the motions in that way. I think it's pretty useful to speak about things that are more, geared towards real life. So that's that channel. I'm building a third channel as well, but it's really just things I'm interested in as far as research. But that is my two handles for right now. I do have another business, but that's sideline.
You gotta tell them what you're doing on here too.
Well, right here, I am doing my posting. This is my first time posting here. So usually what you'll see is about every other week, I'll come on with a topic that I find very useful, probably, hopefully unique. And that topic will be something that we discuss. I do hope that discussions will stay pretty useful and everyone learns something when they, walk away. But I'm looking very forward to doing that and having fun while hosting because I'm very new to doing this. Like you said, I was extremely nervous. You see me behind stage and I was almost freaking out. But I think I can put my butterflies to bed.
Definitely. All right. So I'm closing out, y'all. I just want to say, you know what I mean? Thank everybody for tuning in. We got Ladies Night tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow for Ladies Night. All right. Maybe Lola may come through on Ladies Night. We'll see. I'll talk to her behind the scenes. She might come through as well. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? We definitely got Ladies Night. We got Monday show. You know what I'm saying? We about to have shows for y'all almost every day. That's just where it's about to be that for real. That's what I'm really working on. Like super duper. That's what I'm working on. So, you know what I mean? What'd you say, Lola? I'm sorry.
I said you just getting it out there.
Yeah, we pumping it out. So, you know what I mean? I'm just producing content. We all producing content as a team. You know what I'm saying? Just verbatim. Just a lot of it just coming out. So, look forward to everything we're doing. Okay, we're gonna have some great topics for you, great content for you, man. We definitely gonna show y'all. You know what I mean? A lot of different things, a lot of different variations. Shout out to Stan Joseph. Hey, man. You know You know what I'm saying? Definitely good to see you. Good to see you. What up? What up? What up? What up? You know what I'm saying? You know, and I know, I think you and Stan, y'all had a good little exchange at one point too. I remember that on one of the shows. That was bomb though. We got to clip that. We gonna clip that. I don't know if you remember that, Lola. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
I vaguely remember. I don't know if it was the same person, but I vaguely remember.
Yeah. That was dope. That was dope that you had that exchange, man. But that's what we do. We have conversations. We have debates that are healthy. You know what I'm saying? and we definitely are gonna produce content that y'all can always watch over and over again. The replay value is gonna be real up on here. All right. Look, if y'all just want to spend a whole day watching knowledge relationships, you can do it. Okay, that's what we really want y'all to do. All right. With that being said, y'all have a great morning. Enjoy your Saturday, and we are out. Later, y'all.
Later.
Knowledge and relationships